The episode begins with the undead, beings who cannot die even after death. For them, immortals who have escaped the cycle of life and death, dominating a single dimension does not seem difficult. Obtaining the dimension called Earth feels like only a matter of time, or so they believe. Amid burning flames, an undead points ahead and questions how this is possible, asking how a mere human is still alive. A boy, burning within the fire, responds that it is probably because he is sturdier than they are. He emerges from the flames and, with a single punch, scatters the undead into pieces. 2 years earlier, Kang Ah-hyun yells at her brother Kang Hyun, saying that she cannot tolerate him anymore. She reminds him that she lets him live there because he claims to be job hunting. Yet he spends every waking hour drinking and playing games. She tells him that if he continues like this, he should return to their parents' house. Hyun refuses and says that he cannot rely on their parents at his age. Ah-hyun asks whether it is fine for his younger sister to work while he lives off an allowance. She tells him that tomorrow is the new year and orders him to get a part-time job. Hyun retreats to his room, saying they should leave it until tomorrow because his head is spinning. He slams the door, sighs, falls onto his bed, and calls himself pathetic, questioning why he is living like this. He reflects that the only thing he has done since coming to Seoul is a short internship at a major corporation, and thinks that he should at least find a simple job like stacking boxes. Noticing his computer screen glowing, he realizes he forgot to turn off his game and wonders how much better real life would be if it were a video game, where he could get a decent job. Closing his eyes, he mutters words like wizard, warrior, and swordsman. The game begins displaying notification windows, stating that a general connection from the Haken dimension has been detected and that Earth's defense system is activating. Hyun falls into a deep sleep while the game continues to show status windows announcing that the tutorial will now begin on Earth. Hyun finds himself in a blank space and is shocked to see words floating before his eyes. The system window announces that the time until complete connection with the Haken dimension is 5 years and welcomes Mr. Kang Hyun into the tutorial. It explains that the tutorial has 8 stages, that death here is not connected to reality, that giving up halfway is impossible, and that failure allows no retries. It states that upon clearing the tutorial, an awakening and a reward will be given. Hyun thinks this must be a dream, recalling that even game addicts needing treatment can dream vividly. He apologizes to his parents in his thoughts and promises Ah-hyun that he will find a job. He then decides that since it is a dream, nothing matters, and considers it a sign from God to go all out one last time. Another window appears, announcing entry into Stage 1 and expressing hope that his courage can save Earth. Hyun is confused by the mention of saving Earth. A notification instructs him to prove his courage by defeating what he fears most, stating that the clear condition is to reach the destination at the end of the bridge and that failure results in death. The screen disappears, and he finds himself on a bridge with many other players on similar bridges. Beneath them is burning lava. Shocked, he wonders what this place is, questions the heat, and asks who the other people are, insisting that he was definitely at home and calling it a stupid dream. He then notices his sister Ah-hyun on another bridge, calling out to him. He yells at her, asking why she is appearing in his first dream of the year and calling it ridiculous. She repeats the words she once said to him and then seriously asks whether this is truly a dream, mentioning the talk about saving Earth. Hyun tells her not to act like it is her dream since it is clearly his. She yells back, asking whether that even matters right now, questioning how lava can feel this hot in a dream, and whether such a natural conversation is possible in one. She insists that something is wrong. Hyun scoffs and says the brain can play tricks, claiming that people say pain cannot be felt in dreams, but that is a lie. He recalls experiences that felt real, only to wake up relieved. Ah-hyun tells him he has done well, embarrassing himself in front of his sister. Hyun steps forward, saying he is going ahead. She asks where, and he replies that the condition is to reach the end of the bridge. He adds that since it is his dream, an NPC like her would not know. She, frustrated, asks if he is not worried about falling. Hyun calls her stupid and claims that if he dies in a dream, he will simply wake up. At that moment, a player falls into the lava ahead of them and burns to a crisp. Both of them are shocked. Ah-hyun asks Hyun what he was saying. Trembling, he insists that the scream only sounded realistic and claims he is not scared at all. Ah-hyun sighs and begins crawling, advising him not to do anything stupid and suggesting that crawling is safer than walking. Hyun questions it but admits that, although he is not scared, her suggestion makes sense. They both crawl forward and reach the midway point, breathing heavily. Ah-hyun asks Hyun what he thinks happened to them and whether he has any ideas. He replies that it is just a very realistic nightmare. Ah-hyun responds that he has already realized that this is not the case and asks whether he truly believes a dream this realistic can exist. She states that something has definitely happened beyond their imagination and concludes that if they die here, they might also die in real life. Hyun becomes scared and starts crying, saying that he is trying his best to ignore it and questioning why she keeps bringing it up. He admits that he is stuck there, frozen in fear. Ah-hyun wonders if he must be the most unreliable older brother in the world. Hyun then lies flat on the bridge and says that they should rest a little before continuing because he cannot crawl anymore, as his head and legs are shaking. Ah-hyun asks whether he is really just going to lie there. Hyun glances at her and asks if she knows that there is still a possibility that this is a dream, adding that maybe if he stays still like that, he will wake up on his own. A status window then appears, stating that a set amount of time has passed since the start of the tutorial and that the difficulty has increased. They wonder what is happening. Suddenly, the bridge begins to shake, and it starts collapsing from behind. Ah-hyun says that now is not the time to stay still and starts running as the bridge continues to collapse behind them. Hyun also gets up and starts running, thinking that it is fine because the bridge is not too narrow and that if he does not trip, he will reach the end. Looking ahead, he sees the destination point and says that he is almost there and that he is doing it. He mutters that with this, everything will be over. He then notices Ah-hyun stopping as rocks begin falling in her path. Hyun jumps onto her bridge, grabs her, and leaps to the destination point. The bridge collapses completely. The system congratulates them, announcing that stage 1 has been cleared and that they have temporarily awakened as a clear reward, with official awakening occurring after the tutorial ends. Hyun lies flat and says that he cannot even move his fingers anymore. While looking at the window, Ah-hyun wonders if there is more. Hyun asks whether she is not even going to thank the person who saved her life. As Ah-hyun looks at her stats, she flinches and asks what those things, like level, strength, and ability, are. She wonders about the status window, calling it the number 1 thing a man wants to see on his birthday. Hyun gets up and says that he also wants to look at his status window. He then wakes up from his sleep, flinching and breathing heavily, wondering whether it was all just a dream. Chaos spreads across social media as everyone talks about the same dream, and an anonymous person appears, asking everyone to tell him about it. He comes out of his room and shouts for his sister. She comes out as well and starts yelling at him without listening. After yelling at each other for a while, they both end up huffing. Hyun suggests that they eat something first. While eating and looking at her phone, Ah-hyun says that it really was not just a dream, and that it is not limited to their country, as people all over the world have had the same dream. Hyun also looks and wonders if it is really real, then notes that dying in the dream does not seem to affect reality. He mentions that 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, but there were no major injuries. Ah-hyun says that it was still extremely vivid and that falling must have hurt terribly, adding that those who actually fell are traumatized. She questions whether it is really okay for them to eat so casually when there is total chaos outside. Hyun responds that there is nothing else they can do, and that they might as well eat properly. He then gets up and moves toward the balcony. Ah-hyun asks whether he is going to jump into the chaos. They notice people outside snatching things from each other and destroying everything. Ah-hyun says that they probably cannot go to work. Hyun replies that going out now would only get them hurt and asks whether she remembers anything about the Haken dimension connection. Ah-hyun tells him that he did not properly check his status window and says that they can at least check the remaining time for temporary awakening. She checks his window, and Hyun realizes that he also wanted to see his status window. Looking at it, he says that the remaining time until complete connection is 4 years, 374 days, and several hours. He adds that whatever it is, they have nearly 5 years left and wonders whether they can prepare for the situation in that time. He says that although things are chaotic now, the situation will calm down soon, so it is better to stay home for now. Ah-hyun mutters in surprise that he is suddenly making sense. Unlike the chaos of the morning, nothing else significant happens, and by evening, most citizens return to their daily lives. As a result, Korea regains its stability within a day, and the first day comes to an end. Meanwhile, at night, Hyun goes to sleep in his bed and wakes up inside the game. A status window asks whether he wants explanations and instructions, which he skips, telling it to show the status window first. Looking at his stats, he wonders whether they are good, realizing that without anything to compare them to, he cannot judge. Seeing the magic power stat, he wonders if he will be able to use magic later. He then notices a cool, eye-catching, unique ability called Resurrection. With an excited smirk, he thinks that it feels like an overpowered cheat ability. The system explains the resurrection skill, stating that if the resurrection location is not specified, revival will occur at the last sleeping location. It adds that the penalty is a decrease of 1 level, a 50% reduction in all abilities for 24 hours, and that resurrection penalties do not apply during the tutorial. Hyun happily exclaims that it is amazing and incredible, believing that his life was never meant to be that of a mere extra. The system then asks whether he would like to enter the second stage. With determination, Hyun agrees, thinking that whether his stats are high or low, he can level up and raise them. He confidently wonders what he cannot do as the miracle resurrection man. Until that point, he feels enthusiastic as the owner of the resurrection skill, without imagining what is to come. The system announces that the second stage requires defeating enemies to prove one's skills. As Hyun strikes a goblin, he thinks that he expected combat similar to a game, and that it turns out exactly as he imagined. After killing the monster, he pants and reflects that he managed to take it down with a surprise attack using a mace, but the sensation of striking down a living being makes his entire body tingle. He realizes that he has killed it and feels like he is about to throw up. He leaves the area, thinking that he only won because it was a goblin, and that if he had not surprised it, he would have ended up dead. He then encounters another monster and flinches at the sight of it. The system informs him that it is a goblin militia wielding a sword. He wonders whether there were two forms from the beginning and questions why a goblin, supposed to be a low-level beginner monster, looks like that. Seeing the blade, he notes that this goblin is much bigger than the previous one and that the sword it holds is over 1 meter long. He thinks that if he gets hit by it, he will not just end up with tetanus. The goblin charges at him and slashes. Hyun fails to dodge and realizes that his body, weakened by long-term unemployment and lack of exercise, along with his 70-centimeter mace chosen at the start of the tutorial, puts him at a severe disadvantage. Another strike knocks him to the ground, and he loses his weapon. Badly injured, he thinks there is no way he can withstand a 1-meter-long sword. After another slash, he is severely wounded, and the goblin begins dragging him away. He wonders what is happening and why he has to go through this, questioning why the monster does not simply kill him. He wonders when he will wake up from this dream, and desperately thinks that anything is fine as long as someone saves him. He reflects on how much blood exists in a human body, realizing it only after confirming it with his own blood. He recalls that the slowly approaching fear of death tightens coldly around his neck, and that the agony he endures for hours until his breathing finally stops is a merciless torture inflicted by 4 goblins. Ah-hyun wakes from her sleep, bursts open Hyun's door, and shouts in frustration about why such nonsense is happening again early in the morning. She flinches when she sees Hyun sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, trembling in fear, and continuously muttering for the goblins to leave him alone. Later, while having breakfast, Ah-hyun asks if he died from excessive bleeding. Hyun confirms it and explains that the goblins first pull out his fingernails and toenails one by one and crush them, and that when that is not enough, they pull out his teeth as well. Ah-hyun interrupts him, telling him to stop, saying that she died too, but not in such a way. She then asks if that is why he was crying. Hyun jumps up, yells at her, and insists that she would never understand unless she experienced it herself, adding that even Guan Yu would probably cry and call for his mother. Ah-hyun responds that it does not matter what anyone would say and remarks that since he is talking normally, he must be fine and does not need to go to the hospital. While looking at her phone, she mentions that the number of visitors to psychiatric departments has doubled over the past 2 days and that many people must have had similar experiences. Hyun says that he does not think it is like that and adds that he does not have money anyway. As she scrolls, Ah-hyun says that this is good news, guessing that once someone dies, the tutorial ends, and that people who died in the first stage did not dream about the second stage. Hyun feels relieved upon hearing this and says that he should be able to sleep more peacefully that night. However, when he sleeps that night, he returns to the tutorial. The screen welcomes him and announces that an error has occurred and that the second stage is resuming immediately, stating that his courage may save Earth. Troubled, Hyun clenches his teeth as the tutorial announces Stage 2, Round 2. He yells at the window and curses at it. The system informs him that he will not receive a resurrection penalty because he is still in the tutorial. He then finds himself inside a cave. He zones out, falls asleep, wakes again, and remains like that for hours. He thinks that he assumed he would wake up from the dream if he simply endured it, but there is no sign of that happening. He stands up and says that in the end, he has no choice but to do what the system wants. He moves toward the weapons and recalls that last time he chose a mace because it seemed easier in terms of destructive power and usage. This time, he picks up a bow, thinking that since close combat is frightening, a bow or crossbow would be better. He then chooses a spear for close combat, deciding it is better than a sword. Later, holding a crossbow, he secretly aims at a goblin and thinks about showing the shooting skills of a South Korean reservist. He fires the bolt, but it misses. The goblins turn their attention toward him, and he realizes that things will not go well with a weapon he is using for the first time. As the goblins charge at him, he switches to the spear and faces them. One goblin dodges his attack, but another is struck by the spear. He feels delighted and thinks that it worked, and that one is down. He then turns around and sees another goblin, but to his surprise, the spear does not come out of the body. As the goblin is about to strike him, he suddenly wakes up, breathing heavily. Panting, he says that at least this time he dies in one blow, and thinks that a death without torture is much better. He enters the tutorial again, and in the third round, he feels frustrated while looking at the status window. Holding a sword, he decides that this time he will use a sword and a shield. He wonders whether it would be better to use a weapon he has used before, but then concludes that today it will be the sword, saying that he spent the whole day self-studying on Xtube. He stands facing the goblins with a sword and shield and tells them to come at him. However, he wakes up again, gasping and choking, shouting that the goblins scattered and gang up on him. He then declares that he will give it a shot, and that he will kill all of them. Ah-hyun, worryingly, sees his situation. In the fourth round, he begins by endlessly swinging the sword, questioning why he is doing so, but recalling that the status window states, "This is the standard method." While he pants from exhaustion, the system announces that his stamina increases by 1 due to pushing beyond his limits and explains that stats increase through grinding. He collapses to the ground and questions whether he really has to swing the sword for 8 hours just to level up. He reflects on his stats, noticing that stamina and other abilities increase as he uses them. He recalls that he experienced something similar after clearing stage 1 and realizes he only forgot because he was too out of it, not because he has a bad memory. He then invests 1 stat point into strength. With 2 increased stats, he plans to take revenge on the goblins, but he is so exhausted from grinding that he cannot defeat even a single one and dies immediately. Around the 5th cycle, his stamina increases by 1 from swinging the sword, and around the 6th, his strength increases by 1 after 10 hours of training. At that point, defeating the 2 goblins in front of him becomes easier, but due to his fundamentally weak physical condition and lack of combat ability, handling the remaining goblins is still beyond him. Around the 7th cycle, he continues swinging the sword repeatedly, and the system again announces that his stamina increases by 1 due to pushing beyond his limits. He shouts and collapses onto the ground. While lying flat and gasping, he checks his stats as the system announces that the skill Basic Swordsmanship F has been created. The system explains that the skill helps correct posture and distribute force when swinging a sword, allowing more effective strikes. It notes that this is a low-level skill usually used by local thugs, but it is still better than nothing. He shouts happily that he finally did it. Grabbing his sword, he scolds them, with devilish intent, declaring that they are all finished today. In Tutorial Stage 2, there are 5 goblins in total, with 2 in the early part of the fortress and 3 in the second half. For now, the first 2 are easy. Hyan carries out a surprise attack on the first goblin using a crossbow, and then deals with the second using a sword. He handles these 2 the same way as before, but the final goblin becomes the real obstacle. Their weapons clash repeatedly. Hyan tries to land a strike, but the goblin dodges and counterattacks. Hyan blocks the attack with his shield and realizes that he can see the goblin's movements. The goblin continues striking, but Hyan dodges precisely, feeling as if his body reacts before he even thinks. He understands that this is the effect of basic swordsmanship. He manages to land a hit, which the goblin narrowly avoids, though its face is slightly cut. Hyan grits his teeth and realizes that he has a problem, as he is already exhausted and has lost a lot of stamina after dealing with 4 goblins. The goblin swings its weapon again, causing Hyan to lose his grip on his sword. It slashes at him, but Hyan dodges by leaning backward. He smirks and realizes that the goblin enjoys torturing its opponent, which is why it does not kill immediately and instead tries to exhaust its prey first. Hyan then drags his foot along the ground and throws mud into the goblin's eyes, calling its pattern obvious. As the mud blinds the goblin, Hyan takes the opportunity to grab a rock and strike its leg. The goblin growls in pain and starts wildly swinging its sword. Hyan moves behind it and declares that he is the strongest before smashing the rock into its eye. The goblin collapses to the ground. Hyan laughs and remarks that he finally understands, mocking that the stage must be so boring that the goblin is trying to die. The system congratulates him on clearing stage 2 and informs him that he receives 5 additional stat points as a clear reward and may choose a weapon skill as well. Hyan reacts happily and selects the basic shield skill and the basic crossbow skill. As his other stats level up, he looks at them with satisfaction and proudly declares that this is the power of an ultimate being, surpassing both humans and goblins. The next morning, Hyan prepares breakfast, saying that since he cleared stage 2, he will make it as a celebration. After tasting it, he remarks that even though he made it himself, it is still perfect. When his sister comes in, he ends up vomiting, and she yells at him, asking what he just said. At that moment, a system window appears, announcing that Earth's tutorial has been completed, and that the system can now be freely used outside the tutorial. It also announces that dungeons have been activated. They rush to the balcony and notice a dungeon gate appearing outside. They wonder whether it is a dungeon. The window explains that dungeons can only be used by awakeners and must be cleared within a certain time limit. It also states that the remaining time until complete connection with the Haken dimension is 4 years and 357 days. After the appearance of the dungeon, the world becomes even more chaotic. They decide not to leave the house, lock the doors, and organize information instead. While searching, Hyan says that it seems the tutorial is not completely over yet, as people who have just turned 18 are still joining and clearing it. Ahyun says that the comment sections are in complete chaos because of the dungeons, with people claiming it is a rushed decision to call tutorial completers awakeners and send them into dungeons. Hyan responds that it is not a big deal and says that what really matters is making use of the status window. He calls for it, but the system informs him that the tutorial is still in progress, so it cannot be used freely. He reflects that it is what it is, noting that there are 8 stages in total, and that while it took him 7 attempts just to clear stage 2, others have already completed all stages. He then asks his sister whether there is any other way and if she has any information about stage 3. She replies that she has not heard anything, that there is no information at all, and that even details about stage 2 are scarce. Hyun asks whether he should go and fight again. He flexes his muscles and says that he is quite strong now and will not be embarrassingly defeated like before. He declares that he will clear stage 3 with style and precision. Meanwhile, at night, during the stage 3 tutorial, he finds himself being urinated on by a monster and, in frustration, says that he will kill it. The system tells him to prove his perseverance and patience by enduring any situation. It explains that the clear condition is to eliminate the Gurkha chieftain, the failure condition is death, and that if he waits long enough, an opportunity will eventually come. After seeing this, Hyun thinks that the outfit perfectly fits a man's fantasy and assumes the mission must involve infiltration or assassination. He reasons that to eliminate the Gurkha chieftain, the first step is to find him, but decides to first check what he obtained from clearing the second stage, complaining that the system never gives enough time to check rewards properly. He opens the status window, sees the rewards, and happily thinks that this is exactly how a status window should look. He notices the newly added shield and crossbow skills and mutters that the descriptions are still annoying. For the additional stat points, he decides to invest them in strength and stamina since they will be immediately useful, and considers putting 2 points into agility just in case. He then recalls that there was something else, just as the system asks whether he wants to check his inventory. He opens it and finds a sword inside. Grabbing it, he reacts in shock and thinks that it is amazing, calling it the most incredible thing he has seen so far. He concludes that the battle status check is complete and decides to go find the Gurkha chieftain. He recalls Carlos Hathcock, the legendary Marine Corps sniper who assassinated a general after crawling 1.4 kilometers over 3 days, and thinks of him as the person he respects the most. He notes that he has been crawling for about 10 hours and feels that he is almost there. Hidden in place, he observes 2 guards on alert and wonders if he should force his way through. He realizes that his pants are soaked and sticky with urine, the grass is prickly, and insects are crawling inside his clothes. When one of the guards starts urinating on him, he remains still and tells himself that he has to endure, remembering the notification about perseverance and patience. He barely holds himself together, repeatedly reminding himself of those words. After the Gurkha guard leaves, Hyun gets up and leaps at him, thinking that he will cut his head off. He grabs the guard easily, throws him, and slashes him down. As the guard collapses, Hyun remarks that he has ended up cutting something useless again. The other guard stands before him and calls for reinforcements. The entire area becomes alert, and Gurkha subordinates begin gathering, completely surrounding him. Seeing them, Hyun thinks that since it has come to this, he might as well say the line he has always wanted to try and challenge them to come at him. At that moment, the skill Lion's Roar of Rage is created. In Tutorial Stage 3, Round 2, he draws them all in and activates Lion's Roar of Rage. The skill lowers the stats and morale of surrounding enemies, removes all debuffs from the user, and releases a boiling rage that strikes fear into enemies and dispels harmful effects. He reflects that one thing he learned from crawling for 10 hours in the first round is that Gurkha warriors hunt during the day and only return to the village at sunset. That means there are minimal forces during the day, mostly weak opponents. After cutting them down, he enters the chieftain's chamber and announces his arrival. He is shocked to see 2 wizards standing beside the chieftain, continuously casting spells on him. Caught by magic, he is restrained, and the system informs him that he has been hit by the skill low-level magic restraint. Unable to move, he wonders what kind of tutorial even includes magic and realizes there must be a way out. He activates Lion's Roar of Rage again, unleashes his energy, and breaks the magic. He rushes toward the chieftain and strikes, thinking that everyone has a great plan until they get stabbed. He kills the Gurkha chieftain, and the system congratulates him on clearing Stage 3, granting immediate physical regeneration as a clear reward. The system announces that he cleared Stage 3 in the shortest time possible and sets a new record, granting him an additional reward. It informs him that he receives the temporary title Unyielding, representing the completion of a test of patience and perseverance in the fastest time possible, and explains that the title will automatically transfer if the record is broken. Hyun realizes that he cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days and reflects that, considering it took him a week to clear Stage 2, this is a huge improvement. With this growth, he reaches the conclusion that he might actually be a genius and thinks that, at this rate, he could clear Stage 4 in just a few minutes, though he acknowledges that this was what he thought a month ago. 25 days pass after a special unit of awakened individuals is deployed to clear dungeons. It is announced that 40% of the dungeons discovered domestically have been cleared. Meanwhile, awakened civilians continue participating in dungeon clearing activities, and in response, the government considers awarding them bonuses. At the same time, Ahyun is in the kitchen cooking when she hears loud crashing noises. She mutters that he is at it again with his nonsense. Turning off the stove, she warns that if he keeps it up, the neighbors will file a complaint and asks whether he was hit in the back of the head with an arrow again. Hyun appears before her with a strange aura and says that he cleared it and killed them all. She recalls that he was recently panicking and saying he could not handle it, but she is shocked by his transformation. She asks whether something happened in his dream, noting that both his face and body look completely different. While having breakfast, Ah-hyun hesitates to ask why he has been acting that way since morning. Hyun, in an angry mood, says that the tutorial is getting on his nerves. She comments that his face already looks like that of a criminal these days and asks how the 4th stage went. He summarizes that it was like a group project requiring leadership skills, explaining that the quest involved leading the party to destroy the dungeon's core. He compares it to a role-playing game, noting that the party members acted like NPCs following assigned roles, debating whether to advance or retreat. They did not have enough supplies to recklessly push forward. Despite strong opposition from 2 couples, the decision was ultimately made to move forward. He explains that he initially did a great job leading them, boosting morale with effort and taking the front line while using the remarkable healing power of intermediate body regeneration, a skill obtained after clearing stage 3. He adds that everything seemed fine at first, but the trouble started that night. He recalls that some party members, who were supposed to take turns on watch, instead planned to escape together. When he caught them, they ambushed and killed him, and he remarks that he knew this could happen ever since they dared to flirt inside the sacred dungeon. He notes that similar situations repeated throughout the stage, but in extreme conditions, he eventually found a breakthrough using his intelligence. Ah-hyun asks what the breakthrough was, and he sets down his chopsticks and, with a devilish laugh, says that the solution was simply to eliminate all the annoying pests and proceed. In the last episode of the 4th stage, Hyun tells the group to move a little further, arguing that it would be a waste to go back without any income. One member asks what happens if they cannot find the core with limited food. Hyun says that the earnings from the magic stones alone are enough, and if they die further ahead, they will be responsible. He shouts so loudly that everyone is troubled and asks what on earth he is doing. Pointing his sword at the questioning member, he commands that from now on, all must follow his instructions, and if anyone resists or complains, they will die. When the member yells at him, asking if he is crazy, Hyun punches him in the face repeatedly, warning that he must follow because Hyun knows the way, and any further misbehavior will result in death. After this, an undead leaps at him, but he grabs his sword, flips it, and strikes it down. He then asks the group if this is the last one. The members, terrified of him, realize he has finished nearly all of them, and that they are almost alone. Hyun then finds a ball surrounded by strange energy and held up by pillars. He wonders if this is the core and whether he simply needs to destroy the pillars. Striking the pillars, he concludes that it is simple and successfully destroys them, clearing the 4th stage. The system announces its reward. He reflects that the gains from stage 4 were significant. Abilities and stats grew exponentially, and monster drop items were plentiful. However, he still does not know the purpose of the magic stones, though he assumes stockpiling them may eventually be useful. The skills obtained as clear rewards are one cut to 2 halves and the accessory strong mind ring. He considers these rewards good, but notes that the most remarkable achievement is that he has become considerably stronger in reality as well. After doing push-ups and wiping his sweat, he thinks that bodyweight exercises are becoming less effective and considers that maybe he should start going to the gym. Suddenly, he receives a notification and grabs his phone, noticing that it is an ad. However, the notification turns out to be an emergency alert. Meanwhile, in the city, goblins are taking over, destroying buildings and killing locals. He recalls the system's warning that if a dungeon is not cleared within a certain time, the dungeon door will open, and he wonders if that could be happening today. He remembers filing a request for it to be cleared. Seeing the chaos outside from his balcony, he quickly thinks of his sister, who has gone to work. He rushes to grab a weapon, thinking that he needs something suitable to defend himself. Looking around, he is frustrated that there is not a single longsword available, but eventually finds a knife in the kitchen wash basin. He comes outside with the knife, huffing, and says to the goblins that it has been a while. The monsters growl at him, and he notes that, as expected, he cannot use his skills yet, but drawing their attention is still helpful. As the goblins advance, he thinks that the noises made by level 2 low-level monsters are hard to hear, and that there is no guarantee they are the same level as those in the tutorial. Nevertheless, he begins hitting them with a knife, observing that he can gauge their level by their movements. After delivering a final strike to the last goblin, he remarks that he will make good use of it. Meanwhile, in Ah-hyun's office, she and others have blocked the entrance with tables, but the monsters continue to knock on the door. Ah-hyun sees Hyun's chat asking if she is at work and worries for him. The growling at the door grows stronger and more continuous until the door bursts open, and Hyun appears, apologizing that he didn't mean to break it, and announcing that her big brother is here. Everyone is shocked upon seeing him and wonders who he is, realizing that he is Ah-hyun's brother. Ah-hyun struggles to process the sight of him. The department head shouts at Hyun, saying that he does not know who he is and demands to know how he breached the barricade, lamenting that monsters could come in at this rate. Hyun apologetically explains that he is truly sorry and that he cannot fully control his power, but reassures them that they no longer need to worry. He then shows them the monsters he killed outside, leaving everyone shocked that he handled them alone. He asks them whether they see the weapons the goblins were using and tells them to hold on to those for now. He admits that he is not sure how long everyone can last, but believes that as long as they do not panic, they can defeat the monsters. He then turns to leave, prompting Ah-hyun to ask where he is going. He explains that on the way there, he saw more goblins swarming in and assumes they are probably on the upper floors as well, adding that at the very least, everyone should try to sleep peacefully. Later, Ah-hyun pours water over his wounds, and Hyun asks whether it is really okay to use that much water, pointing out that they do not know how long the situation will last and should conserve it. She tells him to shut up and insists that his wounds need to be cleaned. She questions why, despite acting so tough, he keeps getting hit so much. He replies that it is probably because he has not practiced dodging and explains that although his recovery ability is impressive enough to withstand most attacks, the situation is different since he cannot use any skills right now. Ah-hyun warns him to be careful because, without skills, he cannot resurrect either, and adds that his method of dealing with the remaining monsters in the building earlier was excessive. Hyun responds that it was still cool, and she agrees sarcastically, saying it is cool only until he gets beaten to a pulp. She then mentions that others see him differently, noting that some of her seniors have asked her to introduce them to him, and asks what he thinks and whether he has a type. He blushes and replies that he only needs someone who is okay with a man who curses as soon as he wakes up. At night, the system displays stage 5, stating that he must prove his wisdom by overcoming any difficulty. Looking at the window, he realizes that he almost forgot about it because he was so caught up earlier. He sees several beautiful women gathered together, asking one another whether they are succubi, and wonders what kind of situation this is. The system instructs him to defeat the succubus disguised as a human, stating that the failure condition is death and warning that the succubus hides its true identity, targeting first those who discover it. Hyun recalls that succubi are dream demons that appear in dreams and drain a man's vitality, and notes that they are famous for their beauty. Looking at the women, he thinks that all of them are unbelievably beautiful, meaning everyone is aware of the succubus's existence in this scenario. A girl then approaches him and asks what he thinks and who he believes the succubus is. He hesitates, says that he has no idea, and quietly notes that, upon closer inspection, she really is beautiful. Suddenly, a notification appears stating that the Ring of Strong will resist enchantment and grants the user immunity to all mind-related spells and mental attacks of a rank and below. At night, Hyun sits close to the fire and reflects that Stage 1 was the Inferno Circus. Stage 2 was a week-long battle with goblins. Stage 3 involved being splashed with monster urine after hours of crawling. And Stage 4 was a month-long group project from hell. He thinks that after rolling around like a dog for so long, he can finally enjoy something interesting. With a devilish smirk, he mutters that he did not realize God had prepared something like this for him. He reminds himself to control his expression, knowing that anyone who recognizes a succubus's identity will be targeted, and realizes that if she notices he has figured it out, it will be over for him. He reasons that if it truly is a succubus, it must be a powerful being capable of disguising itself as a human, and likely skilled in magic as well. He decides that it would be wiser to use an NPC rather than rush in recklessly, and since male NPCs might fall under the succubus's charm, a female NPC would be safer. He concludes that it would be best to sleep and think about it again later. The next morning, he opens his eyes, looks at the ceiling, and notes that it feels familiar. As he gets up in confusion, he realizes that he is in Ah-hyun's office. An office colleague tells him that he is awake and mentions that they were just about to wake him because the army has arrived. Hyun clenches his fist in frustration and thinks about the succubus, concluding that she must have noticed his awareness and probably killed him while he was asleep. Outside, the army arrives and begins shooting the monsters, killing them. Seeing this, everyone in the office rejoices and says that they are safe now, remarking that the monsters are nothing against military firearms. Hyun, however, feels that it is not over yet. He senses something strange and wonders why he suddenly feels danger. Two soldiers comment while firing that the monsters seem endless and that experts should be handling this instead of them. Suddenly, they notice a goblin that does not die from gunshots. The creature slashes a soldier's neck and moves toward an army vehicle as the soldiers continue firing at it. They panic, realizing that the gunfire is not affecting it, and question what it is. The goblin then leaps into the air toward the soldiers with a spear and kills them. Hyun and the others stared in shock, wondering what on earth they had just witnessed. Then the monster glances up at Hyun. Another vehicle of soldiers hears the screams and reports that it looks like the third squad has been hit. A senior soldier asks the signalman where he is and orders him to submit a report request immediately. A soldier, clearly shaken, wonders aloud what kind of creature could cause such devastation. At that moment, the goblin climbs onto their vehicle. The senior soldier anxiously asks the signalman again about the report, and the signalman replies that headquarters is sending a capable civilian. The senior soldier is confused, questioning why only one person and a civilian at that is being sent. As the monster leaps toward him, the senior soldier raises his gun and thinks that he is about to lose his mind, but his body freezes when he senses the imminent danger. He realizes bitterly that the equipment has to malfunction at a time like this. While the monster is still midair, Hyan appears and throws a brick, knocking the monster away. Hyan asks the senior soldier if he is all right and remarks that soldiers must be going through many hardships in this situation. The terrified soldier points his gun at Hyan, thinking he is another monster. Hyan flinches, raises his hands, and tells him to put the gun away, asking whether he does not look human. The soldier hesitantly asks if he is really a person, and Hyan responds by asking whether he is so confused that he has to ask twice. The soldier mutters to himself, wondering if this person is a volunteer and noting that he definitely looks strong. He regains his composure and thanks Hyan, admitting that he is not thinking straight. Hyan says that it is understandable, considering he narrowly escaped death, and adds that he did not come out of a sense of justice. Looking at the monster, Hyan wonders if this is happening again and notes that the creature clearly made eye contact with him. He thinks that if the army is annihilated, the monsters would head straight to Ahyan's company, and decides that it is better to deal with them here than let the situation worsen. He jumps down from the vehicle and tells the soldiers not to shoot, warning that if he gets hit, he will end up full of holes as well. He asks whether they have something like tear gas, and a soldier replies that they have almost all operational weapons loaded. Hyan says that it is good and asks them to pop one for him. As he jumps down, a soldier tells him to take a gas mask first. Hyan agrees, says there is no time to explain, and asks them to make sure there is no gunfire in his path, warning that a mistake would be fatal. He then runs toward the monsters. From the office window, Ahyan watches as a soldier announces that all platoon members must wear gas masks, remain alert, shoot only approaching monsters, and never fire toward the center of the street. Hyan advances toward the monster, remarking that the table is set and apologizing sarcastically, while admitting that he harbors deep resentment toward their kind. The soldiers toss the tear gas, and it spreads through the area. The monster screams, and Hyan coughs, commenting that goblins or hobgoblins always struggle when they are flustered. He charges forward, noting that the creature can deflect bullets and asking whether this is its first time feeling pain. He observes that its pain tolerance seems high, but believes he himself is more accustomed to pain. He slashes at the goblin as it swings its spear wildly and comments that the thing is incredibly tough. Watching this, a soldier wonders whether Hyan is an awakener. Soon after, another civilian arrives and asks the soldier what exactly is happening, saying that he thought he was the only supporter. Holding his sword, Hyan notices that the goblin is still unharmed and thinks that while he expected its defense to be strong, he did not think it would take any damage at all. He realizes that if this continues, his stamina will be depleted and briefly wonders whether he should use some kind of joint device, concluding that the only thing he knows is to keep cutting. The civilian intervenes, asking for a moment, and begins striking the goblin, causing it to scream in pain. Hyan watches in surprise and notes how fast he is. The civilian mutters that there is almost no sensation of cutting, as if trying to cut a rock with a knife. He introduces himself indirectly by explaining that no matter what, the creature is just the boss of an F-class dungeon. He adds that since its defense is abnormally strong, it must have other weaknesses. Hyan smirks and remarks that he seems knowledgeable. They both rush toward the goblin, and Hyan says that although he does not know who the man is, he understands him and asks whether he has any brilliant ideas. As they attack together, Hyan admits that his physical strength is not that great and that his stamina is nearly exhausted. The awakener replies that he can tell just by looking. Hyan lands another hit and asks what one should do when strength runs out. Realizing again that there is still no damage, he looks around for something that could be used as a weapon. He spots the goblin's spear and runs to grab it. While holding the goblin back, the awakener says that he has speed but lacks the power to deliver the finishing blow and asks Hyan to attack a vital point. Grabbing the spear, Hyan runs forward, thinking that in a critical situation, it might just be for show, but knowing the goblin will defend itself. He looks for a weak spot and notices that the skin behind the joint seems thinner. He then rushes in and stabs the spear into the goblin's butt. As an unpleasant sensation travels up the spear handle, a philosophical question flashes through his mind about whether that is really the goblin's vital point. He doubts it is a weakness that could cause instant death. The decision is made in an instant, and his body is already moving. He lifts the spear high and slams it into the ground, then rushes forward, reasoning that it surely cannot be hard all the way inside the mouth, and stabs the spear into the goblin's mouth. The awakener, watching this, thinks that Hyan is strong and wonders where such a skilled person came from, questioning whether he is unaffiliated. Something glowing emerges beneath the dead goblin's head, and Hyan wonders what it is. The system informs him that the item information cannot be checked because the tutorial is still in progress. He picks it up, thinking that he does not know its use, but will take it for now, and feels regret that there is no inventory, wishing the tutorial would end quickly. The awakener approaches as if to speak, but Hyan glances back and thinks that items usually need to be distributed. Yet this person jumped in halfway, and he practically defeated the monster alone. He decides to leave immediately, saying that he has urgent business and will be going first, and tosses the spear back, telling him it is his. The awakener tries to stop him, but Hyan says goodbye while running off. After he leaves, the Awakener removes his mask and wonders what kind of person that was. Several hours after defeating the hobgoblin, as dusk falls, the situation settles somewhat. Passing through streets that resemble ruins from a disaster movie, they manage to return home after it grows dark. When they reach their apartment, it is completely destroyed, and Ah-hyun asks whether he left without closing the door. Hyun confirms that he did, and she sighs, saying she is foolish for thinking he would have grown up. Later, lying on his bed and looking at messages on his phone, Hyun complains about people picking on his handsome face and asks whether it is really that bad. He then tells his sister that they are in big trouble and asks her to turn off the lights. Furious, she says she will turn them off just this once because he must have had a hard day or two, and warns him not to yell in the morning since she is exhausted as well. He agrees and reassures her, saying this stage is basically a freebie and suggesting they have a beer tomorrow while she tells him everything. She remarks that his confidence sounds like a death flag and says she is not expecting much but wishes him luck anyway. As he lies in bed, he thinks about the Awakener from earlier, noting that he was quite strong and wondering how many stages he has cleared. He reflects that he should have originally been eliminated at stage 2, but decides there is no point dwelling on it, resolving to clear stage 8 and become stronger than anyone else. He also thinks about the succubus from the previous day, noting that although she was a monster that killed him, she was very pretty, and the thought of meeting her again excites him. Blushing, he suddenly finds himself standing in front of a goblin and mutters that even if it is a tutorial, it is not bad to take a quick look. Opening his eyes, he panics, slaps the goblin, and shouts that it nearly gave him a heart attack. The goblin is knocked away, and he looks around, wondering what in the world is happening. The status window informs him that the clear condition is to evade the cave goblin horde and clear the dungeon. The failure condition is death, and the tip explains that cave goblins have poor eyesight, but excellent hearing due to evolution, so he must find a way to distract them. Surrounded by a horde of goblins, he complains about why the system is telling him this now, grits his teeth in frustration, and questions why the tutorial content has changed in the first place. The next morning, in a PC cafe, a blonde man hits another guy and yells that it is too noisy. The other man falls and asks how someone who has not even participated in the tutorial can be stronger than an ability user. The blonde responds that not much has changed and questions the value of being a bit stronger without knowing how to fight, calling it fortunate in a way. The other man replies that there seem to be many interesting ability users out there. In Tutorial Stage 5, Round 3, the system informs him that he must defeat a doppelganger, a monster that hides among the masses and eats humans every night. It adds that paladins and mages can use a special ability once per day. Seeing this, he mutters that a monster eating humans every night means he has to find and defeat the doppelganger, and notes that it is similar to finding the succubus in the first round. He concludes that it is basically a mafia game that requires using wisdom to break through. He then shouts for everyone to gather, and when they assemble before him, he clears his throat and declares that from now on, anyone who moves is the culprit. He later wakes up in bed and realizes that he had forgotten that in mafia games, it is usually the talkative ones who die first. He reflects that he has never actually won a mafia game and never expected this outcome. He thinks that maybe he should go eat something and admits that he never imagined he would keep repeating the same failure for over a month and a half. That night, fully dressed, he asks Ah-hyun how she is and claims that her older brother has been smartly reborn. She reacts in disbelief, asking what kind of nonsense she is supposed to deal with right after getting off work. He explains that he tried changing his appearance to change his inner self and reveals that it has been 53 days, and he has died 53 times in Stage 5, so he has to do something differently. He says that the stage is supposed to be cleared using wisdom, and that the content changes every time, adding that even a Mensa member could not solve it. She retorts that it would be faster to get someone else's brain transplanted than for him to get smarter, calls him a crazy idiot for repeating the same things, and goes to her room. Before leaving, she tells him that if he has money to buy shoes, he should use it to soundproof his room, since the woman downstairs installed a subwoofer. In Stage 5, the system states that he must prove his wisdom to overcome any difficulty. He finds himself in a cave and wonders if it is a dungeon, complaining about what kind of terrible mission has been prepared for him this time. After glancing at the description, he smirks, experiencing a sense of joy and satisfaction as if he has finally discovered something. The mission condition is to completely clear an F-rank dungeon called the Tarank Hatchery. Soon after, a strange Tarank that spits attacks appears. He wonders how the condition can be so neat and straightforward and realizes that he has finally found a solution so simple that even Aristotle would be impressed. When the Tarank spits poison at him, he blocks it and wonders what kind of creature it is, questioning whether spiders really spit venom. He notices the color of his hand changing and wonders if it is poison, then slashes his own arm and remarks that this much is nothing. He skids under the spider and the soldier's sword with one hand and remarks that the cut arm hurts a little. The system gives him a tip, stating that clues to the spitting Tarank's weaknesses are hidden in the hatchery. He then slashes at the spider and cuts it cleanly in half. standing between the two halves of its body. He states that in the end, he chooses to break through by force, and that weaknesses and clues do not matter as long as the enemy is killed. He adds that instead of looking for a key, he will just smash everything and push through. The system congratulates him on clearing stage 5 and grants him the giant power reward. His arm regenerates, and with a devilish smile, he declares that brains are only necessary for those with weak bodies. The system explains that giant power is an ability that enhances muscles using magic power and increases strength by 12 for 10 minutes. At a school, a student approaches his friend Minsu and asks him to give a birthday punch. Minsu, distracted by his phone, tells him to do it later and says that he is already exhausted from the tutorial. His friend reminds him that he is 18 now and asks how stage 1 was. Minsu lies on his desk and replies that it was as terrible as the rumors said, adding that the real problem is what comes next, since there are no decent tips from stage 5 onward. His friend comments that people say just clearing stage 4 puts someone in the top 1%, and that valuable information is probably being tightly guarded. Minsu then notices a new update stating that someone cleared stage 7 yesterday and is going to challenge stage 8, and he wonders if it is fake. He reflects that stage 4's theme is leadership, subduing all party members through strength. Stage 5's theme is wisdom, where muscle is the highest form of wisdom and strength must be increased, and that stage 6 is cruelty, requiring the destruction of both enemies and allies. He notes that stage 7 is devotion, where only enemies are destroyed, and questions whether all of this is nothing more than bait. Meanwhile, Hyun wakes up in frustration, looks at his phone, and yells that he went out of his way to share the best tips with them. His sister comes toward his room and asks why he is shouting and causing a fuss again. He tells her to listen and says that he personally revealed an advanced tutorial strategy, but those people do not believe it. She asks why he is being so nosy and meddling in matters like this. He replies that they should just wait and see, adding that once he clears stage 8, he will become the 3rd tutorial graduate in South Korea and rise to the same level as Han Seon, the guild leader of the Dangun Guild, or Dongwu, the president of the Ability User Alliance. She smirks and says that being on the same level is ridiculous, questioning how he can compare himself to geniuses who cleared it in one go, when it took him 4 hours and 4 months to clear it. He yells at her to shut up and insists that he also cleared stages 6 and 7 in one go. Hyun notes that the stage 6 clear reward is a grade B weapon, Bilgain's longsword, and the stage 7 reward is Ronald's armor. He closes his eyes and mutters that if he clears stage 8, he will be able to use them in reality through his inventory, and that he also needs to check the item dropped by the hobgoblin. After completing stage 7, he mutters that he does not expect to clear it in one go, but hopes it will not take more than a week. He then reaches stage 8, and the system asks him about his beliefs. As he thinks for a while, the place where he stands begins shaking and cracking. Troubled, he wonders what is happening as the ground breaks apart, and he falls into a deep void. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself on a busy road and notices a blonde girl passing through him. He wonders if she just passed through and whether he is in a formless state. It is the first time he has seen a city in the tutorial, and he questions if this is Earth, noting that the people around him do not appear human. As he looks around, he notices a man standing far away, staring at him, and mutters that the man is staring at him like crazy, questioning whether he can see him. Seeing the man's eyes, he briefly wonders about dragons, then realizes that this is not the case. Suddenly, monsters, dragons, and snakes appear, causing everyone to panic and start running. Standing still, he sees goblins and mutters that there are monsters he has seen before as well as some he has never seen. There is a huge octopus-like monster among many others, and he realizes that this is on a completely different level compared to the dungeon opening he experienced 2 months ago. It looks like a scene from the apocalypse, and he wonders if this is what Earth will look like in 5 years. From behind, a huge monster approaches him, and he is troubled by the incoming danger. Suddenly, he finds himself in an empty space and wonders what just happened, questioning whether the creature was a monster. A glowing figure appears and asks how he feels. Floating in the air, Hyun asks if the figure is a god. The figure replies that he is not a god, but a kind of dimensional administrator, explaining that this stage involves a personal interview with him, and that Hyun may ask anything he has been curious about, while it is also a valuable time for the administrator to ask a question. Hyun asks whether Earth will become like the scene he just saw in 5 years. The administrator replies that it depends on what humans do from now on. Hyun expresses frustration, asking why, if the administrator is such a great being, he does not just stop the situation himself. The administrator explains that he is only an administrator, not a guardian, and that he only maintains balance. The status window and tutorial are the best he can do. He then asks Hyun what beliefs have guided him and what he has lived for so far. Hyun mutters that it is a profound and frustrating question, saying that in his circle, no one lives thinking about such things, they are just struggling to be happier and surviving day by day. The administrator asks if there is anything Hyun wants to protect. Hyun, determined, says his bratty little sister and his parents, explaining that he has to protect his family. The administrator asks if he has ever considered becoming a hero. Hyun questions the logic of that, saying that after dying a few times, he has learned his limits, and that the cool but exhausting job of a hero is not for him. The administrator observes that heroes naturally have talent, and Hyun is closer to untalented, but he personally is a fan, saying that watching Hyun conquer the tutorial has brought him great fun and excitement. Hyun mutters that calling that fun is sadistic, wondering what the future of Earth could be. Hyun then asks about the 5th stage, where wisdom is the theme, and whether it is supposed to change time. The administrator dismisses the question, saying that time is up and that he had fun. The status window then appears, congratulating Hyun on clearing stage 8. The administrator tells him that the tutorial was just a facade, more trials await, and whether he wants it or not, he believes Hyun will become the hero who saves the world. As Hyun begins falling, he shouts that the 5th stage was the administrator's doing all along. The administrator congratulates him on graduating from the tutorial, and the status window informs him that he is the 2nd person to graduate, acquiring the title of tutorial graduate. Hyun wakes up in the morning and tries to scream, but his mouth is filled with something. He takes it out and asks what it is. His sister, sitting close to him, says that he is awake and adds that she expected him to scream, so she covered his mouth in advance. She tells him that if he is angry, he should wake up quietly, and judging by his expression, he must have failed again. She asks how long it will take this time. Hyun smirks, shows her the status window, and laughingly asks if she sees it, saying that this is the power of her brother and that he guesses he is a capable person now. She leaves, telling him that it is good for him and that he should now go make some money. She adds that she made breakfast for him that morning as a special treat. Hyun, annoyed, says that she could at least congratulate him a little and remarks that it is no wonder she does not have a boyfriend. She throws a spoon at his face. Later, Hyun sits on the couch and checks his stats. Ah-hyun says that she is heading out and leaves. He focuses on the tutorial graduate description and thinks that he should go after clearing stage 8, considering that the effect is not that great. He asks the system whether stacked titles are recognized. The system replies that, except for the chosen title, all other effects are applied at only 50%. Hyun says that it is as expected and decides that he should apply for the tutorial graduate title. He then opens a box and says that he has been waiting for this moment. He takes out a book and says that it is the mysterious item he got after defeating the hobgoblin, telling it to reveal its true nature. He realizes that it is a magic explosion skill book. After checking the details, he happily shouts that it is awesome and says that after 4 months of shouting in the open, he has finally mastered the art of screaming in silent mode. The system asks whether he would like to learn the skill magic explosion, and he confirms it. The book disappears from his hand. He then says that sorting the loot is finally done and wonders whether, now that everything is sorted, he should apply for admission to the Awakened Abilities Training School. Hyun goes to the Awakened Ability Training School. On Myung, a newly appointed public servant, introduces herself internally, thinking that her first assignment is at the Awakened Ability Training School, a place everyone who has completed the tutorial must pass through to obtain certification. She reflects that her country's training system for awakened abilities has developed rapidly and become one of the best in the world, likely because a similar system already existed. She thinks that although they may be rookies, they are future heroes, and witnessing the start of their journey should be incredibly rewarding, or so she believed just a few hours ago. When Myung senses Hyun's energy, she becomes frightened and hesitantly asks him to show his identification. As she checks it, she suddenly starts crying and asks why he is doing this to her. Hyun becomes flustered and tells her that it is not like that. People around them notice her crying and begin to wonder what the problem is, questioning whether Hyun made her cry or threatened her. Hyun tries to explain that he did nothing. At that moment, instructor Kim Ah-hyun arrives and asks whether there is a problem, adding that the process seems to be moving a bit slowly. When he sees Hyun, he mutters that Hyun looks familiar, while Hyun also thinks that Ah-hyun's voice sounds familiar. Ah-hyun asks Myung to show him Hyun's identification. After checking it, he remarks that Hyun looks quite different from his photo. Hyun explains that his appearance changed because of a skill and swears that it is really him, adding that he can undergo a fingerprint or DNA test if necessary. Ah-hyun asks whether Hyun cleared the tutorial up to stage 5, and Hyun confirms it, thinking that he deliberately downplayed it to keep a low profile. Ah-hyun comments that Hyun's level is 12, which is quite high, and asks whether he has ever raided a dungeon illegally. Hyun thinks that he already lowered it by more than half, and that it is still too high, then says that he did it a few times before the law was enacted. Ah-hyun asks what exactly the strength ability listed as Hyun's unique ability is. Hyun replies that it temporarily doubles his strength. Ah-hyun thanks him for his cooperation and says there is one more thing. He explains that in stage 3, awakened individuals receive a skill, in stage 4 an accessory, and in stage 5 another skill, and says that he needs to see all of those rewards now. Hyun mutters that Ah-hyun is meticulous, then shows his arm and says that the stage 3 reward is a skill. He bites his arm, creates a deep cut, and shows that it heals quickly, explaining that he has a self-healing skill. He then shows the ring on his finger and says that it is the stage 4 reward. As for Stage 5, he explains that he converted giant power into man's strength as his unique ability, describing it as a skill that instills fear in nearby enemies through shouting. He asks whether it is acceptable to use it there, and Ihyun allows it. Meanwhile, a blonde man standing in the queue notices Hyun and tries to recognize him. Hyun then shouts, and everyone around is startled by the scream and covers their ears, wondering what is happening. After finishing, Hyun asks Ihyun whether it is enough. Ihyun hesitates briefly, then says that it is sufficient and instructs Hyun to head to the first floor of the adjacent Gunmo building. Hyun reflects that he was almost denied earlier and felt uneasy because his appearance did not match his ID photo. But after drawing attention with a fierce roar, he seems to have truly gotten on everyone's bad side. He hears trainees in the classroom gossiping that he shouted at a woman so loudly that she fainted. He mutters that something feels wrong, but decides it does not matter. Meanwhile, the blonde man sitting behind him keeps staring at him. Instructor Ihyun enters the classroom and thanks everyone for waiting, introducing himself as the one who will lead the training at the Seongna branch of the Ability Users Training School. Everyone applauds. Ihyun explains that the training consists of 10 days, with theory classes in the morning and practical sessions in the afternoon, and that meals and accommodation are provided. He says that if there are no major issues, everyone should be able to complete the course safely and obtain certification. He adds that less than half a year has passed since the world changed, that new information about dungeons and monsters pours in every day, and that tactics and strategies are constantly evolving. Therefore, what they are about to learn is not the absolute right answer. Hyun appears bored and mutters that Ihyun is already saying discouraging things from the start. Ihyun continues that there may be incorrect information or information that soon becomes useless, so he will only teach what is essential for survival. He says he looks forward to working with them for the next 10 days, ends the first period, and tells them to take a 10-minute break. Hyun mutters that it feels as boring as reserve army mental training and complains that they have to do this for 10 days. During the break, a large, muscular trainee approaches Hyun, extends his hand, and introduces himself as Sewell, suggesting they shake hands. Hyun mutters about the man being a muscle pig, but shakes his hand and introduces himself. Sewell smiles devilishly, asks Hyun to take care of him, and squeezes his hand, thinking that it is best to put someone like Hyun in his place from the start because he dislikes him from the moment he caused a commotion. Hyun grows furious, wondering how the man is holding out, and activates Giant Power, an ability that enhances muscles with magic power. He squeezes back harder, causing Sewell to start sweating. Sewell panics and wonders whether he is losing in a contest of strength despite devoting all his stats to strength. He notices everyone watching and thinks he cannot back down or look pathetic. As he endures Hyun's power, the muscles in his arm swell until his arm bursts, spraying blood. The blonde man watches with clear admiration, appearing impressed by Hyun. Later, Hyun is in Ihyun's office, shouting that it is true and insisting that the other man approached first, puffed up his arms, and then suddenly burst with a bang. Ihyun asks whether Hyun expects him to believe that. Hyun grabs his head and says that the situation is driving him crazy, insisting that it is simply the truth. He adds that his unique ability, Strength of the Strong, increases his strength by 1.5 times, and that without it, he might have been injured. He tells Ihyun to check the CCTV if he does not believe him. Ihyun points out that Hyun previously said his unique ability was called Man's Strength. Hyun hesitates and confirms that it is Man's Strength. Ihyun states that Man's Strength increases strength by 2 times, not 1.5 times. Hyun hesitates again and says he must have been confused because he is not good with numbers. Ihyun looks suspicious, then sighs and says he understands for now and tells Hyun to return to the classroom. Hyun sits in his seat, thinking that he is already exhausted on the first day. He notices the blonde man still staring at him, who politely asks whether he can sit next to him. Hyun tells him to do whatever he wants. They shake hands, and the blonde man introduces himself as Yuseong. Yuseong looks flattered and asks whether he can call him brother, explaining that he just turned 18, already finished the tutorial, and wants Hyun to speak informally to him as well. Hyun thinks that Yuseong actually looks older based on appearance. Yuseong asks how Hyun did what he did earlier, saying he saw the man's arm explode with a bang and found it incredible, asking whether it was a skill. Hyun mutters that Yuseong is not normal either and insists that it was not like that, claiming the muscle man's arm simply exploded on its own. Instructor Ihyun then enters and announces the start of the second period, asking everyone to take their seats. He says that due to the delay, he will focus on the key points. He turns on the projector and explains that dungeons are currently categorized into 2 types, regular dungeons and incomplete dungeons. He explains that regular dungeons are the most common and usually remain open for weeks after appearing, and that dungeon openings refer to the phenomenon where monsters begin pouring out. He explains that incomplete dungeons have unpredictable opening times and can open sooner or later than 4 weeks, requiring constant vigilance. He then explains that there are 2 ways to prevent a dungeon from opening: clearing it by targeting the central or main core, or periodically removing normal cores to delay the opening, while being careful about the order of attack. At that point, another muscular trainee stands and asks whether there is anything else needed to deal with monsters, saying he did not come to listen to such a useless lecture. Hyun feels annoyed, noting that this is another muscle-bound man like before, and thinking that these types are a problem. Assistant Songhin steps in and warns the trainee that one more disturbance will lead to expulsion. Hyun stops Songhin and says it is fine, asking the trainee to come down. The trainee smirks, asks whether Hyun has pride, comes down, flexes his muscles, and asks what Hyun plans to do. Hyun sets a timer and declares that for 1 minute, he will only dodge and block the trainee's attacks, promising to graduate him immediately if the trainee even grazes him, but stating that failure will result in expulsion. He asks whether the trainee accepts. Hyun thinks that the second muscle man is arrogant and annoying, but also finds it looks fun and considers it acceptable. The muscular man asks the instructor what he takes him for, pulls a sword from his inventory, and asks whether the instructor is sure, adding that he will not regret it. Songhin tells the instructor that using a real sword is dangerous, but the instructor stops Songhin and tells the muscular man to come forward and continue until the end. The muscular man charges in, leaning toward the instructor and attempting to strike him, but the instructor dodges easily and explains that attacks made with wide arm movements are meaningless, adding that even without surprise attacks from behind, the basics of offense still apply. Frustrated, the muscular man slashes again, but the instructor appears behind him and explains that large preparatory movements give the enemy time to react and that no opponent will wait politely for an attack. Growing more agitated, the muscular man turns and attacks repeatedly, but the instructor continues to dodge effortlessly, stating that simply swinging a sword is not enough and that one must observe and understand the opponent's movements without missing a beat. The muscular man shouts that he has had enough of the nonsense and rushes forward with all his strength. The instructor lowers his posture and explains that attacking with full power is not always the best approach, as it makes movements larger and creates bigger openings. He then disarms the trainee, throws the sword aside, and adds that such fighting also leads to rapid exhaustion. The muscular man is left panting heavily. The instructor shows him the timer and announces that 1 minute has passed and that the time is up. The trainees watching from their seats are shocked. Hyun thinks that he has seen videos of professional boxers dodging the punches of ordinary people with ease, but witnessing something like this against a capable awakened is different. He wonders whether there really is such a vast difference even among superhumans. He realizes that the instructor's speed and reaction time would be difficult to follow even with his raised stats. He wonders who would win in a one-on-one fight and feels excitement rise at the thought, realizing that he wants to fight him. Hyun notices Yuseong, whose mouth is watering as he watches the instructor and wonders what is going on with his expression. He questions whether Yuseong is a psycho and regrets letting him sit next to him, thinking that he doesn't want people to assume they are alike. The curriculum of the military training school consists of theory classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. Instructor Hyun presents the weapons and explains that today's practice will focus on weapon techniques, asking the trainees to take turns receiving the training weapons. He says they should first train in their own way, and the assistant instructors will take turns correcting them, noting that one-on-one instruction is not possible due to a lack of manpower. As they grab the swords, Yuseong asks Hyun if he would like to spar together. Hyun agrees and asks if Yuseong is good at fighting, but the instructor stops them and says that sparring is prohibited until the 6th day of training. Afterwards, everyone takes their swords and begins swinging them in the air. Hyun notices one of the guys and mutters that he did not expect much, but the average level is lower than he thought, so he doesn't really need any practice and will swing the sword around just for exercise. Grabbing the sword, he starts swinging it. Instructor Hyun notices him, but assistant instructor Seonghan tells Hyun that he must not do that, advising him to narrow his legs slightly in that stance and adjust the angle of his sword a bit, saying it seems like he is showing off, which is of no use in practice. Hyun is internally furious but agrees, muttering that he is putting up with it because it is a hassle. Then Hyun calls assistant instructor Seonghan for a moment. He addresses the trainees, saying that there will now be a demonstration sparring session between Hyun and the assistant instructor. He hands the sword to Seonghan and instructs him to follow the guidance just given, while Hyun will continue to swing his sword as usual, allowing only one exchange of blows. He starts a countdown. They both leap at each other and clash their swords. Hyun then strikes again, making Seonghan lose his sword and fall behind. Seeing this, Hyun turns to leave and explains that the weapon skills they are training now are meant to prepare them for actual combat, training their bodies to respond immediately to an attack. He emphasizes that, as Hyun demonstrated, the most important skill is the ability to react in the moment, and that what they are learning now should never be considered the absolute answer. He asks the trainees to give a round of applause for the two individuals for their excellent demonstration. Hyun then gives a hand to Seonghan and apologizes for assigning him an unfavorable role. Seonghan says it is okay and thanks him, noting that he learned a lot and it was a little surprising. Hyun apologizes sincerely for that part. Hyun leaves, saying he just wanted to check something. Hyun writes a training journal about his 10 days of training. On day 6, he sits in class, heading down, muttering that it is so boring. He tells Yuseong to go cause some trouble. Yuseong asks if he did not say earlier that they should complete the course quietly. Hyun says it is not his problem if Yuseong gets kicked out. Yuseong comments that he sure knows how to say trashy things casually and that he does not need to worry too much. Hyun notes that it is the 6th day so far, and from today on, they will have sparring practice in the afternoon. He feels that something interesting is going to happen there, his gut telling him so. At afternoon sparring practice, Hyun spars with a trainee who loses his grip on the sword and falls. Instructor Ihyun announces that Hyun wins and calls the next group to get ready. Hyun goes back to his seat, and Yuseong tells him he is pretty good at fighting, mentioning that he saw Hyun knock out the instructor before. Hyun replies that the opponent was just weak, that's all. Hyun observes the sparring and thinks it feels like child's play. Overall, the level here is not that high. He notes that he does not know much about talent, but the average trainee seems unable to clear many stages. He recalls that sparring practice will continue until day 8 and questions whether these people really have to keep doing such boring stuff. Then a trainee rushes toward his opponent, who is holding a sword to dodge, but the sword reaches close to his eye before instructor Ihyun intervenes and grabs the sword, declaring the winner to be trainee Changwoo. Hyun is impressed and mutters that Ihyun is pretty good, and if he were going to fight, he would rather go up against that instructor. Ihyun then calls the next group to step up. Yuseong rises, saying he is heading out, and Hyun wishes him luck, muttering that he feels something interesting is going to happen there and wonders if Yuseong is going to cause trouble. He thinks that with the instructor there, nothing major should happen. Ihyun then instructs trainee Yurei, a mage, to use her personal weapon instead of the training weapon, explaining that this is to give her an advantage due to the spatial disadvantage, and asks if there are any objections. Yuseong says nothing and takes out his mace. Ihyun notes that Yuseong's main weapon was a sword. Yuseong replies that there is no rule saying he can only use one weapon. Ihyun accepts this and tells both sides to step back, saying he will count to 3 before they can strike. As the counting finishes, Wizard Yuri releases her magical crystal and rushes it toward Yuseong, who shatters the crystal midair with his mace. Hyun is shocked and wonders if it is his first time seeing magic in real life, realizing that one can learn magic depending on how one does it in the tutorial. He questions why he did not see this during weapons training and notes that Yuri trained separately. Then Yuri struggles to cast another magic spell and throws a huge crystal toward him. Yuseong first glances at the instructor and then readies his mace to hit the crystal. Hyun observes and wonders if Yuseong is twisting the trajectory of the magic toward the instructor. Yuseong hits the crystal toward the instructor, who barely dodges it. Yuseong then moves toward Yuri. Before the instructor can stop him, he hits her with his mace. Everyone is shocked, and Hyun notes that Yuseong is way crazier than he thought. Instructor Ihyun calls for assistance, telling Seonghan to bring the first aid kit and instructing Min Haeuk to call for an ambulance. Min Haeuk calls, reporting an open fracture on the right hand and urging them to hurry. As the injured trainee screams in pain, Hyun tells her to hang in there a little longer. Meanwhile, Ihyun points his dagger at Yuseong and asks what he thinks he is doing. Yuseong raises his hand and says it was a mistake, insisting that accidents like this can happen during sparring. Ihyun questions whether he expects him to believe that, and then sighs, saying they will take a 20-minute break and that everyone should be seated in the same spot by 3 p.m., while calling Yuseong to follow him for a moment. Hyun notices the dagger in Ihyun's hand and tries to remember it. Despite the incident, sparring practice continues as usual for 2 more days. Yuseong is not expelled and continues participating, though it seems he has been marked as a person of interest, as instructors and assistants are extremely cautious around him. There appear to be more victories by forfeit than usual, and a hider is on standby. Thanks to this, the 8th day passes without any major incidents. Later, Hyun approaches Ihyun in his office and suggests having a duel with real swords since training is almost over. Ihyun seems annoyed, saying that with graduation in 2 days, they should let it pass quietly, noting that this cohort has been particularly exhausting and asking Hyun not to come into the office unannounced. Hyun complains that this childish play is boring and moves closer, telling Ihyun that he can tell right away that he must be feeling restless and bored as well, and reminds him that this is not the place to be looking over documents, leaning in and suggesting they have met before. Later, in the sparring chamber, Ihyun confirms that the person from back then was Cadet Hyun and thanks him for preventing additional damage last time. Hyun mutters that Ihyun probably did not notice that he scammed him for their item. Ihyun asks if Cadet Hyun has cleared up to level 5 and remarks on his impressive sword, questioning if it is the sword for clearing level 6. Hyun hesitates and says he found it while cleaning up. Ihyun comments that it is quite an excuse, then opens his inventory, saying it seems Hyun would not answer any further questions, and takes out his dagger and sword, holding them, remarking that he will respond with something he found while cleaning up. He vanishes from Hyun's sight, moves up, and appears behind him. Ihyun begins to strike, but Hyun quickly notices and blocks. Ihyun remarks that he thought Hyun focused mainly on strength, but that his agility is impressive. Hyun responds that being good at just one thing makes one vulnerable, and since he has recovery skills, Ihyun should feel free to come at him with full force. Ihyun vanishes again and appears surprisingly, saying he will not hold back. Hyun swiftly blocks each of his strikes. Ihyun thinks that Hyun has unbelievable physical strength and wonders if he is taking all of this. Hyun, with a devilish smile, says this is what a sparring match should be like. Ihyun observes that Hyun's recovery skill seems as effective as claimed and decides to be more aggressive, grabbing his dagger and thinking he will create an opening with an avoidable attack. As he strikes, Hyun blocks it with his arm. Ihyun wonders if he can't get away because Hyun wedged it between the ulna and radius. Hyun smirks and says he's got him, then strikes Ihyun's head and throws him away. Ihyun collapses and admits his loss. Later, while drinking, Ihyun tells Hyun that he is indeed very strong, and Hyun replies that the same can be said about him. They acknowledge that, in reality, the sparring match is essentially a draw, agreeing not to use skills, but Ihyun remarks that it is as if he did anyway. Hyun protests, saying that it is not fair since there is nothing Ihyun can do about a passive skill. Ihyun rises and thanks him, saying he feels some stress relief and that he should get some rest because they have dungeon exploration practice tomorrow. Meanwhile, at night, someone, wearing a cape, goes outside the dungeon gate. He hides his appearance, quietly opens the gate, and enters. The next day, the participants gather outside the dungeon gate. Instructor Ihyun informs them that the place has been designated as an educational dungeon by the Awakened Abilities Training School. He explains that it is an F-rank forest dungeon where the monster Geeka appears, noting that these monsters are stronger than those in an average F-rank dungeon. He adds that there are 2 reasons it was chosen as an educational dungeon. First, it is a field-type dungeon with traps and other elements, but no threats beyond monsters. Second, Geeka does not live in groups, making it possible to lure and deal with them one by one. As the assistant instructor begins opening the dungeon gate, Ihyun states that further details will be explained after entering. Seeing the gate, Hyun mutters that it is his first time entering a dungeon in real life and reflects that since the tutorial began inside a dungeon, he has never walked through a gate like this before. He feels a slight sense of levitation while passing through and notices the completely different scenery when he opens his eyes. They find themselves in a green forest. Hyun asks Yuseong whether this place is the dungeon and whether, if he goes back through the gate they passed, he can return to where they came from. Yuseong replies that this was already explained in class. Instructor Ihyun then announces that the assistant instructor will first lure a Geeka and demonstrate, after which the trainees will hunt monsters in groups of 5, one at a time. He instructs the assistant to begin. While moving forward, Ihyun advises them to lure the monsters into open spaces where fighting is easier and continues explaining about Geika. He describes it as a bird-type monster standing a little over 2 meters tall, resembling an ostrich. He emphasizes its quick feet and powerful beak, noting that a beak attack can even dent plate armor and therefore requires special caution. He explains that the standard strategy is to surround it with several people and bind its legs. Suddenly, everyone sees a status window announcing that the dungeon's central core has been removed, the portal to the outside has opened, and the dungeon is about to collapse, instructing everyone to evacuate. Cracks begin spreading through the dungeon. Ihyun tells the trainees not to panic and to exit slowly through the portal one by one, assuring them there is enough time if they move calmly. The trainees exit the gate, murmuring among themselves about what is happening and questioning whether removing the core means the dungeon is cleared. Ihyun counts the trainees, confirms that everyone has come out safely, and wonders who could have cleared the dungeon. At that moment, the dungeon begins breaking apart further. The assistant alerts Ihyun, who becomes troubled and quickly starts closing the gate, while instructing the assistant to request support. He tells the trainees to leave the area, explaining that it is a dungeon break. Hyun approaches Ihyun and asks what is going on. Ihyun responds that Hyun has come to the right place and explains that it is a dungeon break, requesting some help from the trainees at the front. Seeing Hyun's confusion, Ihyun explains that if the main core is destroyed or removed without killing the boss monster, the remaining monsters escape through the portal as the dungeon collapses, which is called a dungeon break. He asks whether this was not taught in class. Hyun replies that it was, then hesitantly mutters that it was actually a test to see whether Ihyun knew it well. Ihyun dismisses this as strange nonsense, apologizes, and says he has no time for jokes. He warns that Geekas will start pouring out soon and states that he will lead the trainees, telling Hyun to stay behind for now. Hyun calls out in trouble, asking him to stop and saying he has not heard everything yet. Meanwhile, Ihyun instructs the trainees to form groups of 4 or 5 and warns that failure to follow instructions from this point could result in death. Hyun glances at the monsters, smirks, and interprets this as being told to deal with all the monsters alone. He rushes toward them, telling them to bring it on. Yuseong follows behind him, saying that he is included as well and calling Hyun brother. Yuseong swings his mace at the Geekas and enthusiastically remarks that crushing them with a mace is the best. Hyun, frustrated, scolds him for trying to enjoy it alone while continuing to fight. Hyun draws his sword and comments that having a psycho on their side is somehow reassuring, then begins slashing the monsters. He tells Yuseong to cover his ears and activates Lion's roar of rage, screaming. The system notifies him that the stats and morale of all enemies have decreased. As the trainees fight, they realize that the monsters suddenly feel weaker. Ihyun wonders whether he heard a sound just now and realizes it was Hyun's skill, questioning whether it has a group debuff effect. He thinks that support should arrive soon, and that the situation may resolve more smoothly than expected, but worries about the boss monster. Hyun throws a magic explosion at a monster and destroys it. Seeing the result, he wonders what kind of skill it is, noting that he cannot use it freely, unlike others. Yuseong asks what the problem is and whether that was magic. Hyun replies that it is a skill he acquired a while ago. When Yuseong asks if it is from the tutorial, Hyun responds that it is a secret, then tells him to look ahead. A huge mutant Geeka, the boss monster, emerges from the portal. Seeing it, Ihyun thinks that reinforcements have not arrived yet and worries that, despite Hyun already dealing with many monsters, the boss's massive physique is another matter. He notes that even for those two, this is their first encounter with a real monster. Yuseong, seeing the mutant Geeka, becomes excited and tells Hyun to give that one to him, calling himself the younger brother. Hyun, equally excited, rushes forward and declares that he is taking that one. At the Dangun Guild, guild leader Han Seon listens as instructor Ihyun informs her that the graduation ceremony will take place the next day. He reports that an accident occurred during dungeon practice, explaining that someone broke into the training ground and intentionally caused a dungeon break. He adds that it is being speculated to be connected to the dungeon terror incidents that have been ongoing since the previous month. Han Seon asks whether any trainee stood out. Ihyun confirms that there were two. He explains that they were the ones who dealt with the dungeon boss, the mutant Geeka. He describes the first trainee as having overwhelming physical strength, speed, and agility, all at a monster-like level. He adds that the trainee's greatest strength is his incredible healing ability, and that his high endurance, combined with his reckless lack of fear toward injury, results in unpredictable tactics that are extremely difficult for enemies to handle. Ihyun then describes the second trainee as a completely different type, wondering whether he should call him a genius. He explains that this trainee was born with exceptional combat sense, with outstanding reflexes and technical skill, but notes that his overly cruel nature is a major flaw. Han Seon remarks that, setting aside the last comment, it is rare for Ihyun to praise someone so highly and asks whether he made a recruitment offer. Ihyun replies that it is illegal for an instructor to recruit trainees. She comments that he is still as inflexible as ever, and Ihyun responds that it is natural for employees to resemble their guild leader's personality. He adds that while being an instructor is fine, he hopes she will return to the guild soon, stating that there is something strange about the accident. The next day, at the graduation ceremony, the principal delivers a speech thanking everyone for their hard work over the past 10 years and expressing hope that they will grow into great people, before declaring the ceremony concluded. While clapping, Hyun mutters that this person must be the principal, noting that after seeing Ihyun so often, he thought Ihyun was the biggest presence there. Later, outside the school, a Mercedes arrives to pick up Yuseong. Seeing this, Hyun asks whether Yuseong was born with a silver spoon. As Yuseong gets into the car, he tells Hyun that he will take him home. Hyun responds that he has already tried all kinds of cars like that. Ihyun then approaches Hyun, who asks whether he came to say goodbye and teasingly comments that Ihyun is surprisingly affectionate. Ihyun dismisses this and explains that regarding the dungeon break accident from the previous day, the clearing rewards will be given to both Hyun and Yuseong for their significant contribution, adding that they will be contacted soon. He turns to leave after saying goodbye. Hyun stops him and asks whether he really came just to say that, suggesting that Ihyun should at least say a few words of gratitude. Ihyun then tells him that he is strong and will likely become even stronger. He says he is certain they will not have to wait long before meeting again in a dungeon. He also reminds Hyun never to forget his personal responsibility as an ability user. Later, in his apartment, Hyun happily tells Ihyun to look at his potential. She agrees while scrolling on her phone, saying it was amazing and expressing admiration. Hyun declares that his arrogant behavior ends that day and states that starting tomorrow, he will run through all the dungeons. He then starts wondering how to get to a dungeon, questioning whether one appears when searched on a map. Ihyun says that there is an app for ability users called Radar and guesses that everything comes from there. Hyun quickly searches for the app and comments that it sounds like that, asking whether she is some kind of genius. She replies that it can be found by searching on SNS and thinks that although he used to play many online games in the past, it strangely feels like he is getting duller over time. Hyun checks the application details and notes that party members can also be recruited there. He recalls that the Geeka Forest was classified as an F-rank dungeon and wonders whether he can just do it alone. He thinks that he should make a lot of money by himself and brag about it to his mother. Later, on a news channel, an anchor reports that the reward for clearing a lower-grade dungeon, such as an F-rank dungeon, is about 20 million won. The anchor adds that magic stones are attracting attention as a new energy source, and that items dropped by monsters are also highly valued, becoming a major source of monthly income for ability users. Hyun's father asks his wife whether she has heard from Hyun recently, mentioning that he heard Hyun obtained some kind of license last month. His mother replies that Hyun sent her 10 million won as pocket money and that it seems he even bought a used car last week. His father responds in surprise, saying that Hyun now earns more than he does. His mother says that she is still worried because she hears about many people getting injured or dying, and wonders what would happen if something happened to Hyun. His father tells her to let him be, saying that it is better than a man being unemployed at that age. Watching television, he adds that dungeon exploration is done in teams and says that Hyun is not the reckless type, believing he will take care of himself. He concludes that Hyun has always been smart since childhood. Meanwhile, Hyun is inside a dungeon, recklessly killing huge monsters. He smirks and says that this is nothing, fighting many monsters at once. At night, near the dungeon, Hyun's car is parked outside the dungeon gate, and the phone inside it keeps ringing continuously. His mother calls him and worries because he is not answering. His father says that Hyun is probably sleeping and tells her not to wake the child for no reason, suggesting she call him the next day. He then adds that she should tell Hyun about what happened in front of the supermarket when she calls tomorrow. His mother asks why she should tell him, saying that the country will take care of it. His father asks how long they are supposed to wait for that, and says that if Hyun has a party, he would rather call him and coordinate. Meanwhile, in front of the supermarket, a dungeon break occurs, and monsters begin emerging. A system message announces that the central core of the dungeon has been removed and that a portal to the outside has opened. Hyun comes out of the dungeon gate, stretches his arms, and says that he still cleared it in one day. He wonders whether he should go to an E-rank dungeon next, or if that is still too much, adding that it might be better to be careful. As he walks toward his car, he thinks about whether restrictions can actually be used in real life. He opens the car door and says that he will go home and sleep first, then eat beef with Ah-hyun the next day. He then notices his phone and sees that there are 36 missed calls from Ah-hyun. He calls her back, wondering what is going on, and realizes that something bad has happened. Ah-hyun informs him about what happened to their parents, and Hyun becomes shocked upon hearing it. Meanwhile, the news anchor reports that the government announces it is making every effort to swiftly resolve the large-scale dungeon opening incident in Hangri. The Ministry of National Defense, cooperating with civilian ability user groups, seals off the Hangri city area to prevent further damage, but concerns grow for the residents isolated inside the sealed zone. In response, the Dungeon Guild states that it will actively participate in rescue operations. Hyun ties his shoes as his sister worries and asks whether he is really going, adding that going alone is dangerous. Hyun tells her not to worry, asking who she thinks he is, and says that even if he looks like this, he is still a tutorial graduate. He tells her to wait at home. She tells him to be careful and not to get carried away or show off. Hyun repeats that she should not worry, slams the door behind him, and tells her to go inside and rest, promising to bring their parents back soon. He then heads toward Hangri. On the way, soldiers stop him and tell him that he cannot proceed any further and must return. Hyun shows his identification card and says that he is an able user, and asks whether he can pass. The soldiers respond that he is an individual without a party. At that moment, a truck driver tells the soldiers to let him through, saying that all ability users should be allowed to pass. The soldiers allow Hyun through but warn that they will not be responsible for anything that happens afterward. Hyun agrees, thanks them for their hard work, and leaves. While driving, Hyun looks at the map and notes that there are at least 5 confirmed open dungeons, with even an E-rank dungeon mixed in. He hopes that things are holding up well and wonders whether he will arrive in time. He estimates that if no monsters appear on the way, he can arrive within 2 hours. Suddenly, a huge pig monster appears in front of his car, smashes through the front glass, and flips the vehicle upside down. As the car rolls across the road, Hyun is badly injured. He crawls out and complains about his terrible luck, then glares at the pig monster and asks how it dares to do this to the beloved car that he just got. Frustrated, he takes out his sword and tells the pig monster to come at him, declaring that he will avenge his Bentley. The pig growls at him, squinting its eyes, and Hyun notes that it is quite big. Suddenly, he notices a horde of orcs approaching. He wonders if he burned down a goblin country in a past life, thinking that just when he had forgotten about them, they have returned to cause trouble. Realizing that he cannot win and does not have time to deal with all of them, he starts running, muttering that the best revenge is forgiveness and that he must go now. The pig begins following him, but then a series of arrows shot from the ocean strike the pig, causing it to collapse. Hyun remarks that if it wants to fight, it should fight among itself, and continues running, noting that now that his Bentley is gone, he cannot waste time on unnecessary things. At night, he stops at a point, huffing, and checks his location on his phone, realizing that it is too difficult to reach on foot in a single day. He decides to save battery and keeps the flashlight off, regretting not taking the main road with streetlights and attempting a shortcut instead. Standing in the middle of the forest, he senses a strange energy coming from behind, quickly turns and slashes at a wolf, noting that some monsters can turn invisible, and realizing he won't sleep comfortably. Suddenly, more wolves appear, surrounding him. and he starts wielding his sword to kill them. By morning, many wolves lie dead, and Hyun rests on a tree branch, exhausted, muttering that he could not sleep properly after fighting all night, and that the bed was uncomfortable. He prepares to leave, saying they need to hurry. Meanwhile, his parents hide in their apartment, whispering to each other, questioning whether it is really okay for Hyun to come, and debating whether they could call him. They note that the cell towers are down. His father worries about the monsters that appeared yesterday, but reassures himself that Hyun can handle creatures like those, referring to them as monsters from his friend's dungeon. Looking outside, they wonder whether Hyun can defeat the monster that just came out and killed all the orcs. Meanwhile, Hyun, covered in blood, thinks about where such a terrifying creature could have come from. He reflects that the orcs were just a warm-up and calls out to his parents, declaring that their adorable son has arrived. Hyun laughs and says that he is someone who clears an F-rank dungeon alone, and that dealing with dozens of orcs is easy. He notices more orcs coming and remarks that it is not tiring even if they keep coming. Glancing carefully, he recognizes them as orc warrior boss monsters and mutters that this might be an E-rank dungeon instead of an F-rank one. He calls his parents, telling them that he has come to pick them up, and instructing them to stay there quietly without making a sound. Hearing his voice, his mother looks out from hiding and wonders if that person is really Hyun, while his father questions what has happened over the past few months. Hyun rushes toward the orc warriors as they charge at him. He dodges one strike, another attack comes toward him, and he bends to evade the sword, gathers magic, throws it at the orc's face, and destroys it. The remaining two attack together, but he blocks them by holding their arms. He stabs one with his sword and strikes the other away. When it continues growling, he punches its mouth and releases magic inside, causing its mouth to explode and leaving it completely defeated. Sitting on its body, he raises his head and sees thousands of orcs surrounding him, all growling. A huge orc general then appears. Hyun asks if it is the leader and insults its appearance, muttering that he intended to conserve magic for regeneration. He channels power into his muscles, activates the lion's roar of rage, and challenges it. The orc general strikes his face, sending him flying as blood spills from his mouth. Two orc warriors block him from behind, while the general continues punching him. Hyun realizes that the opponent is completely toying with him. The general kicks him in the stomach, throws him away, and slams him into the ground. Lying there, Hyun thinks that he does not know whether his magic power is depleted, but his body is no longer regenerating, and he wonders whether revival is even possible. He struggles to rise and shouts that he cannot back down while his family is behind him, urging the enemy to come at him. He charges toward the orc general again, but then notices his parents at the window and sees orcs climbing the pipeline toward them. He shouts for them not to go there and rushes forward, but some orcs grab him. He cuts them down and runs toward the apartment, only for the orc general to grab him and crush him into the ground. Near death, he desperately repeats that they must not go there. At that moment, Dangun guild leader Han Seon slashes the orc general and kills it. Her team clears the remaining orcs and reports that the area is secured. She asks about the residents, and they reply that evacuation of the injured is being prioritized and that they are on standby to ensure everyone else is evacuated. Although the damage is huge, they note that thanks to someone gathering the orcs in one place, the damage is less severe than in nearby areas. She asks Ihyun whether that person is Hyun, the one who held out alone until they arrived. Ihyun replies that, unfortunately, he has passed away and instructs that the body be handled with utmost care. To her surprise, Hyun's body vanishes, and she wonders where it has gone. They all wonder where the body has gone. Meanwhile, Hyun opens his eyes and finds himself on a tree branch. As he rises, he wonders what is happening, and the system informs him that the resurrection ability is used. That resurrection occurs 24 hours after death. That return from death continues until Earth is no longer in crisis, and that if no specific resurrection location is set, resurrection occurs at the last place he slept. He recalls everything that happened and clenches his teeth, realizing that 24 hours have already passed. Grabbing his sword, he runs, saying that he has to go back immediately. His body feels heavy, and he wonders if this is the penalty of resurrection. As he runs, he hopes everything is fine. After 5 hours of running with an aching body, he is greeted by the sight of his hometown turned into a deserted ruin. After wandering all night, he finally encounters a military unit, borrows a phone from an officer, and contacts his sister. Only then does he learn that his father's arm is mutated and his mother is in a coma. 2 months pass. On television, the anchor reports that the Dangun Guild has set out to hunt the boss in the dungeon plains of Heiji, and Han Seon, the guild leader, speaks about a newly appeared C-rank dungeon. Hyun leaves his apartment, and Ah-hyun asks whether he is going to the dungeon again, saying that he has already died 3 times this week. He replies that he is fine and slams the door, while she says that it is not his fault and that he should not endure it alone. He stares down silently as his sister watches him. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, a monster called Antria is being dealt with by a group. A blonde man slashes it, levels up, and clenches his fist in joy. His teammates congratulate him, calling him the party ace. He mutters that he is an elite who cleared tutorial stage 5, and that it will not be long before he stops mingling with losers like them. He says that by next month, he will reach level 35 and be ready to join the Dangun Guild. But because he is a nice guy, he politely adds that it is thanks to everyone, and that they will catch up soon. Suddenly, Hyun runs past them toward the front. They wonder who he is and who enters a dungeon alone. They try to warn him that the core room is ahead and that it is dangerous. A girl asks the party ace what they should do and whether they should follow him. He replies that they cannot just leave him and tells them to follow quickly. In the core room, many Antria soldiers block Hyun's path while protecting the core. Hyun activates Wayne's secret technique, which increases all stats except mana by 40%, but causes the body to deteriorate over time. As the Antria surround him, he swings his sword in all directions, cutting them in half, and immediately uses a magic explosion to finish them off. The group watches in shock. Hyun moves toward the core and mutters that he acquired Wayne's secret only yesterday, and that this is its final charge, combined with his physical regeneration skill. He notes that it would have been troublesome if he had not advanced his regeneration just in time, and explains that it is an ability that regenerates and repairs bodily damage using magic. The party ace asks whether he is okay, and Hyun glances back and confirms that he is. Hyun then takes the normal core and says that if there is nothing else, he will leave and asks them to move aside. As he departs, the ace asks whether he is not going to collect crystals from the corpses. Hyun refuses, saying there is no need and that he is leaving. The group members talk about how much money they will get, saying they want to become stronger. The party ace continues to think about who that man was, then tells himself that there are all kinds of people, and that what matters is the money they earned thanks to him. A bald member suggests that the man might be the one rumored to clear dungeons alone, but the ace denies it, saying that even if the rumor is true, this is an E-rank dungeon, and that clearing it solo is something even Han Seiyan or Choi Dongwoo could not do. A system window appears, announcing that the dungeon's main core has been removed, and that the portal to the outside has opened. Hyun, having cleared the dungeon, sits on the dead boss Antria while holding a book. The system informs him that it is Antria's outer shell, a skill book that allows mastery of the entire outer shell and hardens the skin when activated. Hyun mutters that using Wayne's secret and physical regeneration already strains his mana, and that adding this pushes it further. He reflects that abilities like Berserker embedded in a longsword are useless if not used at the right time, that no matter how urgent the situation was, losing composure led to regret, and that regret is meaningless now. He concludes that there is only one thing left to do, to become stronger by any means necessary, and decides to master the skill. Outside the dungeon gate, an officer asks the party ace whether he has recently heard about a man who clears dungeons alone and mentions that the man was seen entering there today. The ace replies that it is not them, and that it was just someone else. Hyun then comes out of the dungeon, and people immediately start taking photos of him. News anchors and reporters begin asking questions. Hyun passes by, saying that rumors or not, he is not interested, and tells them to get out of the way because they are blocking him. He bumps into a man who rudely asks what is wrong with him and whether he just hit him. Hyun, frustrated, yells and asks what if he did hit him. The man becomes frightened and apologizes. Hyun leaves, while people gossip that he looks like he is about to take someone down, and wonder if he is a gangster. At the parking area, Hyun approaches his car and mutters that it is annoying, and that they are wasting his time for no reason. Someone approaches him, and Hyun asks who he is. The man hands him a card and says there is no need to be wary because he came to help. Looking at the card, Hyun reads the name Seon Yonho and notes that he is a member of the Ability Users Alliance. Seon Yonho says that they have been keeping an eye on him for some time, and that if Hyun joins them, they will provide all the support he needs. He adds that he is not asking for an answer right away, and tells Hyun to contact him whenever he wants before leaving. The Ability Users Alliance, unlike guilds that are interest groups, is an organization established to advocate for the rights of individual ability users. While eating at a restaurant, Hyun mutters that he has never heard of scouting like this and notes that the man said he could contact them whenever he feels like it. After finishing his meal and looking at his phone, Hyun mutters that his biggest problem right now is magic, since almost all of it is being used for Wayne's secret technique and body regeneration, leaving him with no leeway. He notes that he cannot fully utilize the Antria outer shell he just obtained and cannot properly use his attack skills, which frustrates him. Checking items, he says that he still needs to get some. As the auction opens, he mutters that he does not see anything useful, and that since effects apply to 4 accessory slots regardless of type, he would rather buy something cheap that raises 1 or 2 stats. He wants something better than what he already has. He then notices something unusual and wonders what it is. The next day, he arrives in Hanum City and reads details on his phone about an E-rank dungeon called Goblin Village. It states that if shamans appearing there are hunted, there is a fairly high probability of obtaining rings that increase magic by 1 or 2 stats, and sometimes even a 4-stat ring. It also says that the dungeon boss is a goblin grand shaman, and defeating him would likely yield an even better ring. The place was originally a hidden farming spot, where only those in the know quietly made money. But recently, some people have occupied it without permission and prevented others from entering, claiming it as their land. The government ignores it as long as the dungeon does not collapse. Hyan hopes that after seeing all this, a large guild will eventually step in and clear it. After reviewing the information, he reaches the dungeon entrance and notes that no one is there, wondering why there are no guards. He opens the door, saying it does not matter. Inside, he is transported to a forest where 3 people are sitting. One of them says that someone is coming in. Another, smoking, asks what this is and notes that Hyan is wearing nice armor, wondering if it is worth money. Another smirks and says they are getting a hefty bonus today. The girl with them says that she had a pig dream today and that it felt good. The second man stands up, leans toward Hyan, and mockingly says that this place belongs to their guild and that entering someone else's land without permission means paying the price. He tells Hyan that if he hands over everything, he will be spared. Hyan sends him flying with a single punch. The other 2 panic, and the remaining man strikes Hyan, shouting that he is asking for death. Hyan grabs the sword with his bare hand, cracks it, and kicks him away. He says that he likes people like them because he can beat them without feeling guilty. He then jumps in and starts kicking them. A magic explosion hits Hyan's back. He glances at the girl and wonders if that was a long-distance magic explosion. He moves toward her, thanks her for teaching him something new, grabs her hand, and says he will also tell her something good, adding that this one should have more power. He uses magic and explodes her hand. She falls, screaming in pain, and Hyan says that it is nothing serious. Another group arrives, and Hyan asks who they are. One man pulls out a sword from his inventory, points it at Hyan, and angrily asks how he dares do this to their guild, saying it would be best to give up any thought of leaving alive. Hyan asks if that is so, then smirks devilishly and says that just when he needed a guide, this worked out well. The guild leader says that the tutorial has completely changed his life. He explains that the dungeon is a world where superiority is determined solely by strength, violence, and money. Until last year, he was nothing more than a cog in society, but now he is living a fulfilling life. He adds that he has risen to an executive position in a major guild, comparing it to adding wings to a tiger. As long as he is inside the dungeon, he believes there is nothing to fear and tells Hyan to give up any thought of coming back alive. Hyan responds by punching him and throwing him away. As the guild leader falls, he remains frozen, wondering what is happening and how they are all being taken down by a single unarmed person. Hyan notices a sword stabbed into his body and says that he could not dodge that one. He pulls the sword out and yells at them, calling them criminals. He gives them 5 seconds to gather in front of him, announcing that the guide audition is starting. They all stand up. Hyan grabs one of them and declares the first Kang Hyan exclusive guide selection audition. After a strict evaluation, he announces that the Bait Guild's lowest ranking member, Kim Seong-woo, has passed and tells everyone to clap for him. When they sit still, Hyan puts a knife to the leader's neck and orders him to clap, after which they all begin clapping. The leader asks what will happen to them now. Hyan asks whether they are going to live good lives and stop doing bad things. They all agree and say they will live properly and never do bad things again. Hyan punches the leader in the face and asks whether he really expects that to be believed. While beating him, Hyan says that it is obvious they are lying. After beating them to death, he grabs Seong-woo and tells him to go. It is explained that not all dungeons are like this, but some can be larger than entire cities. As the sun sets and they are still in the forest, Hyan says that the place is huge and asks whether Seong-woo is intentionally going in circles. Seong-woo denies it and says he is trying to avoid paths where monsters might appear. Hyan points his weapon at him and calls it a waste of effort, telling him to head toward where the monsters are because it is boring otherwise. Seong-woo agrees and asks whether they should go to a place with monsters. Hyan calls him crazy, says it is getting dark, and decides they should eat instead. He asks whether Seong-woo has anything to eat. Seong-woo confirms that he does. He blows out the fire and starts cooking. While watching Hyan, he mutters to himself, wondering why Hyan has so many swords. Seeing the ramen, Hyan's mouth waters, and he says it has been a long time. He asks whether Seong-woo still eats like this. Hyan grabs the hot pan with his bare hands and says it is passable. While eating, Hyan asks Seong-woo how old he is. Seong-woo answers that he is 25. Hyan asks whether he was a college student before becoming an expert. Seong-woo confirms it. Hyan then asks why he is not attending school anymore and why he is doing this. Seong-woo explains that he needed money, that his student loans kept piling up, and that balancing part-time jobs made scholarships impossible. He adds that his father's business failed, their financial situation worsened, and his mother was devastated by the shock. Hyan asks where he thinks he is selling his sob story and threatens him, telling him to stop talking nonsense and eat the ramen because they need to be ready. They then sleep there. At midnight, Seong-woo wakes up and silently moves toward Hyan, thinking that this is an opportunity. He considers killing him, but quickly remembers Hyan's punches. He decides that no matter how he thinks about it, he cannot kill Hyan and chooses to run away instead. As he starts leaving, Hyan calls out and asks where he is going. Seong-woo hesitantly says he is going to run some errands. Hyun tells him to come back and warns that if he runs, he will die, insisting that this is not a joke, but the truth. In the morning, they reach a point where Seong-woo tells Hyun that the place ahead is the goblin settlement where the main core is located. While inspecting it, Hyun says that he can feel a tremendous amount of magic power gathered there and asks whether Seong-woo can feel it as well. Seong-woo denies it. Hyun mocks him and says it is nonsense. Seong-woo squeezes his eyes shut and thinks that being ignored ends here, because Hyun is going to die soon. It is explained that in the goblin village, all the unknown monsters are concentrated near the main core, but patrols are periodically sent out across the field. The Bait Guild has been farming by attacking these patrols. Seong-woo smirks, thinking that since no patrols have been caught yet, all the forces are gathered in the settlement. He wonders whether Hyun can survive against an entire E-rank dungeon. As they arrive, Hyun takes out his sword and happily says that goblin slaughter is his specialty and that he wants to see how it goes. Rivers of goblins rush toward him. Hyun runs toward them. At that moment, Seong-woo throws his bag into the air and runs away, shouting that he is leaving, that meeting Hyun has been a pain, and that they should never meet again. Hyun, with a devilish smirk, says that Seong-woo will die if he runs. After a while, Seong-woo stops, panting, and says that no matter how monstrous Hyun is, there is no way he can deal with that. At that moment, a status window appears, stating that the main core of the dungeon has been removed and that a portal to the outside has opened. Seong-woo stares at it in confusion and then in shock, wondering whether this is a dream. The E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, is described as a place where all monsters are concentrated near the main core, without even a normal sub-core. Seong-woo stands in front of the teleportation gate, wondering how Hyun is able to clear such a dungeon alone. He questions how one person can win against overwhelming numbers and whether Hyun used fire to wipe them out. He acknowledges Hyun's strength, but realizes he does not know the exact nature of his power, wondering whether it lies in raw strength or exceptional endurance. He thinks that while both are important, what is truly required is overwhelming defense and unwavering decisiveness even when enemies charge head-on. Seong-woo concludes that if someone can endure the attacks and reach the enemy commander through the shortest route, victory is guaranteed. Trembling with fear, he realizes how dangerous such a strategy is, where even a moment of hesitation can lead to failure. He admits that he initially thought Hyun was just an ignorant fighter, but now questions who Hyun truly is, concluding that he must be an extremely resourceful man. Meanwhile, Hyun strikes the goblin shaman and states that strength is the best solution after all. The system informs him that he has obtained the goblin shaman's magic crystal. It is explained that the ring used by goblins increases magical power by 4 stats and increases mana recovery speed by 10%. After wearing the ring, Hyun says that he has achieved his goal. As he enters the teleportation gate, he wonders whether he should go find Seong-woo and kill him. Hyun exits the dungeon and finds members of the Bait Guild waiting at the entrance. He asks what they are doing again and whether they brought all these people because they could not handle him. He notices Seong-woo among them and remarks that Seong-woo has shown up as well. Gathering his energy, Hyun says they should deal with the 300 people first and handle the rest later. A man steps forward and says that there may have been a misunderstanding. He explains that they are not there to fight, but to talk, and admits that their guild members acted rudely. He introduces himself as Young-hyun, the guild master of the Bait Guild, and asks for Hyun's name. Hyun responds rudely, saying that if he does not want to give his name, they should stop beating around the bush and get to the point, adding that they are starting to annoy him. Young-hyun clenches his fist and says that if that is the case, he will be straightforward. He asks Hyun to join the Bait Guild and promises him honor, full support, and even a position on the executive board. Internally, Young-hyun thinks that they must recruit this undiscovered strong individual at all costs, and that placing him on the front lines could help the guild grow into one of the largest guilds. Hyun refuses, saying that he does not want to. Young-hyun says he expected that Hyun would not accept immediately and hands him his business card, telling him to think about it carefully. Hyun takes the card and tears it into pieces, saying that he may be a terrible person, but he does not act like a thug like them. He calls them third-rate gangsters and questions how they can speak so proudly about recruitment. Smirking, he leans toward Young-hyun and asks whether he is angry and whether they should fight properly one more time. Young-hyun laughs it off and dismisses the idea, saying there is no need and that he only wants to talk today. He suggests talking again when they get another chance. Hyun walks away, questioning what kind of chance Young-hyun is talking about and complaining about his bad luck in meeting them. He wonders why they keep coming back like pests. Seong-woo looks at Hyun and thinks to himself that Hyun truly is a crazy person. While driving, Hyun mutters that there seem to be more than 100 people, and that, with his current magic power barely holding up, he would likely die if he fought them. He realizes that he even forgot to deal with Seong-woo, all because of Young-hyun. He thinks that he will have a chance to deal with them someday and resolves that he will definitely take them down. Meanwhile, the vice leader of the Bait Guild tells Young-hyun that Seong-woo has claimed to be that man's guide. Young-hyun asks Seong-woo whether that is true. Seong-woo sits in front of him hesitantly and answers no. Young-hyun asks for the sword, and Seong-woo, trembling and pleading, begs to be spared, saying that he will do anything if his life is saved. Young-hyun asks whether he still wants to live. Seong-woo answers yes and says that he will do everything asked of him, begging for mercy. Young-hyun stabs the sword into Seong-woo's body and says that a traitor like him dares to think about living, calling him pathetic. He pulls the sword out and kicks Seong-woo into the dungeon gate. The door closes and vanishes. Young-hyun then tells the vice leader to look into Hyun's personal information and says that he has already placed a tail on him. He laughs and says that Hyun dared to reject his offer. He thinks that Hyun must be as strong as he is arrogant, but wonders whether he will act the same if something happens to the people around him. He decides that if he cannot tame Hyun, he will seize his weaknesses and see how long Hyun can maintain that attitude. In a restaurant, Ah-hyun and Hyun enjoy their meal. Ah-hyun says that an unemployed college graduate like him is buying beef so often and remarks that it seems he has made money somewhere. Hyun replies that there is nothing else to spend money on and that eating is the only thing that lasts. He then asks whether she went to the hospital and whether their mother is getting any better. Ah-hyun says that the doctor said she is fine and might wake up soon. Hyun smiles and says that he is glad to hear that. Ah-hyun says that he just smiled and adds that it has been a long time since she last saw him smile. She says that lately he has been serious and frowning all the time, which is different from how he used to be. Hyun responds with a devilish smile and asks what she is talking about, saying that he smiles all the time. Ah-hyun replies that this is, except for that criminal smile. Hyun then feels a strange pain in his stomach and goes to the toilet. When he comes back, he notices a man talking with Ah-hyun. As Hyun approaches, the man greets him and leaves. Hyun sits down and asks Ah-hyun whether she got hit on or something. She replies that it is nonsense and asks whether he does not know who that man is. Hyun asks why it involves him. Ah-hyun hands him a letter and says that the man asked her to give it to him. Hyun opens the letter and wonders why the man knew him, why he turned away right after seeing him, and did not greet him directly. The letter turns out to be a warning from Young-hyun. Late at night, they both return home. Hyun tells his sister to just go inside and says that he will go buy the drinks. While walking alone outside the convenience store, he thinks that this must be the bait guy's scheme and wonders how that guy dared to mess with his family. He considers stopping dungeon runs and staying at home, but worries about Ah-hyun's work, thinking that they probably will not threaten her openly. His phone rings, and it is a call from his father. His father asks whether he is at home, and Hyun replies that he is outside. His father tells him that their mother is awake. Shocked, Hyun happily asks about her condition and whether she is okay. His father replies that they still need to wait and see, but that it should be fine. Hyun takes a deep breath and says that's such a relief. His father then adds that Hyun's friend came to visit earlier. Confused, Hyun asks which friend, saying that he does not think any of his friends would visit. His father says that the friend's name is Young-hyun, and that he asked his regards to be passed on. Hyun wonders whether Young-hyun is from their neighborhood, saying he does not recall seeing him before, and feels frustrated. The next day, on the weekend at the Abilities Training School, two girls have a casual conversation when a girl, Shin Sunga, wearing armor, comes and offers them coffee. They tell her that she does not have to do it, but express gratitude for her consistent kindness. Sunga replies that it is not a big deal and that she does it because she wants to, then leaves. The girls praise her, saying that Sunga is truly an angel and commenting that she always has something to say about unique people. They then discuss Yoseong, saying that he is the worst, mentioning that someone even broke an opponent's hand during a sparring event. They recall that even from the time of registration, there were weird people causing trouble, and one of them still appears in their dreams, looking like an orc warrior. At that moment, Hyun appears behind them. Both girls glance back, start screaming in fear, and call for help. Hyun tries to stop them, but they continue screaming loudly. He then asks where instructor Ah-hyun is, saying that he needs him to protect his family. The girls explain that Ah-hyun is not there at the moment because he is only visiting as an instructor. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Ah-hyun tells his colleagues that based on past occurrences, the level of dungeons appearing is expected to gradually increase, so overall, it is important to have talented people. At that moment, a guard knocks on the door, and Ah-hyun tells him that he is still in the meeting. The guard informs him that a monster is currently causing a commotion in the lobby, but that it seems to be acquainted with Hyun. In the meeting room, Ah-hyun meets Hyun and says that he expected they would meet again soon, but never imagined it would be like this, and asks what brings him there. Hyun replies that he wants to hire him. Ah-hyun, while sipping tea, asks if they are getting straight to the point and says that is fine, then asks for more details. Hyun explains that the Bait Guild is targeting his family, so he needs someone to protect them while he destroys the guild. Ah-hyun asks what exactly happened and says that they are already aware of the guild's infamous reputation, but explains that they cannot proceed either with or without a valid reason. Hyun smirks and says that this is why Ah-hyun should protect his family while he handles the guild, calling it a win-win solution. Ah-hyun replies that Hyun is still unyielding as ever and asks why he chose him, saying it does not seem to be only because of his affiliation with Dangun. Hyun answers that Ihyun is the strongest person he knows among the Awakeners. Ihyun then asks about Yoseon. Hyun responds by asking whether Ihyun expects him to leave his family with Yoseon for a week, and says that he only needs protection for 1 week and will pay enough. Ihyun says that he is not bragging, but that he already makes quite a lot of money, probably more than Hyun thinks, and adds that he holds the position of high-scale master in Dangun, so if Hyun wants him, he must offer something other than money. Ihyun asks whether Hyun is ready to negotiate and says that talking longer only frustrates him, so he suggests something first. He explains that it is not grand enough to be called a proposal, but if everything goes well, he asks Hyun to meet their guild master at least once. He adds that he will need to get approval, but under that condition, the guild should be able to help at the guild level. Later, Ihyun informs him that 5 bodyguards are assigned inside and outside the ward where his family is admitted, and that another 5 are placed at his sister's company under a suitable pretext. Hyun, sitting with him in the car, says that it is impressive. Ihyun replies that it is best to handle things thoroughly, but asks whether it is really fine for Hyun to go to the Bait Guild alone, since it is quite a large guild. Hyun looks at their building and says that it still does not look that big compared to Ihyun's company. Ihyun responds that the size of a guild is not determined by the size of its office building, and that the number of dungeons they possess is abnormal, so there must be something behind them. He adds that Hyun contacted Younghyun and made an appointment as soon as he received the letter, so they must have gathered all their available forces, and an ambush is also possible. Hyun recalls that he contacted Younghyun and said he would do as told and asked to meet, then told Ihyun that it could not be helped because his family's safety comes first, and thanked him for protecting them. He hands Ihyun his wallet and asks him to take care of it. Ihyun asks why him. Hyun gets out of the car and asks him to park the car at home, tells him not to jump to bad conclusions, says he cannot explain in detail, but that he should be back alive and well by tomorrow, and then says he is going. Later, at the Bait Guild office, Younghyun welcomes him and says he has been waiting. Hyun looks at the gathered members and asks whether this crowd is prepared to welcome him, and if they are trying to challenge him. Younghyun replies that it is not like that and says Hyun is now a member of the Bait Guild, so everyone is there to welcome him. Hyun smirks in frustration and says that if F stands for family, then for them, F stands for fool. He activates the lion's roar of rage and screams while activating a magic explosion, pouring magic into the floor until it starts cracking. The members panic and wonder what he is doing, calling it crazy. Younghyun is also flustered and worries about the floor collapsing. Steel bars appear as the floor begins to break, and Hyun draws his sword, activates the giant's power, and slashes the floor, causing it to collapse. They all moved back as the floor beneath Hyun collapsed. Hyun rises from the rubble and, after activating Antria's skin, comments that the effect is not bad. Younghyun appears behind him and asks him to think rationally, saying it is not too late and that they can still be good partners. Hyun asks what nonsense he is talking about and says that Younghyun crossed the line first. Younghyun apologizes for directly targeting his family, but asks him to think again, saying that if they join forces, they can overthrow Dangun, bring down Seon, who acts high and mighty, and form a precious coalition. Hyun replies that Younghyun talks nonsense. Younghyun smirks and says that there are over 200 guild members in the building alone, and nationwide, that number would double. He says the only thing they lack is the face of the guild, a single absolute powerhouse to lead them, and that with such a figure, the Bait Guild could expand beyond Korea to the world. Hyun spits in his face and says it sounds like an elementary school student's presentation, suggesting he should dream of becoming a YouTuber instead. Younghyun wipes the spit away and says in frustration that he knew a lowly commoner like Hyun could never understand his grand ambitions. Hyun bursts into laughter and mockingly tells the guild members that they are being called lowly commoners. He remarks that it is such a great word choice in the 21st century and asks Younghyun whether he thinks of himself as the leader of a great sect or a middle school class president. Younghyun, frustrated, hurls insults at him and says they will see how long Hyun can keep talking like that, then orders his members to get him. The members begin using mana restraints, physical corruption, and various other techniques, throwing everything at Hyun. Hyun activates the lion's roar of rage and screams for them to get lost. With that, the debuffs are removed, and the morale and abilities of all enemies decrease, leaving them shaken. Younghyun shouts at them not to just suppress Hyun but to kill him. The members once again gather their magic and attack. Hyun decides to test whether the Antria skill works properly against magic and activates Antria's skin, causing a huge magic explosion. The members rush at him with their weapons, but Hyun slashes through them midair as they approach. Younghyun grits his teeth at the sight. Hyun exhales and shouts for them to come to him. The entire Bait Guild building burns down, warriors lie dead everywhere, and only a few remain standing. Younghyun laughs and asks whether Hyun is still okay, saying that with this, he has become a full-fledged murderer and is now one of them. Hyun scolds him, saying that if Younghyun is trying to make him feel guilty, he should stop, and that anyone planning to take others down should be prepared to face the same fate. Younghyun, annoyed, says that Hyun is pretending to be calm even though he is about to die, and that no matter how much he hides it, his exhaustion is obvious. Younghyun raises barriers around Hyan, restraining him tightly. The Vice Guild leader attacks from behind and stabs Hyan. Hyan thinks that this is how it ends and that he has held out long enough. Younghyun praises the Vice Guild master and says he will finish things, telling him to step back. Younghyun reflects that enduring this long with such injuries is incredible strength, so much so that he wants to trade all his worthless things for it. He leans toward Hyan and says that an uncontrolled beast is no better than nothing, asking whether he has any last words. Hyan smirks and says he hopes every bowl of soup Younghyun eats has hair in it. Younghyun replies that he will end Hyan painfully, grabs his head, and burns him completely. Afterward, Younghyun steps back and asks about the casualties. He is told that there are over 30 deaths and at least 50 seriously injured. Younghyun comments that it is a pointless loss for just one person and orders them to collect the equipment Hyan dropped to recover some losses. At that moment, they realize that Hyan's body has disappeared. In their apartment, Hyan resurrects, and his level decreases by 1, while all his abilities are reduced by half for 24 hours. He comes out of his room, and his sister comments that she thought he had been doing better lately, but it looks like he has died again after a long time, judging by his coming out like that. 2 days later, at the Bait Guild dungeon, Keka's Canyon, 2 members sit outside and complain that it is very boring and wonder why no one has been coming these days. They mention hearing rumors that their guild has spread widely on radar and mock those cowardly people, saying that taking someone's equipment is nothing when they also take lives. They then notice someone approaching and ask who it is. They see a person wearing a mask standing before them and remark on what that crazy guy is doing. Hyan reflects that after recklessly charging in, he has learned one thing: it is like hitting a rock with an egg. He thinks that it is not necessarily a bad thing since he has an unlimited supply of eggs, but he cannot afford to endure the resurrection penalty multiple times. He concludes that what he needs to do is defeat them individually. He decides to storm into the dungeons owned by the Bait Guild and smash them one by one. After killing one man, Hyan holds another by the neck. The man apologizes, but Hyan asks what he did wrong. The man replies that he is not sure, and Hyan responds that if he does not know, then he should not apologize. Hyan then slams him into the ground, making him scream in pain. Hyan sits close to him, gives him a pen, and tells him to write down where the other Bait Guild dungeons are, saying that he will spare his life if he does. The man quickly takes the pen and starts writing. Hyan then asks how they have not been caught after killing so many people, saying that no matter how secretly it is done, a long tail eventually gets stepped on, and asks whether they bribed the police. The man replies that this is what he knows, that he does not know the details, but that occupying dungeons without CCTV nearby is also part of it. He hands over the paper, saying he has written down everything he knows. After looking at the paper, Hyan gestures to him, says he did well, and uses magic on him, causing his head to explode. Afterward, Hyan thinks that he should also try not to get caught and declares that he will soon go and destroy them. Meanwhile, Younghyun is in his office watching the news about the Bait Guild incident. He slams his fist on the table and, in frustration, says that he never thought he would have to use the excuse he had prepared just to cover up killings caused by a crazy person. The door opens, and a subordinate comes in, saying there is a big problem. Younghyun throws something at his face and angrily asks if he thinks he can just barge in when Younghyun is already in a bad mood. The subordinate apologizes and reports that he has shown up again. Younghyun stands up and asks if he means the lunatic who has been raiding only their dungeons. The subordinate confirms it and says that 7 dungeons have already been hit, and over 100 guild members have been killed. Younghyun, frustrated, asks who this person is and why he appears during such a chaotic time, noting that the more people they send, the more casualties they suffer. He orders that from now on, everyone must enter the dungeons regardless of shifts and take turns sleeping. He tells the subordinate to close the door and leave if he understands. Left alone, Younghyun thinks that 5 days ago, Hyan attacked them, and his body disappeared, and 2 days later, a lunatic began attacking only their dungeons. He recalls that he already had a hunch, and with this much evidence, the answer seems simple. He concludes that the attacker must be Hyan's colleague and suspects that he has a skill that makes bodies disappear. He realizes there is too little information to form countermeasures and decides he cannot let this continue. Younghyun makes a call and asks what is going on and who will bring justice to the universe, then says that he needs help. The person on the other end laughs and asks what brings the leader of the Great Bait Guild to contact him, mentioning rumors that the guild has been getting corrupted and asking what Younghyun will offer in return, noting that he already has more money. Younghyun responds by asking if he wants an interesting fight, explaining that there is only one target and that he is probably not an average strong person, adding that he is sure it will be satisfying. The person on the call, Yuseong, replies that he should try pretending to be fooled and give it a try. At night, outside a dungeon gate, Yuseong is guarding the area with another Bait Guild member and asks him for his name. When the man introduces himself as Ilwoo, Yuseong says that he is honestly not interested in his name and will just call him a lackey. He stretches his arms and wonders whether the so-called stronger person will really show up there. adding that waiting for nothing would be no fun. Hyun then arrives wearing a mask. Seeing him, Yuseong says that this is amazing, and that it is his first time, explaining that his unique ability reacts when someone stronger is nearby. He takes out his mace and says that his sixth sense is screaming in his head, warning that if he does not want to die right now, he should stay away from that monster. Seeing Yuseong, Hyun flinches and asks why he is there, and Yuseong recognizes his voice. Yuseong asks Hyun what he is doing there and whether he is the one who has been going around cutting them down, adding that he is still doing interesting things. Hyun wonders that there is definitely something behind Yuseong and, thinking about it again, considers that he is extremely rich, questioning whether the Bait Guild could be backing him. Hyun points his sword at him and asks if he is also part of the Bait Guild. Yuseong responds that he should not be associated with such trash and asks whether Hyun really thinks that of him. Hyun then asks why he is there. Yuseong points at Ilwoo and explains that Younghyun, the guild master, is a thug with nothing but pride who is now crawling and begging, and that it is interesting to play with him. Hyun dismisses him and moves toward the dungeon gate, saying that, whatever the case, he has no business with Yuseong and tells him not to get in his way, suggesting that they grab a meal sometime if they get the chance. Yuseong then strikes at him from behind. Hyun turns toward him, and Yuseong says that if he leaves like this, it would not be fun. Hyun takes his stance and responds that it seems so. Their weapons clash. Hyun says that he will not go easy on him just because they know each other and tells him to die. Yuseong replies that this is exactly what he wants and says they should do it properly. Hyun activates his giant power and Wayne's secret technique and begins attacking Yuseong. Yuseong dodges the strikes and remarks on how much more of a monster Hyun has become during that time, saying that he is still the best. While avoiding Yuseong's attacks, Hyun thinks that the battle is merely a hindrance to his plans and that he wants to end it as soon as possible. But he also realizes that it has been a long time since he last had a real fight. Seeing Hyun's expression, Yuseong leaps at him and states that he recognizes that look and knows Hyun is enjoying the fight as well. Meanwhile, Ilwoo also moves in to attack Hyun, thinking that contributing here might allow him to become an executive someday. As Ilwoo approaches, Yuseong strikes him with his mace and crushes his head, irritated and saying that he was having fun until Ilwoo barged in and ruined it. Seeing this, Hyun mutters that they are clearly not on the same side, yet wonders how Yuseong can kill someone so easily. Yuseong puts his mace away and says that he has lost his excitement. He explains that he truly wanted a proper fight with Hyun and even now wants to join his force again, but does not want to be hated by Younghyun. He then asks Hyun if he knows what kind of person Younghyun is. Hyun replies that Younghyun is the illegitimate child of a mid-level conglomerate chairman, which is why he can run wild with such a ragtag group. Hyun then questions whether that background alone means he cannot be touched, adding that if he were afraid of such things, he would not have started this in the first place. Yuseong grabs him from behind and tells him to listen until the end, asking him to join him because he truly wants to see Younghyun get angry. The next day, Younghyun is in his office shouting that 3 dungeons have been robbed and that they cannot contact Yuseong. He smashes his laptop and curses that Yuseong cannot even help him. He berates his subordinates, calling them useless and questioning how he is supposed to deal with everything. He orders them to gather all guild members by 8 o'clock the next morning. A subordinate replies that there may not be many people who will show up. Younghyun yells that regardless of sickness or family deaths, everyone must gather. The subordinate explains that more and more people are leaving the guild and that some have completely cut off contact. Younghyun shouts that they should take their parents hostage and threaten them, insisting that those who do not listen will be forced to obey. The subordinate warns that the atmosphere is already unstable and that threatening members at such a time will only cause more to leave. Frustrated, Younghyun holds his face. His phone rings, and he angrily wonders if they do not know he is upset. After answering the call, the person on the other end remarks that Younghyun seems to be having a lot of trouble lately. Hearing the voice, Younghyun feels relieved and says that things might become easier than he thought. Meanwhile, Hyun and Yuseong look at the reactions to the Bait Guild. Yuseong comments that it seems to be working and notes that they have only been breaking dungeons for a week. Hyun replies that it is time to wrap things up. Yuseong says it was fun and asks how Hyun plans to end it, adding that it should be fine to tell him. Hyun whispers his plan into Yuseong's ear. After hearing it, Yuseong asks whether Hyun is out of his mind. Meanwhile, Younghyun receives a letter from a thief instructing him to come to Disruffin Forest tomorrow at 6 p.m. if he wants to save the guild. He crumples the paper in his fist and scolds the sender, saying that the thief now wants to fight openly. He then heads into the dungeon, declaring that he will finally see that man's face and tear his bones from his flesh. His guild members gossip among themselves, saying that they had not planned on coming but had no choice, adding that they do not know what might happen to them and that it is better to carefully gauge the situation. Frustrated, Younghyun thinks that he has to take action against such useless people and regrets not having persuaded that man properly. He recalls a previous moment in his office when he received a call and heard someone say that he seems to be in a lot of trouble these days. Recognizing the voice, Young-hyun thinks that he had been unable to contact anyone and had even sought help from someone like Yuseong. Yet now this person is reaching out first at such a time. He realizes that if it is this person, then it is definitely significant. Young-hyun tells him that he contacted him at the right time and promises to repay him properly if he helps, even offering to ask his father for assistance. The person on the other end becomes angry and asks who would help him, saying that Young-hyun does not fully grasp the situation. He then states that he has changed his mind and will withdraw from the matter, ending the call by suggesting that Young-hyun rely on his great father instead. Recalling all of this, Young-hyun grits his teeth and burns the paper in his hand, muttering that the thief is crazier than Yuseong and that he will see how long he can keep acting like this. The man who had offered help to Young-hyun, Choi Minju, sits in his office and asks his subordinate whether the bait guild has summoned all of its members, remarking that Young-hyun seems to have gone too far. The subordinate asks if, despite being allies on the surface, Minju is really not planning to send any support. Minju replies that he has no intention of doing so, saying there is no point in supporting trash like Young-hyun. The subordinate points out that if Young-hyun dies, Chairman Sang-soo will not remain silent. At that, Minju grabs the subordinate by the neck, lifts him up, and coldly asks whether that means he has to crawl around while being mindful of that old man. The subordinate hurriedly apologizes. Minju then throws him onto the couch and tells him to forget it, instructing him to continue with his work and also to look for a new source of funding. At the D-rank dungeon, Disruffin's forest, Young-hyun and his subordinates gather, and he asks what time it is. The vice leader tells him it is 6 p.m., and Young-hyun scolds him, saying he is the one who called him, yet the target is not here. It would be better not to waste time. Everyone prepares for battle, aware that the number of enemies is unknown and that they might be lying in ambush. A member notices movement and points out that Hyun is coming toward them, chased by many Disruffins. Young-hyun wonders if it is Hyun's twin, then realizes it is still him alive. Hyun takes out a Disruffin pup and says it has been a while, asking how Young-hyun has been, and throws the puppy toward them as a gift. Young-hyun's members are shocked, questioning how he could throw such a lovely puppy. The pup lands near a bald subordinate, who tries to catch it, saying he will take care of it and raise it well. Young-hyun tells his subordinates to shut up, thinking that Hyun is crazy for kidnapping the pups, driving the adult Disruffins into a frenzy, and using them to cause chaos. Hyun throws all the pups toward them, saying they should accept all the gifts. His members scramble to catch them. Hyun then strikes at Young-hyun with his sword, but he moves back to dodge. The adult Disruffins leap at them, and Young-hyun blocks them with a fire shield in front of him. Hyun leaves, wishing him luck, and slashes through Young-hyun's members. Young-hyun, troubled, realizes that the invisibility of the Disruffins already makes them difficult to handle, and now Hyun is disrupting their formation. Frustrated, he kills some Disruffins and orders everyone to retreat from the dungeon. They run toward the teleportation gate, relieved to be in the rear, but Yuseong suddenly appears, blocking their path. Yuseong swings his mace and starts striking the guild members. They scream and shout for help. Seeing this, Young-hyun is shocked and frustrated, wondering when Yuseong has betrayed him. He thinks the situation is a mess, but believes there is still a way out. He looks around and sees Hyun and Yuseong killing the members recklessly. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that since it has come to this, he has no choice but to use his final option. He clenches his fist and gathers his firepower. Meanwhile, Hyun slashes a member and throws him away, remarking that this is endless and that they are like cockroaches, which is becoming annoying. Young-hyun then completely burns his own firepower and rushes toward Hyun, intending to take him down together. Using self-immolation, he declares that since everything is already over, he will at least take Hyun with him to the underworld. He collides with him, and a huge fire erupts. Young-hyun thinks that this skill puts his own life in danger due to excessive firepower, but believes that if he uses it, Hyun will also die. To his surprise, Hyun's hand emerges from the fire and grabs Young-hyun by the mouth, saying that if this is all he can do, it is merely warm. Hyun kicks him in the stomach and throws him far away. Young-hyun crashes into the corpse of a Disruffin. Hyun approaches him and tells him to stay there and watch, because he will be the last one. He says that Young-hyun has put him through too much, so he cannot let him go peacefully and must make him watch the end of all his followers. Hyun then rushes back and continues slashing the remaining members. Watching his subordinates die, Young-hyun thinks that everything is over, and that all of this happened just because they messed with one man. He then starts laughing wholeheartedly. After everything is cleared, Hyun and Yuseong return to Young-hyun, who is still laughing. Yuseong leans in and asks whether Young-hyun is laughing. Hyun tells him to ignore it, suggesting that he might be having a good dream. Seeing them, Young-hyun mutters that everything is over, then questions whether it is really over for him. He clenches his teeth and thinks that he cannot die like this. He reflects that he is an illegitimate child, born to a mistress and outside the main family, treated as an outsider. He recalls how his siblings ignored him, how he was dragged into power struggles he never wanted, and how they hindered him whenever they pleased. He thinks that whether his father pitied him or not, his support only became an excuse for others to tear him apart. He remembers the day the world changed, when the tutorial began, awakeners and dungeons appeared, and the world reverted to the logic of primal power. He recalls sensing something at that moment. As he continues, Hyun slashes his neck and asks why villains always like to talk. Yuseong comments that since it is Younghyun's last moment, Hyun could at least listen. Hyun responds that there is no reason to do so. He then says that Yuseong did a good job, even though he did not ask for help. Yuseong replies that it was fun anyway, so it is fine, and asks how Hyun feels after completing his revenge. Hyun responds that he is not sure if it can be called revenge. Yuseong remarks that people say the end of revenge is emptiness, implying that it seems true. Hyun says that he has killed those who deserve to die, and that if he has to use an analogy, it feels like removing a huge lump of earwax at once, not particularly special, but strangely relieving. Yuseong asks him not to use such a common analogy. Hyun then asks what they should do with the items that dropped, suggesting selling them and splitting the profit. Yuseong replies that he does not need them, as he is not short on money. Hyun picks up a sword and says that in that case, it is fine. He reflects that until now, he has not been obsessed with money and has earned enough from dungeons and clear rewards to feel no lack. However, this time he realizes that with only his own strength and just enough money, he cannot protect everyone. He puts the sword into his inventory and decides that he will diligently gather money and build his own force. At night, as they leave the dungeon together, Yuseong says that now it is truly over. Hyun hesitates, then asks whether Yuseong would like to join if he creates a guild. Yuseong immediately answers that he would, saying that if it is Hyun's guild, it will definitely be fun, and that his instincts tell him so. Hyun teases him by saying that he has not even said he would accept him. At that time, no one knew that the small guild formed by two men as a joke would later become the most famous guild in South Korea, in a bad way. Meanwhile, in Chairman Young Sang-soo's office, Sang-soo yells at Mingso, saying that this is a different matter, and accusing him of breaching the contract by claiming responsibility for raising Younghyun. Mingso glances at him and calmly responds that calling it a breach is too much of a joke and asks what Sang-soo is talking about. Sang-soo, frustrated, asks whether Mingso plans to ignore the situation, stating that it has been a week since his son, and the guild members lost contact, and that, given the circumstances, they are clearly dead. Mingso smiles and asks what Sang-soo wants him to do. Shocked by his attitude, Sang-soo watches as Mingso puts his legs on the table and says that he took in a worthless piece of trash and made him the guild master of a huge guild, and asks what more Sang-soo expects, adding that he has done as much as he was paid for. Enraged, Sang-soo scolds him and orders his subordinates to attack and kill him. The subordinates rush forward, but Mingso uses his power strings to catch each of them by the neck and hang them in the air. He steps towards Sang-soo and states that they definitely made a contract, and that he has fulfilled it without any issues, asking why Sang-soo is behaving so disgracefully. Sang-soo appears frightened and begins sweating. Mingso warns him that if he does this one more time, he will not let it slide and asks if he understands. Sang-soo hesitantly agrees. Mingso then releases the subordinates and leaves, saying he is glad Sang-soo understands and reminding him to deposit the promised money by today. Before leaving, he adds that he is curious about who exactly overthrew Younghyun. Hyun states that the Bait Guild has disappeared. He explains that the sudden disappearance of such a huge guild gives rise to countless rumors and eerie stories, and that both the radar networks and the media buzz for a while. However, in an era of great upheaval, with countless guilds and abilities emerging every day, the Bait Guild is gradually forgotten. He says there is no risk of stepping on tails, no repercussions, and that he has dealt with all troublesome matters. He adds that he levels up from the fight, handles the stolen goods using connections, and even acquires expensive malls, concluding that everything goes well. Yuseong notices his expression and asks why he looks upset. Hyun replies that the problem is the title he acquires this time, called Cruel Homewrecker, which is given under the prejudice that monsters do not have families, and is applied to someone believed to have destroyed countless families through horrifying and cruel methods. He puts down his chopsticks and says that even though titles are not fully acquired, their effects are partially applied. He complains that he is already stressed about his image lately, and that this will only make people misunderstand him more. Yuseong responds that there is nothing wrong, adding that Hyun is already a horrible person, so he should not worry. Hyun's phone then buzzes. He answers the call and addresses the other person as Mr. Hyun, on the other end, asks him to stop calling him that because it sounds like Younghyun, and asks whether Hyun remembers the promise they made earlier. Hyun admits that he completely forgot and asks what it was. Hyun says he knew this would happen and reminds him about meeting the guild master, asking him to do it as soon as possible, and inquiring when he is available. Meanwhile, at the Dangun Guild, as they stand in the elevator, Hyun asks Hyun whether it is really okay to bring Yuseong along. Hyun replies that the guild master approves it. Yuseong comments to Hyun that it is harsh and mentions that he actually knows Sister Sayan. Hyun responds that hearing that from Yuseong does not fit at all and asks how he knows her. Yuseong explains that he met her at a social gathering before. Hyun thinks that the guild master must also come from old money, and that, on top of that, she graduates from the tutorial, concluding that the world is truly unfair. In the reception room, Hyun knocks on the door and calls for the guild master. She allows them to enter and welcomes them, introducing herself as Danjun Guild Master Saiyan. Hyun clasps his hands and introduces himself. She says that she hears a lot about him. Hyun then takes his leave. She asks them to take a seat, and both sit in front of her. Hyun thanks her for helping him this time and says he will repay her kindness somehow. She replies that it is not difficult and tells him not to worry about it. Hyun insists that he hates being in debt and asks why she wants to see him. She asks whether he wants her to get straight to the point, mentioning that she was going to offer tea first, but if he prefers, she will not refuse. She then asks Hyun whether he would like to join their guild. Hyun bluntly refuses. After a brief silence, she accepts his answer and simply says that it is okay. Yuseong remarks that Hyun is very sharp and straightforward and suggests that Saiyan might be hurt by it. Hyun responds by asking whether that is so. Saiyan tells them not to worry, adding that it is actually easier for her to give up since she is used to blunt speech. Hyun says that he will repay her in other ways and asks her to contact him if she ever needs help. Saiyan replies that he does not need to worry too much, but since they are always seeking people with strong abilities, it is not a bad deal for them either, and she says they will contact him if necessary. Hyun honestly asks whether there is really anything he can do to help the #1 guild in the country, adding that he will help if he can. Saiyan then asks how long he thinks the current peace will last. Hyun wonders whether a world where dungeons appear and criminals run rampant can even be called peaceful, thinking that she must have seen the same things. He reflects that, compared to the scene from stage 8 of the tutorial, it can be considered peaceful for now. He stretches his arms and says that he honestly does not know, adding that it is not a problem he can solve just by worrying, and that the only way to prepare is for him to become stronger. He also mentions that there are still 5 years left, whether it is the Heiken dimension or something else. Saiyan replies that it is 3 years at most, and that within 3 years, the country's existence will be in danger, emphasizing that there is not much time left. Hyun asks what the basis for such conviction is. She responds that she cannot go into details, but there is a divine being who knows all of this, and someone on their side who can communicate with that being. Hyun flinches and mutters whether she is referring to the administrator, and questions whether there is someone who can communicate with the administrator. Saiyan adds that Hyun must also feel that the difficulty of dungeons is increasing at a faster rate, while the growth of ability users is stagnating. Hyun mutters that he does not really feel that way. Yuseong then says that there is a saying that the more ability users take risks, the stronger they become, and that this is why hunting with guns is not effective. Hyun asks if that is really true and mentions that he has never heard of an ability user who uses a gun. Yuseong replies that even so, proficiency with bows or crossbows increases differently compared to guns, and that there are many theories about it. Saiyan agrees and states that in the end, only those with strength and boldness like Hyun will be able to resolve the current situation, adding that he can become a hero. Hyun replies that it feels awkward to say this himself, but that he is not exactly a good person, referring to what he did to the Bait Guild members. Saiyan responds that trash like them does not matter because they are of no use to humanity's survival and have no value worth protecting, saying that one person like Hyun is more important than hundreds of people like them, and that it is not virtuous saints but the strong who protect the world. Later, Hyun comes inside, and Saiyan asks whether he sent Hyun off. Hyun replies that he did, and that he even made sure Hyun got into the car, then asks how it went and what her impression was after meeting him in person. Saiyan thinks for a moment and says that he was more than she expected, adding that even though it was just a fleeting moment, when she brought up the administrator, Hyun's eyes showed shock, concluding that he is a tutorial graduate. It is explained that there are E-rank and D-rank dungeons, and although there is only one letter of difference, a huge gap exists between them. As the rank rises, both the strength and the number of monsters increase, but the most notable difference lies in the variety of monsters that appear inside. In particular, the D-rank dungeon known as Daeun's Laboratory is described as a place where attack diversity is maximized. Hyun clears the dungeon while muttering that whether the enemies are regular monsters or boss monsters, they are essentially the same, and that once one adapts, it becomes easier. However, he also remarks that the sheer number of different types here makes it especially troublesome. He then encounters an ogre chimera named Walk standing before him and wonders what kind of creature it is. As it growls, he comments that its proportions are completely messed up, questioning whether attaching a goblin's head to an ogre's body is not actually a nerf. He jokingly asks whether he would like to join his guild, mentioning that he has made a bet with Yuseong over who will find a potential member first. When the ogre swings its huge hammer at him, Hyun retreats and leaps into the air, remarking that if it does not want to join, it should have just said so, and adding that it is not qualified anyway. The creature growls again and spits poison. Hyun gathers magic in his hand and throws it at the monster, commenting that it is disgusting. After landing, he notices the wall burning where the poison lands, then sees that the ogre itself remains unharmed and remarks that its hide is quite thick. He acknowledges that he is far smaller compared to it, but adds that since he is a strategist, he always finds an answer, concluding that he simply needs to take its hammer. Elsewhere in the dungeon, one person remarks to another that monsters have been screaming for a while and asks whether he hears it too. The other replies that someone must be hunting them and smirks, saying that instead of worrying about that, they should focus on the feast before them. He points his sword at a girl named Sunga and says that this is exactly why he likes dungeons. The first man hears the screams again and asks whether he really does not hear anything strange. The other dismisses it, telling him not to worry so much about sounds. At that moment, Hyan appears holding a huge hammer and, with a devilish laugh, comments on the stench of worthless, pathetic, third-rate thug criminals who can be beaten easily. They wonder what is wrong with him and question what the thing is that he is holding behind him, asking whether it is a hammer. Hyan then raises the hammer and strikes the ceiling, causing it to start shattering. One of them remarks that he must have lost his mind to swing something like that in such a narrow place. To their surprise, Hyan slides the hammer along the ceiling and slams it down onto the floor in front of them. He comments that, as expected, it is heavy, that it does not seem suitable as a main weapon, and that he should put it away for now, after which he stores it in his inventory. One of the men says that he was unsure of Hyan's strength and wondered who he was, but now it seems that Hyan does not understand the situation. He moves forward, swinging his sword, and claims that Hyan dares to put his weapon down in front of him and should die. Hyan dodges the attack with a slap, and the man collapses on the spot. The others are shocked by the sight. Hyan then grabs the fallen man by the hair and tells the others, whom he calls criminals, to hand over everything they have. They are unsettled, and one of them mutters that he is crazy before rushing forward and telling everyone to charge, arguing that Hyan is alone anyway. Hyan points out that they are attacking, even though he has a hostage, and remarks that it seems they do not care whether the man lives. He asks the hostage for his name, and the man introduces himself as Cusick. Hyan says that he will take revenge for him. Hyan then throws Cusick toward the oncoming attacker, dodging aside and ordering him to attack them. The incoming guy collapses on the spot. Hyan comments that it is not that bad, then grabs Cusick again and urges the others to charge, declaring that he will face them with his new weapon, the siege hammer known as Cusick. The remaining two tremble with fear, point their weapons at him, and tell him not to come closer. Hyan starts slashing them, and within seconds, he kills them all. He stretches his neck and remarks that, as expected from a D-rank dungeon raid party, it takes longer than he thought. He then glances at the girl, who bows and thanks him for helping her, saying that because of him, she does not end up in a bad situation. Hyan replies that it is nothing at all and says that beating people like them is always satisfying, telling her to raise her head. She introduces herself as Shin Sunga and asks for his name. Hyan tells her that she can speak casually to him and introduces himself as Hyan. She then addresses him as Lord Hyan and asks how she can become strong like him. Hyan is shocked by this, and it becomes a historic moment when South Korea's three worst troublemakers come together, though they do not realize it until later. Hyan thinks for a moment and tells her that she should just work hard and make an effort. When she responds that making an effort is something anyone can do, Hyan interrupts and says that not all efforts are the same and that one has to push oneself to the point of death. She falls into deep thought, and Hyan mutters that it feels strange for him to say such things since he always resurrects after dying. He then waves at her and says that she should take care of herself and do whatever she wants with the others, whether she kills or spares them. After stopping for a moment, he looks back and asks if she can leave the dungeon alone. She answers that she cannot, and Hyan mutters that people would usually ask for help in such a situation. He says that he would like to help, but cannot leave right now because he is coming to clear the dungeon. She replies that if that is the case, she can accompany him. Hyan hesitates and asks if it is because of what he said earlier about going to the point of death, then tells her to forget it, explaining that it is just a figure of speech and that he does not actually mean for her to die. Sunga says that it is not like that and explains that she knows her own limits, that she will follow along carefully, collect the magic crystals, and make sure not to get in the way, adding that all the magic crystals will belong to him. Hyan points out that it will be very dangerous, but she replies that she can at least protect herself. He agrees and tells her to follow him. Later, Hyan clears many monsters, including goblins. Sunga stays behind him and says that since he works so hard, she will collect the magic crystals. She takes out her dagger, tears apart the goblins, and gathers the magic crystals, placing them into her inventory. Watching her, Hyan mutters that she seems capable of protecting herself just as she said, and he thinks that she may have some skills, since she retreats when battles begin, occasionally provides support with arrows without getting in the way, and even collects the magic crystals that he used to find bothersome and could not fully gather before. He notes that clearing the dungeon becomes much easier and asks her what she plans to do next, saying that, judging by the energy ahead, the next room seems to be the boss room, and that things will become far more dangerous. Sunga replies that she has made up her mind and will follow him to the end. At that moment, status windows appear, informing them that the main core of the dungeon has been removed and that a portal to the outside has opened. They flinch at the message, and Hyun wonders if someone has already defeated the boss. He then realizes that he can still feel the boss's energy and understands that it is a dungeon break. Meanwhile, a news anchor reports that for the first time in Korea, a D-rank dungeon break has occurred, with monster waves emerging from more than 10 dungeons near Seoul simultaneously. The report states that this is the third dungeon opening incident in the country, following the 2.8 dungeon opening crisis and the Hungary military blockade, and that experts analyze this wave as a terrorist attack caused artificially. At the Ability Users Alliance headquarters, a subordinate rushes into the president's office and reports the situation. Choi Dong-woo asks whether it is because of the dungeon break and notes that the preparations are already complete. The subordinate reports that among the dungeons where breaks occur, there is an R-rank dungeon. Dong-woo asks for its location and is told that it is the Daence's laboratory in Suwon. Dong-woo mutters in annoyance that, of all places, it is a particularly troublesome dungeon whose clearing had been postponed, only for it to come back to haunt them. As he walks through the corridor, he asks whether there is a major guild master nearby. The subordinate replies that the Hangul Guild is nearby, but its main forces are currently on other assignments. Dong-woo orders him to assemble 50 elite troops immediately, stating that they will head to Suwon while the remaining forces move to other dungeons in teams. Meanwhile, in the Dangun Guild building, Seon asks Ihyun about the situation. Ihyun informs her that President Dong-woo is personally leading the operation at the Daence's laboratory and is already on the move with an elite force. She comments that it is too late and asks whether there is a nearby guild that can defend the area. Ihyun replies that aside from the Hangul Guild, only small and medium-sized guilds remain, but reports indicate that a single ability user is rapidly taking down the monsters. He describes the person as someone with a large sword, a muscular build, and a terrifying face that is difficult to distinguish from that of a monster. Seon smiles and says that there is no need to worry, then. Meanwhile, Hyun pants as he clears large numbers of monsters pouring out from the dungeon break. Sungo watches in amazement and thinks that it is insane that he defeats all of them alone, wondering whether he is truly an ability user. A man thanks Hyun, saying that because of him, they are saved, and asks how they can repay him. Hyun mutters something under his breath, and when the man asks what he says, Hyun yells at him to get lost and warns that if they do not run quickly, they will all die. Hyun then notes that the crack has still not closed and concludes that the boss monster is still left. Hyun yells at them that the boss is not there yet and warns that if they cannot stay, they will all die. A boy steps closer and says that they are all capable individuals and can provide some help, even if it is only a little. Hyun turns to him and asks how many chimeras he caught earlier. The boy hesitates and remains silent. Hyun leans toward him angrily and asks whether he has even caught a single one properly, accusing him of only getting in the way. He tells him that if he understands, he should just help evacuate the civilians from behind. The other civilians standing there start gossiping, wondering what is wrong with him and why he is speaking like that, saying that no matter how strong he is, it feels awkward. Hyun grows frustrated, and they ask among themselves whether they should just back off. Soon after, they all leave the area. Sunger remains standing and glances at the chimeras. Hyun notices her and allows her to do it. She hesitates and asks for clarification. Hyun then tells her to cover him and find a place to hide, asking whether she can do that. She hesitates briefly and then agrees. Meanwhile, a strange energy begins to appear from the cracks, and 3 chimeras emerge. Hyun wonders what is going on and questions whether they are the 4 heavenly kings, then corrects himself, thinking it might be the 3 heavenly kings. He realizes that each of the monsters is on the same level as the Walk he fought earlier, and then the boss appears. An undead floats out, hanging in the air, and comments on the unique style of the buildings. Hyun is surprised that the monster can speak. The undead asks Hyun whether he is really planning to stop it alone. Hyun smiles and answers that it is true, then takes his hammer out of his inventory. He slams it onto the ground and, with a devilish smile, says that he will break its head and play a puzzle with it. The undead calls him a cheeky human, but says that his body seems useful and declares that it will personally kill him. Hyun suggests that they have a proper duel as leaders, proposing that they get rid of the small fry and settle things like real men. The undead refuses, and Hyun spits on his hand and says that he does not expect much anyway. Hyun grabs his hammer and says that he will strike first. He rushes forward to attack, using the lion's roar of rage, screaming as he leaps into the air and declares that someone is getting hit. He strikes the one standing in the middle on the head. The undead wonders aloud that it cannot feel the flow of magic and questions whether this is the pure strength of human beings, calling it a shame to kill. Hyun thinks that he must keep them alive and enslave them. The ogre that he hits with the hammer has its skull armor crack and shatter into pieces, and collapses on the spot. Hyun holds the hammer, sits down, and says that it is extremely heavy. The undead then casts a mind control spell on Hyun, and Hyun becomes completely hypnotized. The undead laughs and says that Hyun has now come completely under its control, welcomes its new slave, and orders him to bow his head and show loyalty. Hyun remains still for a moment, then shows an abusive gesture and says that the magic does not work on him. His strong mind ring resists the mind control. The undead says that he is defending himself through an item and remarks that it was intended to collect him in good condition, but it is a shame. The lion chimera then attacks Hyun with its claws. Hyun uses Antria skin to harden his body. The attack does not injure him, but he is thrown backward with great force, causing a massive explosion. An arrow suddenly flies in and strikes the lion chimera in the head. It screams in pain, and the undead wonders whether Hyun has a comrade, though it decides that it does not really matter. Hyun smirks and appreciates Sunga. He rises and leaps toward the lion chimera while holding his hammer and begins to strike it. Seeing the arrow embedded in its head, he laughs and says that it is a perfect spot to hit. He strikes the arrow, driving it completely into the chimera's head, and it collapses on the spot. Meanwhile, to his surprise, the snake chimera pierces its tail into Hyun's body. He plants the hammer on the ground, grabs the snake's body, and slams it into the ground in front of him. He then takes his sword out of his inventory and begins swinging it. The chimera approaches him, but with a devilish smirk, he slashes it and kills it. Hyun then turns toward the undead and says that now there is only one left. The undead says that it is a great bluff for someone who has no magic left and asks how Hyun plans to face him. Hyun wonders and admits to himself that he is ashamed because his magic power is running out. Even his physical regeneration is reaching its limit, and more importantly, it is impossible for him to fight in the air. He realizes that he does not even have the strength to jump or throw anything, and thinks that it would have been possible if he could use the giant's power. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his heart. He starts coughing violently, slips, and falls to the ground. The undead laughs and says that it is starting to creep in. Hyun wonders what he means, and the undead explains that the earlier attack was not just a simple physical attack. Since it is attacking a human body for the first time, it chose to use poison. It tells Hyun that he has no chance of winning anymore and offers him the antidote in exchange for surrendering and becoming its slave. Hyun smirks and says that he already told him that he would break his bald head and play a three-dimensional puzzle with it. He decides to use all his remaining magic power to detoxify the poison and rely on a final measure, Bilgain's longsword. He recalls that the weapon goes berserk for 5 minutes, increasing strength and stamina by 1.5 times. But during use, rational judgment becomes difficult, and the after effects are severe. He activates berserk mode and shouts for the undead to bring it on, declaring that even if he dies, he will make sure to take it down with him. At that moment, President Dongwu arrives and tells Hyun that he can rest assured. He says that he does not know who Hyun is, but he did a great job, and from now on, the Ability Users Alliance will handle the situation. Hyun wonders whether he is a tutorial graduate and realizes that he is the president of the Ability Users Alliance. Dongwu looks at him and tells him that he is seriously injured and should rest. Hyun tries to say something but faints, and Dongwu sits on the floor, thinking that Hyun has been holding on and showed up in an unnecessarily dramatic way. Later, Hyun finds himself lying in a hospital bed. When he opens his eyes, he sees his sister beside him. He says that as soon as he wakes up, he sees a crappy face. She retorts that he is talking nonsense right after waking up and says that it is a waste of money to pay hospital bills, asking why he did not just die. Hyun asks how she can say that to her brother, who just woke up and asks about the dungeon, wondering how the dungeon break turned out. Ah-hyun replies that she does not know the details, but it has been settled. She says she was surprised when she got a call saying he was hospitalized, and even more shocked when she came and saw the president of the Ability Users Alliance, whom she had only seen on television. Hyun thinks that since he was the president of the Ability Users Alliance, he probably does not need to think that he owes him anything. She tells him to take it easy, whether it is because of some special ability or something else, and warns that he might really just drop dead someday. Hyun tells her to be careful with what she says and asks whether she thinks anyone wants to die, or whether he is dying for fun. He says that when he dies, his level drops and he feels terrible, and it is not like he enjoys dying. He then quickly realizes something, hesitates, and apologetically says that he will try to be more careful next time. President Dongwu reviews Hyun's information and notes that his name is Kang Hyun. A colleague asks whether he knows him, and Dongwu denies it. The colleague then asks why, if he does not know him, he personally oversaw the transfer and even covered the hospital bills. Dongwu replies that he witnessed the birth of a hero and says that if he had not come at that time, then when else would he be able to help him? The colleague then asks what happened to that thing, the runaway lick. At the hospital, the doctors say that the test results show no abnormalities and remark that Hyun's recovery ability is truly remarkable. Hyun leaves the hospital with his sister and says that he already told her he could have been discharged yesterday. She replies that he talks too much and asks whether the leader of the Ability Users Alliance covered the hospital bill. Hyun asks whether she knows how much he lost because he took a day off. At the reception desk, someone asks whether there is a new patient named Hyun. Hearing this, Hyun tells Ah-hyun to go on ahead. The man asks whether there is really no such person, and the receptionist replies that if he has already been discharged, they cannot check it. The man sighs and says that he is a step late. Hyun then approaches him and asks who he is, saying that he heard him call his name. The man takes out his card and introduces himself as Team Leader Shin Taejil from the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Special Ability Users Management Team. Hyun wonders why the government is looking for him. Later, at an expensive cafe, Hyun hesitates and asks whether it is really okay since the place is quite expensive. Taejil replies that it is no problem. Hyun says that he always wondered where all his taxes were being spent. But now it feels like he is getting something back, and asks whether Taejil is suggesting that he become affiliated with the government. Taejil answers yes, clarifying that it is not mandatory but only a suggestion. Hyun asks whether that would make him a civil servant and what the benefit would be. Taejil explains that they are not regular civil servants, but an organization created by the country to prepare for a rapidly changing future, namely the Special Ability Users Management Team. He says that the government has determined it is ultimately impossible to control ability users, since their numbers keep increasing, and controlling them by force is impossible and counterproductive. Instead, the government decides to cooperate with them and establish a mutually beneficial relationship. Hyun asks what benefit it brings to him. Taejil replies that the biggest benefit is money, explaining that they will provide sufficient funds so Hyun has no inconvenience in his activities. He adds that if something happens to Hyun, the government promises to take full responsibility for his surviving family members for life and provide equivalent treatment to other meritorious individuals. Hyun says that it sounds very good and that it also means there is a lot to do. Taejil agrees and says he will not deny that, but adds that they will not make unreasonable demands. He explains that all they ask is for Hyun to maintain his current lifestyle and respond only when they request assistance. Hyun says that the offer is certainly not bad and mentions that, for reference, the president of the Ability Users Alliance, Choi Dongwoo, and the Dangun Guild leader, Seon, are collaborating. He then says that if it is a part-time job, he will do it. In Suwon, near the old dance laboratory, Hyun walks alone and complains that of all places, they had to bring his car there, wondering whether it is okay after all the chaos. He then notices Sunga standing in front of him, holding a bag. She gives him the bag full of crystals and says that she was late in returning it because she was going to give it back immediately. But he collapsed and was taken away. Hyun asks whether she waited there just to return it, even though she did not know whether he would come back. She confirms this, and Hyun tells her that she can just keep it. She refuses and says that she cannot break her promise. Hyun takes it and says that he will not decline it, thanking her for being thoughtful. As he starts to leave, she calls out to him from behind. He turns back and sees her bowing and asking whether he would take her as his disciple. That night, in the F-rank dungeon of Kirka village, the undead Lick sits there and says that it cannot believe it is being cornered like this by humans. Mingsu approaches and says that he finally found it hiding there, noting that the name of the D-rank dungeon has come up and that it is the Lick of Daeans. The Lick asks who he is and tells him not to be so vigilant. Mingsu replies that he is not its enemy and says that he is the one who freed it. He extends his hand and asks what it thinks, inviting it to take his hand. The next day, Sunga joins them and introduces herself to Yuseon. He is impressed by Hyun and remarks that he thought Hyun would never be able to recruit guild members since he has no friends. Hyun asks what he means and who said he has no friends, insisting that he still has one or two. He then says that he won the recruitment bet for guild members, so Yuseong has to buy the promised meal. Yuseong agrees and says that he has always been the one paying for meals anyway, adding that he admits he lost this time. He then tells Sunga that she still has to pass a test to join the guild and asks whether it would be okay to go to a dungeon now. She agrees and says she has no problem with that. Hyun mutters that Yuseong is probably just doing this because he wants to hunt. Later, in the D-rank dungeon Happy Cliff, a happy monster charges toward them. Sunga, having already killed 3 monsters, aims her bow and shoots an arrow that hits the monster's forehead, causing it to collapse on the spot. Yuseong comments that having a ranked dealer really makes a difference and that the party now feels more balanced. Hyun asks Yuseong what he thinks and whether she passed, reminding him that he mentioned some kind of test earlier. Yuseong replies that he forgot, and Hyun mutters again that he just wanted to go hunting. Sunga takes out her dagger and moves toward the monster, saying she will collect the magic stones. Hyun tells her that she does not need to be so meticulous if it is inconvenient, but she replies that it is fine and that she likes doing it. Yuseong tells Hyun that it is also money and that he should not waste it since he does not have much money. Hyun asks who said he does not have money and says it is more profitable to just collect the core, asking why Yuseong is also picking it up. Yuseong replies that he already has a lot of money. Hyun then feels a strange energy and asks Yuseong whether he feels it too, quickly taking out his weapon. Hyun wonders what it is, and Yuseong narrows his eyes, also wondering. They both draw their weapons and stand on guard. Sunga notices and asks what is wrong with them. Hyun closes his eyes, senses a strong energy very close by, and throws a punch into the air, causing a figure to collapse. Yuseong comments that the person's stealth quality body is impressive, saying that he usually has a good sense for such things but did not notice until the person got that close. Since there was no killing intent, he assumes the person was not specifically targeting them. Hyan replies that he doubts the person came with good intentions and says something feels off. Yuseong suggests that it might just be a passerby with some ability, and that if so, it would be an unprovoked assault. Hyan clenches his fist and says that sneaking up on someone in a dungeon is simply bad manners and deserves a beating, adding that he has a bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, in an office-like place, Taejil hands some papers to Hyan and says that the contract is complete, and asks him to take care of it. Hyan tells him to contact him if anything happens. Taejil apologizes and says he wants to inform him in advance, asking whether Hyan is aware of the recent series of dungeon terror incidents. Hyan replies that it is the case where someone is deliberately causing dungeon breaks. Taejil confirms this and says that they have caught the tail of that force and are currently tracking it. He adds that a large-scale attack will soon be carried out under the government's initiative and that he needs Hyan's help. Hyan asks what it is about. Later, back in the dungeon, Hyan pours a liquid on the person he punched earlier. The man wakes up, finds himself tightly bound, and asks where he is, why he is tied up, who they are, and what they are doing. He smells the liquid and asks what the stench is and what that smell could be. Hyan apologizes and explains that at first they wanted to wake him with water, but since they do not have much drinking water, they used urine from a happy monster's bladder instead. The blonde man scolds them for their behavior. Hyan then says that it is time to answer and asks whether he is the dungeon terrorist. The man starts laughing and says that yes, that is what they are called, adding that Hyan knows nothing about the noble purpose behind their actions. Hyan, irritated, says that he does not care about any noble purpose and tells him to just say what he knows, promising to let him go afterward. The man replies that there is no reason for him to talk just because of that and says that torture, threats, or anything else will not work because no one can stop their grand mission. In the evening, after being completely beaten, the man begs to be allowed to speak. Hyan says that if he is not desperate enough yet, they should knock out a few more teeth and start beating him again. The next day, Taejil approaches Hyan in shock and asks whether he has caught the terrorists. Hyan confirms it and hands the man over, while the captive desperately begs Taejil to arrest him. Taejil asks Hyan why the man is acting like that, and Hyan replies that he does not know and suggests that maybe he was beaten up by harpies. The agents drag the man away and tell Hyan that they will handle everything from there, thanking him for his cooperation. Yuseong greets Taejil, saying that they meet again, and Taejil greets him back. Hyan asks whether the two know each other. Taejil explains that Yuseong was also a scouting target, but declined immediately. Yuseong says that working for the government does not seem fun, and Hyan mutters that Yuseong really leaves nothing out. Taejil then says that it is late, and that there are outsiders present, suggesting they continue the details the next day. The following day, Taejil tells Hyan that the terrorist's name is Youngshik and that his unique ability is stealth, adding that he seems to hold a significant position in the organization. Hyan mutters that he already heard about that. Taejil says that thanks to this capture, they found the enemy's base and reminds Hyan that they are planning a large-scale attack 2 weeks from now. Hyan asks why they need 2 weeks of preparation and whether they cannot strike immediately. Taejil asks whether Hyan knows that China cleared the world's first C-rank dungeon a few days ago. Hyan replies that he thinks he saw it on the news. Taejil says that this will make things quicker and adds information that has not been made public, explaining that about 1,200 people were deployed and more than half lost their lives. He adds that since Hyan has already entered a D-rank dungeon alone, he must know that dungeon danger increases exponentially. Hyan mutters that going up just 1 rank doubles the required manpower, and that since he is always solo, he would not know much about it. Taejil explains that China used a human wave strategy, and that it became their downfall, because although their numbers were impressive, their average ability level was not high. He says they are therefore selecting an elite team to raid the C-rank gate that appeared in Gangnam, the forest of Banandi. Hyan asks whether there is really a need to raid it now, pointing out that China already claimed the first clear title, and that, as long as weaker teams periodically destroy the normal core, the dungeon opening can be delayed. He asks what the benefit of raiding it now would be. Taejil says that Hyan's understanding of the situation is surprisingly accurate, and, after taking a sip of tea, explains that the problem is that they have never successfully raided a normal core before. He says that at this rate, the dungeon will open in just 2 weeks, and that monsters capable of killing hundreds of ability users will be released into the middle of crowded Seoul. Hyan is shocked, and Taejil adds that they are making thorough preparations, warning that experts believe the damage will surpass that of the first dungeon opening. Hyan says that the situation is urgent and asks whether Taejil is asking him to join the raid, since he is taking time to talk to him in such a complicated situation. Taejil replies that he is, but says that individual participation is not allowed by regulation, admitting that even he does not fully understand it. He then asks whether Hyan could establish a guild, saying that although Hyan prefers solo play, he hopes Hyan can endure it just once for the sake of the nation. He adds that they will handle all the paperwork and provide full support. Hyan sighs and says that he will let it slide this one time, thinking that he was going to create a guild anyway, and that being helped this much shows that living a good life does pay off. The next day, in a cafe, Hyan sits with his friends and says that they are deciding their guild's name. Someone asks if it is already time, pointing out that there are only 3 of them. Hyun replies that the issue has somehow been solved and explains that they met the government official the day before yesterday, then tells them everything, concluding that this is the situation. Yuseong wonders whether it is really a C-rank dungeon strategy and says that it sounds fun. Sunga remarks that it is just like him to manipulate the government behind the scenes. Hyun denies it and says it is not like that. Sunga says that he can speak comfortably with her since she is in the position of a disciple. Hyun responds that he is not her master and says he will drop the formalities for now. He then says that this is a very important moment for deciding the guild's future, and that they have decided on their policy for now. Hyun looks at Yuseong and says that first, they will not pick unnecessary fights. He asks why Yuseong is looking at him, then adds that Yuseong should know better than anyone. Hyun then says that second, they will return what they receive. Yuseong asks whether that means both kindness and grudges. Hyun agrees and says that he does not like being a scumbag, but hates being a sucker even more. Hyun then states that lastly, they will become stronger than anyone and asks what they think. Yuseong says that it sounds good, though he is not sure about the first rule. Sunga says that she is fine with it too, and that she will remember it deeply. Hyun then says that the next is the name of their guild and asks if anyone has good suggestions. Yuseong suggests 2 names, which Hyun rejects, calling him crazy. Hyun then asks Sunga if she has any ideas. She thinks for a moment, and then suggests a name meaning Hyun and his strong friends. Hyun rejects it, saying that this is not easy either, and decides that he will choose the name himself. Yuseong remarks that just because Hyun is older does not mean it will be any different. Hyun then writes a name on paper, shows it to them, and asks what they think. Both of them pass it back, saying that it is good. Meanwhile, in a bar, Choi Minju asks his secretary whether Youngshik has been captured. She confirms it, and while holding a drink, he says that Youngshik was not very valuable as a fighter, but his stealth ability was irreplaceable, and that it seems the High Sight Plains break plan has fallen through. He then asks who did it. When she flinches, he repeats the question, asking who is responsible for capturing Youngshik. She answers that according to the investigation, it is an ability user named Kang Hyun. While drinking, he thinks about how, in April, Hyun faced the mutant Keka at the ability training school, and how, during the large-scale break, he single-handedly stopped Daeun's research lab. He clenches his teeth and says that Hyun is one of those annoying types. He then asks about the status of the drugs. She replies that they still need more time and that there has been a delay in securing test subjects. He wipes his face and says that this is not good, ordering her to bring the schedule forward no matter what, unless she wants to become a test subject herself. Meanwhile, news spreads that a C-class dungeon strategy team has been formed and that a strategy meeting is held. All the guilds gather at the meeting. Hyun arrives last with his guild and says that they are a bit late. He introduces himself as Kang Hyun, the guild leader of Badass, and says that he looks forward to working with everyone. Because they are late from the very first meeting, people later call that day the Badass Guild's first misadventure. Of course, after the 50th one, no one bothers to count anymore. At Dungeon Society, half a year ago, a cataclysm began from a shared dream of 7 billion humans. While countless guilds fall and rise each day, another guild takes up that challenge. Hyun shows his guild name to Taejil, who asks whether this is really the guild name and says that Hyun does not even know what it means. Hyun replies that it means very cool and awesome guys, and adds that Taejil cannot speak English. Taejil responds that cool and awesome have the same meaning and asks if Hyun is sure about this. Hyun answers that, of course, it does not matter and says that it has a nice vibe. Taejil tells him to do as he likes and then says that next Monday at 11, there is a strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon, Vivandi's Forest. He adds that he will send the details separately and asks Hyun to try not to be late. Hyun replies that he will try. At Dungeon Society, chaos continues, with hundreds of people dying every day. 4 days later, on Monday, Yuseong and Sunga wait for Hyun. Yuseong asks Sunga whether Hyun did not say anything to her. Hyun then arrives and apologizes, saying that he did mention it, but had some important work to take care of. He asks whether they waited for a long time. Seeing Hyun's shirt pattern, Yuseong asks what that stupid-looking thing is. Hyun replies that Yuseong knows nothing and says that the character is very popular among kids these days. He explains that because he does not post much on the internet, his image has become worse, so he is trying to go for a more friendly image. Yuseong asks if he is serious and whether he really thinks that will work, adding that it looks insane, and that kids are probably going to cry if they see it. Hyun then realizes that this must be the reason why the kids in the parking lot cried. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Immortal Guild Master Myeongdo says that it is getting late and asks whether the meeting was not supposed to start at 11, pointing out that 5 minutes have already passed. Black Knight's commander Lee Chun-gun asks whether they are not supposed to wait for 2 more guilds. Guardian Guild Master Park Seon comments that the Flame Dragon Guild is always late, but says that it seems there are more troublemakers this time. Guild Masters Dongwoo and Seiyin sit there silently. Taejil, standing on the dais, says that he will make a call for a moment. Taejil steps out of the meeting room and calls Hyun, but the phone rings without an answer. He wonders why Hyun is not answering, and then calls Yuseong. Yuseong picks up, and Taejul hears strange noises through the phone. Yuseong says that he is hanging up because he is in the middle of something fun. Taejul tells him to wait and introduces himself as being from the Special Awakener management team. Yuseong apologizes and says that he thought it was voice phishing. Taejul then asks whether Yuseong is aware of today's meeting and asks when Hyun will arrive. Yuseong asks Hyun, who replies that they should wait because it will become fun soon. Hearing this, Taejul feels puzzled, and Yuseong tells him that he should come and watch because Hyun has just gotten into a fight. Taejul quickly moves toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Hyun grabs the collar of Flame Dragon Guild Master Park Hoyeon and angrily asks whether he is really that good at fighting. Hoyeon wonders what is wrong with this crazy guy and asks himself whether Hyun is picking a fight with him, questioning whether this man is insane for challenging the guild master of one of the top 2 guilds in Korea. A few minutes earlier, Hyun wonders which floor they should go to, and then presses the button, saying that it is the 11th floor. As the elevator doors are about to close, someone interrupts and asks to get in, giving an excuse, and they allow them to enter. Seeing the floor number, Park Hoyeon asks Hyun whether he is also going to the 11th floor and whether he is heading to the strategy meeting. Hyun confirms it, and Hoyeon introduces himself, saying that it looks like they are going up together, and that he is Park Hoyeon, the guild master of Flame Dragon. They shake hands, and Hyun introduces himself as well. Hyun mutters to himself that they should just hurry up and get in already, thinking that he is already late because he had to take a dump. The elevator then announces that it is over capacity and asks the last person who boarded to exit. Seeing Hoyeon's subordinates wearing full armor, Hyun wonders why they are geared up, even though they are not entering a dungeon right away. As the elevator doors open, Hoyeon politely apologizes. Hyun replies that it is fine and says that it is worth it if Hoyeon apologizes. Hoyeon says that he is glad to hear that, and then asks Hyun whether he would mind stepping out of the elevator and letting them go up first. Hyun is puzzled as Hoyeon explains that Flame Dragon is a large guild and will play an important role in the attack, so he thinks it would be more efficient for a guild with an important role to go up first. He asks whether Hyun thinks the same. Hyun asks whether Hoyeon is suggesting that a second-rate guild should give up its spot. Hoyeon replies that he did not say it exactly like that, but admits that it is not entirely wrong. Yuseong starts calculating aloud, saying that he would first break Hoyeon's legs and then knock out a few of his teeth. Hyun, feeling frustrated but trying to stay calm, asks whether Hoyeon wants to die. Later, Taejul asks Hyun whether that is the only reason he wanted to fight, reminding him that this is an important meeting. Hyun apologizes and says that he has a disease where he has to beat someone up to feel better. Hoyeon becomes angry and scolds him. Taejul tells everyone to stop and says that it is time to begin the meeting. At that moment, Myeongdo raises his hand and says that, before they begin, since there is a new face present and they are about to enter the dungeon together, they should let him introduce himself first. Taejul agrees and asks Hyun to introduce himself. Hyun quietly tells Yuseong that it feels like Taejul is asking him to do this to make him feel better. Yuseong replies that it looks like that man has already figured Hyun out. Hyun clears his throat and says that he is Hyun, the guild master of the Badass Guild. He explains that the guild was founded a few days ago and currently has 3 members, including himself. And that is all. Hoyeon reacts in disbelief and asks what Hyun just said. He says that this strategy meeting is not a joke and questions whether it makes sense for only 3 people to participate in the attack, especially when the guild was founded just a few days ago. Hyun interrupts him and says seriously that the Red Guild guy has been annoying him for a while. He adds that he only came because he was called and asks what exactly they want him to do. Hoyeon, growing more frustrated, shouts and asks what this is supposed to be. Myeongdo starts laughing and says that Hyun is the kind of person he likes, adding that a guild master should have that kind of guts. Dongwoo then tells Hoyeon to stop, saying that this is not the right place to fight and that the meeting has already been delayed. Meanwhile, Yuseong whispers to Hyun and asks whether he can see the seat next to him. Hyun asks whether that man from the Wayward Guild is the guild master. Yuseong corrects him and says that it is the Guardian Guild. Hyun asks what is wrong, and Yuseong smirks and tells him to just wait and see, saying that he is about to kill him now as he takes a mace out of his inventory. Hyun grabs Yuseong's arm, and Yuseong tells him to let go. Hyun asks what he is doing, no matter how crazy he is, and wonders about Yuseong, realizing he has been like this from the start. Taejul, troubled, asks him to put the weapon down. Hoyeon points at him and says he knew it, asking if Hyun really thought those guys would not screw things up. Taejul also draws his sword and asks Yuseong what is going on and whether he is picking a fight now. Yuseong says he has the guild master's permission to engage. Park Seon, frustrated, grits his teeth and screams loudly, his aura spreading around, leaving everyone to wonder what is happening. Seon draws her weapon as Seon, still shouting, grabs his head, stands, and slams his hand on the table. Dongwoo asks him why he is doing this. Seon's subordinate hesitantly asks if he is okay, but Seon, frustrated, glances at him and, with just 2 fingers, cuts his throat, causing him to collapse on the spot. Hyun wonders what just happened, and Yuseong tells him to take a good look. asking if he thought he would let this slide. He frees his hand from Hyun, tells him to let go, and begins hitting Seon with his mace. Seon, still enraged, punches Yuseong in the stomach and throws him back. Yuseong falls onto Hyun, and Hyun asks if he is okay. Yuseong says that thing is pretty tough for him. Hyun says it looks like it, but notes he picked the wrong place. Everyone draws their weapons and stands behind Seon. Hyun steps forward and asks if he should hit him first, then begins punching him. After a while, he knocks Seon down, leaving the meeting room in complete chaos. Ah-hyun wonders if he died. Myeongdo says they would not restrain him, and Lee Chun-gun says he was stronger than expected. Nothing could have been done. Hyun wonders what is happening with Yuseong, noting that it is clear he is not normal. He prides himself on being sensitive to mana, but did not sense anything strange until the fight started. He considers that it could be a unique ability, maybe the power to see the future or sense danger. He reasons that if a user can sense future threats, even Yuseong's reckless and crazy actions must have a reason behind them, wondering if it applies to that time as well. Yuseong, with a strange expression, gives Hyun a thumbs up, saying that it was a fun little fight after a long time. Hyun, annoyed, mutters that whatever it is, he has been a psycho guy from the start. Taejil apologizes and says there was a disturbance, so the meeting will resume via video call in the afternoon. Hyun, annoyed, complains that he actually made the effort to come out early, while Yuseong asks if 11 am actually counts as morning. Taejil approaches Hyun and asks if he has a moment, saying he had planned to tell him after the meeting but thought it better to do so now. Hyun asks what it is, and Taejil reminds him about the government's support for the Badass Guild. Hyun jokes that it's because he has been living a fancy life. Taejil, slightly confused, says the guild office has recently been cleaned and organized, so it is available starting today, and asks if he wants to check it out. Hyun says of course and asks where he should go. They marvel at the huge office, noting the high-end PCS with the latest graphics cards, an expensive espresso machine, a double-door refrigerator, and everything being super fancy. Hyun asks if the three of them will really use all of it. Yuseong says they need to recruit more people, but agrees it looks fun to decorate. Hyun suggests bringing in a sofa, a television, and even a shower and bathroom, then opens the fridge and says they should fill it completely with beer. Yuseong reminds him that this is their workplace. Sunga tells Hyun it is almost time for the meeting. He wonders if it was scheduled as a video call at 2 p.m., then checks the PC, noting that the internet works. When the meeting connects, Taejil apologizes for the delay and thanks everyone for gathering again. He opens the floor for questions. Seon asks what happened with Guild Master Seon. Taejil says the investigation is ongoing, and that details will be shared once clarified. Hyun asks if that guild master is really famous, and Sunga explains that the Guardian Guild is ranked 5th in the country, formed solely to protect humanity, and that Park Seon is personally respected, but she does not know why he ended up like that. Yuseong teases Hyun, asking if he really doesn't know anything. Taejil tells Hyun to turn off his mic if he is going to chit-chat, and then officially begins the meeting. Taejil announces that in 5 days, they will raid the C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest, a massive mountainous terrain. Scouts report that goblins, orcs, and ogres, among other monsters, will appear. Myeongdo asks what Vanandi means, and Taejil says it has not been clarified yet, assuming it might be the boss's name. He explains that while the monsters are basic types, they are far more formidable than regular ones like a well-trained army rather than a militia. Each monster has outstanding individual skills and moves in an organized system, making the raid difficult. He recommends multiple groups acting in unison rather than moving individually. Myeongdo comments that it will be difficult. Hoyeon says they will handle their own matters, and Dongwoo laughs, saying he expected this. Taejil, troubled by their behavior, notices Hyun enjoying beer and asks what he is drinking. Seeing the cane in Hyun's hand, he wonders what it is. Yuseong asks Sunga when she bought it, and she says she bought it moments ago because Hyun said to fill the fridge. There is also some dried squid. Taejil, shocked at their non-serious behavior, wonders if the raid will really be okay. The meeting ends smoothly despite various incidents, and the next day, while they are having breakfast, a young man enters, greets them, and says he will be working there starting today, introducing himself as Jaemin and asking them to take care of him. Hyun asks who he is, and Yuseong explains that the government had informed them yesterday that someone had been hired to handle the guild's administrative work. She hands over his resume. Hyun looks at the details and asks if his name is really Jaemin. Jaemin, pleased, looks at Hyun and thinks it is insane it really is Hyun. He notes that Hyun looks much more like a criminal in person and comments that he is cool, hiding nothing, and an awakened nerd. Hyun remarks that even after looking at him, he cannot tell much, but he is sure Taejil selected him after careful consideration. He extends his hand, says he is counting on him, and mentions that his salary will start at 10,000 per month, adding that for taxes, insurance, and similar matters, he should ask Taejil since he doesn't know much about it. Jaemin happily shakes his hand and promises to work hard. Later, they all sit together, busy with their own work. Jaemin observes them closely and wonders if this is really real, thinking that Yuseong and Shin Sunga have no joke of an aura when looked at directly. Sunga then tells Hyan that she has something important to say. She explains that since the guild is going to grow in scale, she is thinking about wearing matching guild uniforms because unity is important. Hyan starts thinking about it, but she brings out a bag and says she has already prepared it. When she shows him the jacket, he immediately rejects it and asks what that logo is supposed to be and why it has a skull on it, saying it looks like something from biker gangs of the 80s. Yuseong says it was his idea, and Hyan responds that Yuseong was in on it too and says he already looks scary enough. Hyan adds that it will make people nervous, firmly refuses, and tells them to put it away. Sunga takes it back and starts crying. Hyan asks if she is crying, and she replies that she worked hard and poured her heart into preparing it. She recalls the tailor saying that they hit the jackpot and asks if he has any idea how valuable the item is, explaining that the shop has been making uniforms for 100 years, passed down through generations. She then throws the jacket and runs off, saying she is just going to the toilet. The atmosphere becomes tense, and Jaemin wonders what is going on with this atmosphere. Yuseong, disappointed with Hyan's behavior, says that she worked so hard to prepare it. Hyan asks how that is his fault. Yuseong questions whether that is really an explanation and says Hyan is too mean. Later, they are all wearing the jackets as they step outside. Hyan says that since they have a new team member today, they will have a team dinner. He asks Sunga if she likes it, and she says she really likes it. Hyan says they should see what Mr. Tejil got for them and wonders where it is parked. When he sees a car in front of them with the same guild logo, he is troubled and asks what it is and whose idea it was. Yuseong raises his hand and says he called some workers yesterday and had them work all night, asking if it looks cool. Hyan, frustrated, yells that he does not care if it is sold or scrapped and orders him to get the exact same one again right now. He shouts that he told him to get rid of it before he loses his temper and tells him to throw it away immediately. Jaemin watches this and thinks that this is very different from what he imagined, and wonders what kind of guild he has gotten himself into. As they are going, Hyan remains frustrated and says that if the car is not gotten rid of, someone will die at his hands. Yuseong asks if he is picking a fight, and Hyan replies that he should not even talk to him. Jaemin stops the car when they get stuck in traffic. Hyan asks why the traffic jam is so bad, and Jaemin says he does not know, then looks ahead and says it seems like there is a fight in front. Hyan gets out of the car and asks what the heck happened. Someone skids toward him, and he blocks the person with the car door. Yuseong rushes out and asks what is going on and whether Hyan is okay. Hyan asks if he is worried about him now, but then notices Yuseong worrying about the car door and saying his artistic soul was in that door. Hyan is shocked that he is worried about the car instead of himself. The man who skidded gets up and says he thought Hyan would just throw him without thinking. He then glances at Yuseong, who leans toward him and says devilishly that he will kill him. Meanwhile, during the fight between the Heesun Guild and the Youngjin Guild, Heesun Guild Master Dongwon, frustrated, tells them to try coming at them again and says he will throw every one of them to the ground. Youngjin's Vice Guild Master, Jinhyun, mockingly replies that they cannot even fight properly and just throw strength around like idiots. One of his members asks if the infiltration team leader is okay since he got blown pretty far away. Jinhyun glances at him and says it is fine because he is the best in the guild in terms of durability and probably did not even get a scratch. Then they notice someone approaching, who is from Hyun's guild. Hyan brings the infiltration team leader, who has been beaten badly, throws him into the air, slams him down, puts his foot on his mouth, and asks Jinhyun if that thing is his. Jinhyun, troubled, asks who Hyan is and what the hell is going on. Hyan asks if they are the ones from the Youngjin Guild who are causing trouble. He says he heard earlier that they called it a turf war and criticizes them for causing trouble in the middle of the street like punks. Frustrated, he says that because of them, he could not even go out to eat beef. Dongwon recognizes Hyan and thinks that once he loses it, there is no stopping him. Seeing Yuseong and Sunga, he thinks those people are the rumored monsters from that guild and realizes they look dangerous just from their appearance. Hyan then points at his car and tells Jinhyun that because of them, their van got wrecked, and he got hurt a bit earlier from the blast. Jinhyun, frustrated, asks what kind of nonsense that is. Hyan stops him with a hand gesture and says that, including emotional damages, they should pay 500 million. Yuseong shows a minor cut on his hand and says his damage compensation should be at least 500 million as well. Hyan agrees and then asks Jinhyun if he heard that, telling him to pay 10 billion. Jinhyun starts laughing and says that it is ridiculous, then leaps at Hyan with his sword. Hyan blocks him with a punch to the face and throws him away. One by one, Hyun's guild defeats them all, and Hyun asks if it is over. Dongwon and his guild thank Hyun and say they were actually in a tight spot, yet he helped them like that. Hyun tells them to forget it and says it is not like they helped him on purpose. He asks if they are from Heesun and adds that he does not like the other side either. He then asks what they are doing, causing chaos in the middle of the street like that, and says that because of them, he has not been able to eat beef. Dongwon excitedly says he will buy it for him, premium Korean beef that costs over 100,000 won per person, and declares that from now on, their guilds are allies by blood. Meanwhile, in her office, Youngjin Guild Master Hong Kyeon listens to the report that the Heesun side managed to pull off a clean sweep and wonders if she should give them a little warning. At the cafe, Hyun enjoys his meal while Dongwon hesitantly greets him again and introduces himself as Dongwon, the Vice Guild Master of the Heesun Guild. Hyun, while eating meat, says he already knows. Dongwon then says he will cook so Hyun can just enjoy the meal. Hyun angrily asks if he is confident and says the things he hates most in the world are goblins, Yuseong, and people who cannot grill meat, then asks if Dongwon is confident he can grill better than him. Dongwon sits politely and says no, and that he will eat gratefully. A little later, after finishing his last drink, Hyun thanks him and says he had a good time, then asks what Dongwon wants. Dongwon looks puzzled, and Hyun says this is a bit excessive for a simple token of appreciation and repeats his question. Dongwon hesitantly says he knows it is not easy to bring up, but asks Hyun to consider helping the Heesun Guild. He explains that the Youngjin Guild and Heesun Guild had evenly divided the interests in the area. But about a week ago, the Youngjin Guild started invading a dungeon managed by Heesun. He says it was strange because the two guilds were similar in size and strength, so they had a tacit agreement not to invade each other's territory. Despite that, Youngjin kept provoking them openly and pushing them hard, and finally, that day, Heesun let out all the frustration they had been holding back. Hyun asks if that is why they were fighting in the middle of the road, and Dongwon confirms. Yuseong says that means it is an all-out war now and suggests they join too, but Hyun shuts him up. Dongwon mutters for Yuseong to be quiet and says a fight between guilds affects the balance of power and is a huge issue, especially between Youngjin and Heesun, who are already fiercely competing over rankings. Hyun says he understands what Dongwon is saying, but that they do not exactly have a reason to get involved, even though they enjoyed the meat. Dongwon then says that if things continue like this, their guild will definitely lose. He stands up, leans toward Hyun, and says the balance of power has been broken, and the Youngjin Guild is getting stronger to an unusual degree. He whispers that it is only a rumor, but some kind of substance is being circulated within the Youngjin Guild that supposedly enhances the power of awakeners. Hyun, shocked, mutters that this sounds fishy. He asks Sunga when their raid is scheduled, and she replies that it is in 2 days. Hyun thinks for a moment, then says he will help but is busy right now, so he cannot do it immediately and will help after finishing that joint dungeon raid. Dongwon agrees and says that it is fine as long as Hyun helps, then suggests they have more beer. Meanwhile, someone passing by secretly takes pictures of them. Their meeting spreads on social media like wildfire, and people begin commenting about their guild costumes and logo, mocking them. On the day of the joint dungeon raid, Yuseong shows Hyun his phone and says that it looks like someone took a picture of their team dinner. He shows it to Sunga and says that it is actually great, since other people spend hundreds of millions promoting their guilds. As other guilds also gather, Taejul tells them to stop messing around and pay attention, then says he will start again. He announces that they are about to begin the raid on Vivandi's forest and says the world is watching them, asking them to sacrifice for the peace and well-being of the nation. He adds that he will not say any empty words and tells them to come back safely, proudly claim wealth and honor, and seize it all. The dungeon door opens, and they all go inside. Taejul bows and says he wishes them victory. Inside the dungeon, Hyun looks around and says that this is a C-rank dungeon the day before the raid. Dongwoo asks everyone to give him their attention for a moment and says that although he is not the raid leader, he will organize what needs to be said and asks for their understanding. He explains that they will still move separately as agreed in advance, but since the monsters here act strategically, no one knows when or where a dangerous situation might occur. He tells them to fire a signal flare without hesitation if they are in danger, explaining that red means danger, green means the core has been discovered, and purple means the boss has been found. He adds that if anyone sees a signal flare nearby, guilds must quickly gather. Myeongdo agrees and says they should get going, while Hoyin remarks that everything was already said during the meeting, and that Dongwoo is acting like a leader without restraint. Everyone then starts moving. Yuseong tells Hyun to move, but Dongwoo stops them and asks Hyun if he would like to move with their group. He says that although they are capable, no one knows what might happen inside a dungeon. Hyun thinks that, despite everything, Dongwoo is actually a pretty nice guy. He mutters that it still sucks that Yuseong stole his kill, but he owes him anyway, so he agrees and says they will go together for a day. They shake hands and say they look forward to working together. While following the Heesun Guild, Yuseong asks irritably whether they did not create their guild to move around on their own, and why they are going with others. Hyun replies that since it is their first time in a C-rank dungeon, there is always a just-in-case situation. Sunga agrees with Hyun. Yuseong asks if he is seriously chickening out and says it is such a letdown. Hyun smirks and asks if Yuseong is trying to pick another fight, calling him a snake. Some Heesun Guild members whisper that those guys act like the dungeon is their playground, that Hyun is new and has no sense, and that it is safest to stay unnoticed. They say that comparing someone like him to the union leader is, honestly, disgraceful. Hearing this, Yuseong gets frustrated and starts moving toward them, but Hyun stops him and tells him to stay still and not pick another fight for no reason. Yuseong jerks his hand away and says he has enough discretion and asks what Hyun takes him for, some fight-hungry maniac. Hyun then asks what is in his hand, and Yuseong puts the mace away, saying he did not even realize he had taken it out. He then asks why Hyun suddenly looks so defeated. Hyun replies that he has always been like this and thinks that it is not like he does not understand how Yuseong feels, since beating them up would feel satisfying. At that moment, Goblin light infantry rushed toward them. Dongwu shouts that there is an enemy attack and tells everyone to prepare for battle. They raise their shields to block as the goblins slash at them. Dongwu, while fighting, says their numbers are too many and that their movements are on a completely different level from normal goblins. He orders Team 1 to establish a defensive formation, Team 2 to stand by for immediate rotation, Team 3 to set up a support barrier, and Team 4 to provide cover. He thinks that just as he heard, if they do not respond properly, they will get wiped out. Yuseong swings his mace at a goblin's head and crushes it. With a mouth-watering smile, he says that it is hunting time. Seeing him, Hyun thinks that even after reconsidering, the things he hates most are, first of all, Yuseong, then people who cannot grill meat, and then goblins. He grabs a goblin by the face, uses a magic explosion on it, and blows it apart. He laughs and says that blowing up goblins is the best because the impact feels amazing. The two of them enjoy the hunt. The two guild members who had been bad-mouthing them watch in fear, and say that they are complete lunatics, and that they must never mess with them again because they are finished if they do. Meanwhile, at night, Dongwu sits near the fire, laughs, and tells Hyun that he had heard rumors, but everyone besides them is far more skilled than he imagined. Hyun replies that one could say that. Dongwu punishes his guild members and apologizes again for their rudeness, and Hyun tells him it is fine since he is already disciplining them. Dongwu then offers him a bowl of soup and asks whether they want to move together again the next day. Hyun says he appreciates the offer, but that they plan to move separately. Dongwu asks if it is because of a bet, and Hyun replies that it is something like that. A little earlier at the dungeon entrance, Hoyen asks Hyun if they should make a bet on who contributes more to the raid, or rather, whoever lands the finishing blow on the boss wins, and suggests that Hyun crush them like dogs and humiliate them. Hyun asks if he is crazy and out of his mind, and, looking at his guild, says that this must be his twisted way of showing off. Hoyen asks if Hyun's conscience has flipped, and Hyun replies that he is a funny guy for saying that. He then agrees and says that if Hoyen wins, he will give him something, showing him an egg and saying that, although it will never happen, he will give him that Easter egg. Seeing it, Hyun thinks that it is definitely an item related to the administrator. Showing him the egg, Hoyen asks whether he should know what it is about. Hyun mutters that he did not know that Guy also knew about the administrator, and wonders more importantly whether he knows that he is a tutorial graduate. He then says that he does not know and asks if it is a monster ball like a Pokemon. Hoyen tells him not to play dumb and says he already knows that Hyun joined the Special Ability Management team. Hyun mutters that it seems important information is shared internally and thinks that, more importantly, he did not expect that idiot to be part of the management team, too. With a fake laugh, he asks what he should bet and whether he should kneel or something. Hoyen replies that it would not be a fair trade and proposes that for 1 year, Hyun should join their guild and strictly obey their orders as a guild member, and in return, they will treat him like an ordinary member. Hyun stretches his neck and asks if that is all, and whether he is not going to pull some dirty trick. Hoyen holds out his fist and says they should keep the match fair and square, which is his motto. Hyun mutters that it is not fair to make a bet against 3 people, but says they should give it a try. Meanwhile, the next day in the dungeon, Dongwoo asks Hyun if he is really going to be okay. Hyun stretches his arms and says he has more or less gotten the feel of the dungeon, and that if something happens, they should just fire the signal flare. Dongwoo replies that the signal flares probably will not mean much since the top-ranking guilds are all so individualistic. As they leave, he waves at them and wishes them good luck. Meanwhile, Hoyen and his guild struggle against the Vivendi scouts. He irritably dodges an arrow that strikes a tree and asks how many times this has already happened, then asks his member about the situation. The member reports that 3 are injured and 2 are dead, and that the injured are being treated, but it is hard to engage the enemy right away. Hoyen takes out the arrow, breaks it in his hand, and says he did not expect it to be a species name rather than a boss. Annoyed, he says those arrogant creatures are completely treating them as prey. He asks how they are supposed to break through this, and the member replies that they have no choice but to find their base and wipe them out. Hoyen yells that he already knows that, but because they are being tracked, they are just getting ambushed and floundering, and he asks how they are supposed to do it. He then says that at this point, it is all or nothing, and that if those guys are hiding in the forest, they just need to get rid of the forest, so they should burn it. A member flinches and warns that if they are not careful, they could be endangered too. Hoyen asks if there is any other solution and says that at this rate, they will all be wiped out, and there is no other way. The member suggests using a signal flare, but Hoyen scolds him and asks whether the others would really come if they did that. And even if they did, what about guild honor and position, and whether he has thought about that? He says that is why they have to settle this here and now. He draws his sword and tells the mage to stand by, then says they have to do it when the wind blows east. Meanwhile, the Vivendi scouts block Hyun's guild's path and appear to be panting. Hyun asks what they are doing and wonders why they are not attacking and just panting. Yuseong guesses that it is like a warning that if they come any closer, they will not stay still. Hyun asks how he knows that, and Yuseong replies that it is intuition. Hyun grabs his sword and comments that it is a very convenient intuition, then says they will run on the count of 3. After that, they run at the scouts, but the scouts retreat and start climbing trees. Hyun stops and flinches in surprise. Sunga says it seems they have lost their will to fight because of Lord Hyun's spirit. Hyun asks whether they should follow them or not. Sunga points her bow and suggests it could be a trap. Yuseong agrees that it could be the case and asks whether they should just keep going the way they were headed, since the fact that those in hiding jumped out might mean the core is getting close, and according to his intuition, something interesting will happen if they go that way. Hyun sarcastically comments on the great intuition and thinks that just like that, he ends up overlooking it, and that the interesting thing Yuseong mentioned turns out to be a nuisance. An arrow shot by the scouts strikes Hyun in the shoulder. Hyun scolds them and tells them to come to him directly, saying it is really pissing him off. He shouts that they think harassing an enemy while attacking is easy, that one wrong step can lure other monsters, and that just when someone finally closes the distance, it turns out to be a trap, and he asks who they think they are. Yuseong agrees that they are definitely annoying and says it is not like any one of them is especially strong, but that they seem to be trying to wear down their stamina. Hyun pulls out the arrow and says that even so, it will not work. Yuseong asks if he has any sharp ideas. Hyun breaks the arrow and says the solution is simple. They should just take hostages, and that he does not care if their claws are ripped out or even if they are skinned alive, and that they will see if the scouts can keep acting like that. He grabs one of the scouts and tells the other 2 to stop right there, holding a dagger to the captive's neck and saying that if they do not listen, that scout's life will be over. The other 2 scouts look at each other in confusion, then run away. He says in disbelief that it does not work on them. Yuseong replies that he had said so, and that he only mentioned it might be fun. Later, while they sit behind bushes catching their breath, Hyun says those guys are ruthless, and that they even killed their own hostage. Sunga comments that they are simply unreasonable. Yuseong asks what if the kidnappers had listened anyway, then says they need a different plan, and asks whether they are just going to stay like this. They then see a red signal flare, which indicates a dangerous situation. Yuseong asks what they should do, and Hyun says they should go because staying there will not solve anything. Meanwhile, a huge number of goblins charge at the Guardian Guild. The members try to hold them back and inform Vice Guild Master Han Sihwan that there are too many. Sihwan tells them to hold out a little longer because reinforcements will come soon, but soon realizes that there will actually be no reinforcements. He wonders where it all went wrong and thinks that when the guild masters started acting strange, they should have given up on the raid. He then corrects himself and thinks it was not about reputation but purely his own greed that dragged the guild members to their deaths. He flinches when 3 huge ogres appear and says they are finished and that their guild is done for. As another ogre approaches him, an arrow flies in and kills it midair. Hyun appears midair, uses Lion Rage Roar to nullify the enemy's deception and concealment, then uses Wayne's secret to unleash great power. He takes out his hammer and starts smashing the enemies, crushing them and striking one huge goblin in the face before throwing it away. A series of arrows shot by Sunga follow, killing goblins, while Yuseong happily smashes them with his mace and announces that badass guild reinforcements have arrived. Sihwan watches in shock and wonders whether Hyun, who just killed 3 ogres at once, is really just an ability user like them, since he seems to be on a completely different level. He then thinks that even with 3 more people, it should not be enough to overcome this situation. At that moment, a member runs up and tells him that even the Dangun Guild has arrived. Sayan orders her guild members forward, and they rush toward the ogres and begin slashing them. Sihwan looks at everything in awe and thinks that they are going to survive. After a while, they clear all the ogres, and Hyun comments that it was a mess. Dangun Guild leader Sayan says it has been quite a while since they entered the dungeon, yet their numbers have not decreased at all. Sihwan thinks that to make matters worse, the badass guild looks completely fine with only 3 people, while his own guild has suffered losses. Hyun then calls out to Sihwan and asks why he is just standing still and whether he is trying to hold his breath. He says they are slowly gathering people, and that Sihwan is not the one in charge of the guild right now, because they are going to hold the next strategy meeting. Meanwhile, Hoyin sets the forest on fire, but his members inform him that they cannot control the flames and that the wind direction has changed. Hoyin, troubled, tells everyone to get down and says he does not know anymore, then orders everyone to fall back. During the meeting, Hyun says they will head straight to the core. Sayan replies that they do not even know where the core is and suggests splitting up to search. Hyun points in a direction and says the core is over there and that, from what he can feel, it is not very far. She flinches and asks whether he can sense the core's energy. Hyun asks if she cannot feel it and says that, based on his experience, they will arrive past midnight. Seiyan says that if that is true, it would be better to move straight ahead and tells everyone to get ready immediately. Sehun raises his hand and says it might be too much to move right away since they have just finished a big battle. He adds that they do not know how the Vivendi will move inside. Seiyan argues that the enemies are smart, so they should not give them time. Sifun insists they should at least take a short break because everyone is tired. Hyun says not to worry because his guild has a healer who can recover fatigue. Seeing the condition of his own guild members, Sihwan hesitantly says they are already at their limit. Hyun responds that he cannot hear him properly and asks if his name is Sifwan, then questions why he is so tense and whether he expects special support. Sihwan asks him not to put it that way. Hyun tells him to get his head straight, saying a dungeon is a place where the weak die. He states that Sihwan's guild was so weak that they almost died and only survived thanks to them, and asks if they think he came to save their guild members. He says they are there to find a solution together, and that if they are just going to stand around being useless, they should not have come. Sihwan tries to respond, but falls silent when Hyun glares at him. Hyun then says they should at least eat before heading out because all that talking made him hungry. Around midnight, they move forward, cutting down monsters and Vivendi scouts. Hyun tells them there is not much time left and not to try to kill everything, but just clear a path. Eventually, they reach the core and announce that they have found it, but Vivendi scouts completely surround it. Hyun remarks that he did not think they would actually find it, and Seon tells him to use the fire signal so everyone can gather. He shoots the flare, and the other guilds see it and say they are a step late, but have come to help. Dongwoo's guild arrives, and he greets Hyun, saying he knew he would survive. The members rejoice that reinforcements have arrived. At that moment, a huge Vivendi Great Warrior appears. Hyun wonders if it is the boss, leaps forward, pulls out his hammer, and smashes its head, causing it to collapse instantly. Hyun comments that it is weaker than expected. It turns out the dungeon's difficulty came from the sheer number of monsters and the Vivendi's intelligence, while the boss itself is not very strong. The loot includes the sword of the Vivendi Great Warrior. Holding it, Hyun says he is not sure about the bow and that the sword is too big to use. Dongwoo plants his spear and says it is over. He says he expected this outcome, but that they still lost many people, and adds that at least it was not total annihilation. He offers a quiet tribute, wishing the fallen a better place. He then tells everyone to start collecting the loot and says they will calculate and distribute everything once they are outside. Hyun and Sunga suddenly notice a massive fire spreading through the forest behind them. Myeongdo asks in alarm how there can be a fire, and Seon also stares in disbelief. Hoyeon and his guild come running toward them, chased by a huge number of Vivendi scouts. Hoyeon shouts for help. Myeongdo calls him insane and rushes forward, saying he has to run away. One member notices the core and moves toward it, saying he will destroy it. Ihyun stops him and says that if the core is broken now, a break will occur. The man asks what he is talking about, saying they already took down the boss and that even if they break the core, the monsters will not come out of the portal. Ihyun tries to calm him down and explains that this case is different, adding that research shows monsters in extreme fear escape through the portal and that, at this rate, a large number of monsters will get outside. The man pulls his arm free from Ihyun's grip and says he does not care, asking if they are supposed to die there and insisting he has to survive first. Another joins him and says he is right and that they have to destroy the core now, saying those who can live should live. Seon steps forward as her guild surrounds the core and shouts that they are the only ones who can stop it right now, warning that the portal is in the middle of Seoul and that if they do not stop it there, a huge disaster will happen. The member leaps into the air toward the core, saying it is easier said than done. But Hyun grabs him midair, throws him upward, and calls him annoying. He asks Seon if they just have to protect the core. She confirms and says the monsters are also running from the fire, so they probably will not bother attacking them. She adds that if they only need to protect the core, the odds are low, but it might still be possible. Hyun agrees and tells them to take care of anything that slips past. He takes out the massive Vivendi sword and swings it. Dongwoo asks seriously if he is really going to stop something that big alone, and says he will help too. Hyun tells him not to come any closer because he will only get in the way. He activates Giant Power, Wayne's Secret, and Untria Skin, and says he might as well fight properly for once. He then activates Berserker mode and stands against the approaching threat. Sunga worries about him, but Yuseong tells her not to worry because Hyun will not die. She asks if he is saying that because of that feeling again. Hyun jumps into the enemies and begins slashing through them as he passes. The other guild masters watch in shock and say he is really taking them all on. Soon, they notice the monsters are heading their way. Seon orders everyone to engage in combat and says they will take care of the rest. They begin blocking the monsters and attacking with their weapons. Sunga fires arrows and hits many monsters. Yuseong rushes toward a monster and, seeing Sunga's shots, expresses his appreciation. He then crushes a monster's head with his mace and says the feeling is amazing. At that moment, an arrow fired by a fallen scout flies toward Sunga and strikes her shoulder. Yuseong shouts, and Hyun also notices her. As Hyun turns his attention towards Sunga, a goblin comes too close and strikes him, severing his arm. He says he knows he does not have any mana, but getting beaten by goblins is pathetic. His arm regenerates, and the goblin stares in shock. With a devilish laugh, he says it has been a while since he has had something refreshing, then strikes and kills the goblin. Another monster approaches Sunga and begins attacking her, but Hyun slashes it from behind. A Vivendi scout then shoots an arrow into his body. Hyun says he barely has any mana left, so he splits it and uses a few tricks, but it turns out pathetic. He says that when he strengthens his head, his arm gets cut off, and when he strengthens his arms, his body gets stabbed, then wonders when he has ever cared about his body in a fight. His Antria skin fades, and he says he might as well go all out like this. He places his hand on the Vivendi's head and uses mana explosion, blowing it apart. Afterward, he asks Sunga if she is alright and says they will leave it at that for now because he does not have time. He turns and asks if her legs are fine, then tells her to go first. He clarifies that he is not just telling her to run, but to go to Guildmaster Saiyan and the others and tell them to evacuate without waiting for the signal. She asks about him, and he turns to her with a smile and asks if he looks like someone who is going to die. She runs off, saying she will follow his orders. Hyun then begins gathering mana and says they should try buying some time. He uses mana explosion, causing a huge blast among the goblins as the fire draws closer to him. Meanwhile, near the core, a member tells Saiyan they have to break the core now because the fire has reached it. She stops him and says Hyun has not returned yet. Sunga arrives and tells Guildmaster Saiyan that Hyun has sent a message. When the signal comes, evacuate the unit first and get out. Saiyan asks what signal and how it will come. At that moment, a mana attack strikes the core and destroys it. The system announces that the dungeon's main core has been removed and that a portal to the outside has opened. Hyun gestures with his hand for them to leave. They move toward the portal, saying they are free to leave now and telling everyone to evacuate the dungeon. Sunga, still inside, worries about Hyun. Yuseong stops her from going back and asks where she thinks she is going in that condition, calling her crazy. She asks if Hyun will be okay. Yuseong says she can barely stand and tells her to stay back and trust Hyun like always. She closes her eyes and leaves the dungeon. Outside, they wait for Hyun. He steps out of the dungeon with an arrow still lodged in his body. Everyone becomes relieved on seeing him. He stands still without saying anything, and Saiyan worries and asks if he has passed out while standing. Yuseong touches his forehead, and Hyun collapses. Yuseong says his gut feeling was right again, and that Hyun is the best. Myeongdo beats Hoyeon and yells at him, asking if he is insane and saying they almost die because of him. Hoyeon replies that he cannot do anything, and that there is nothing he can do. Myeongdo shouts that he is the guild master and asks if that is really what he is saying. He then asks Mr. Hyun what he thinks. Hyun apologizes for interrupting while they are busy and tells them to hand over the items. Afterward, Hyun wakes up in a hospital bed. Yuseong and Sunga stand beside him and ask if he is awake. He says it hurts like hell. Sunga cries and hugs him. Hyun, troubled, asks what is wrong with her and says he is still a little sore. That day, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon, Vivendi Forest, was cleared at the cost of many sacrifices. As if losing the guild master is not enough, the Guardian Guild, which suffers near total annihilation during the raid, faces criticism because their actions endanger the entire raid team. The Flame Dragon Guild stands at the center of controversy, and with just one raid, 2 guilds fall out of South Korea's top 10. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun's heroism, saving everyone from the brink of annihilation with only 3 members, is enough to push the badass guild into the top 10. Not all reactions are favorable, however, as his extreme image draws many haters, and people begin posting malicious comments. Yuseong sees Sunga replying to negative comments and asks if she is on the internet again, and whether she is not getting tired of it. She replies that she is teaching a lesson to someone who clearly lacks online etiquette. He drinks and says she really likes to stick her nose into everything, then wonders if Hyun is late because it is boring without him. She says she is worried. He asks what she is worried about and says Hyun is probably just late because of tests or checkups. In his opinion, Hyun is probably fully recovered already, since his regeneration speed is insane, joking that if he is cut in half, he would just split into 2. He says there is nothing to do and that he is bored. She says sometimes this kind of thing is not so bad and asks if he wants to throw some daggers since he is bored. Meanwhile, Jaemin works and internally scolds them, wondering if it would hurt them to help a little. He deals with membership inquiries, sponsorship requests, and dungeon raid scheduling, working overnight for days, yet the workload only keeps growing. He thinks something is seriously wrong. Hyun arrives and greets them, saying it has been a while and asking if everything is in chaos without him. He greets Jaemin and asks if he can drop the formalities. Jaemin agrees and says he can speak comfortably. Hyun tells him to clean up his desk and get to work, wondering how anyone can stay sane in such a mess. Jaemin replies that his desk is a bit messy, but internally curses and wonders if he should kill them. Hyun then tells him to clean up when he has time and mutters that it feels like he will die if he pushes too hard. Hyun turns to Sunga and says he hesitated to give her something, then hands her the bow of the Vivandi's great warrior. She grabs it and asks in amazement if he is really giving it to her. Hyun says she will make the best use of it among them. He explains that it requires a bit of mana, but can work even without arrows. She becomes happy and thanks him. Then a voice comes through the intercom asking if this is the Badass Guild office. Hyun confirms and asks who it is. The voice says he is Sihwon from the Guardian Guild and asks if they remember him. Hyun dismisses it, saying they are attracting all kinds of weird people, and Sunga suggests it might be a cult recruiter. Outside, Sihwon stands there disappointed, asking if they really do not recognize him. He says he was part of the raid too and reminds them they even ate together. Later, Sihwon introduces himself in Hyun's office as the temporary master of the Guardian Guild. Hyun greets him, saying it is nice to meet him for the first time, and introduces himself as the guild master of the Badass Guild. Opening a bottle of alcohol, he offers some to Sihwon. Sihwon wonders why there is alcohol in the office in broad daylight and, seeing Yuseong and Sunga playing around, questions what those people are doing. Hyun asks what brings him there, mentioning that the guild is busy these days. Sihwon, frustrated, mutters that being busy is bad and then bows, expressing his gratitude and saying he was saved thanks to Hyun. Hyun suddenly remembers him from a distorted memory and shouts that he remembers now that Sihwon is the one who said they could not go back and made a fuss. Sihwon, feeling ashamed, admits that it is correct and says it has been a while. Hyun asks again what his business is. Someone knocks at the door, and Hyun, annoyed, complains about why so many people are coming to see him today. He tells Jaemin to check it out. Jaemin, also annoyed, checks via the intercom and tells Hyun that he should see it himself, as there is a person on the verge of death. Later, they bandage the person, who turns out to be Dongwon, the vice guild master of the Hisun Guild. Hyun remarks that he is the one who bought him beef before. Dongwon confirms his identity, and Hyun laughs, recalling that he bought him beef. Sihwon wonders if that is really the only reason Hyun remembers him. Hyun asks Dongwon what brings him here instead of going to the hospital. Dongwon sits and says he has a favor. He asks Hyun to save his older brother. After listening to the story, Hyun clarifies that his older brother was abducted. Dongwon explains that his brother's name is Sungchin and that they are the guild masters of the Hisun Guild, which they founded. Hyun confirms that the kidnappers are from the Youngja Guild. Sunga corrects him, saying it is the Junjin Guild. Hyun remarks that proper names should be used, given that they broke their car door, and then asks how Dongwon ended up in this state. Dongwon explains that a while ago, there was an all-out war with the Junjin Guild. He mentions that those members take a drug that strengthens the power of awakeners, and against them, they were totally defeated with no way to fight back. Many guild members were injured, and dozens died, leaving the Hisun Guild completely devastated. Despite that, the kidnappers still abducted his brother, the guild master. Hyun asks what the police did. Dongwon says that since dungeons are practically extraterritorial, the authorities turned a half-blind eye to matters concerning awakeners. Yuseong comments that it is a small profit, but still a profit. Hyun asks why they are going to such extremes and whether the Junjin Guild holds a personal grudge against their parents. Dongwon says he does not understand, explaining that although their relationship was not good before, there was no grudge. He notes that after taking the drug, their personalities became noticeably more ferocious. He adds that there was a promise made last time and that the drug issue is also suspicious. Hyun agrees and says they should go right away. On the second basement floor, as they move along, Yuseong says the timing is perfect and that he should take revenge for Poppy. Hyun asks who Poppy is, and Yuseong explains that it is their guild van. Hyun tells him he had said to scrap the car, but Yuseong is sitting there giving it a name instead. Hyun then notices Sihwon and asks why he has been following them for a while. Sihwon hesitates and thinks that he messed up his timing and could not even bring up his business, but if it is for his goal, he has to follow through no matter what. He says that the Guardian Guild's goal is to protect humanity, so now that he knows about the evil deeds of the Junjin Guild, he cannot just stand by and do nothing. He brings up the drug and asks if it is true that ingesting it makes someone stronger and more ferocious. He adds that during the last strategy meeting, their guild master did not mention it, but this must be related somehow. Hyun falls into thought, and Sihwon, watching him, thinks that he only threw the idea out there, but it is turning out to be more serious than expected. Hyun then says that it makes sense. Meanwhile, at the Junjin Guild building, a subordinate informs the guild master that Dongwon has made contact with the Badass Guild, and that Hyun barged into a previous battle, which is presumed to be related. The guild master, holding a drink, mentions the man who beat up their guild members and says the timing is perfect. She cracks the glass in her hand and declares that she will take care of that rotten guy while she is at it. Meanwhile, as they travel, Sihwon drives and wonders why he is the one driving and what kind of crazy car this is. Hyun asks Dongwon whether the drug the Junjin members take is really called Monster Power. Dongwoo confirms that it is and says he heard it comes in pill form, then asks if they are really charging in with just the 5 of them. Hyun replies that, of course, they are not and says Dongwoo may not know, but he has some connections. He calls Tijil, greets him, and asks if he knows something called monster power. Tijil asks why he is suddenly bringing that up and whether it is some kind of energy drink. Hyun asks if he really does not know and explains that it is like a drug that makes awaken people stronger, then asks if Tijil knows what has been going on with the Junjin Guild lately, saying he heard it has turned into a total drug den. Tijil says he has heard the rumors. Hyun says that it is great because they are there right now and asks him to send backup. Tijil asks what he just said and whether he plans to take them down, then says he will help. When Hyun asks how much manpower he can send, Tijil complains that there is a procedure and says they cannot send support right now because most of their people are tied up with a dungeon-related terrorism incident. He adds that they will be able to cooperate soon and asks Hyun not to cause trouble until then. Hyun hangs up and says that Guy is no good. He then makes another call and greets the person on the other end, who asks Dongwoo if it has been a while and whether he has been well. After hearing the request, the person says he knows about the conflict between the Junjin and Heesun guilds. Due to the union structure, they cannot directly interfere in guild disputes. He says there is nothing they can do, apologizes, and explains that the union has its own stance to maintain, but adds that if there is anything they can do within their limits, they will help, and asks them to contact him anytime. Hyun ends the call. Yuseong mockingly asks if that is it and says he thought Hyun had lots of connections. Hyun replies that there is no help, but says he has taken down a guild before, so he knows exactly how to do it. He searches for one of the Junjin Guild's dungeon nests and says they will hit their dungeon first. Meanwhile, in an E-rank dungeon called the Village of the Dead, undead-type dungeons are usually unpopular because of low byproducts, but monsters there sometimes drop precious metals, making it one of the Junjin Guild's key income sources. At the Village of the Dead, the Junjin dungeon leader shouts at his subordinates, asking if that is all they have got and saying they have been pampered lately and are now slacking. He says their haul is not even enough to cover their meals and tells them that even if they cannot bring extra, they must at least meet their quota. He orders them to get out there and bring back more and says they will not get any drugs today. The members gossip among themselves, saying they need the drugs to hunt properly and that the leader is just making excuses because he wants to keep all the drugs for himself. They say he only became a manager thanks to the drugs. Later, the leader tries to light a cigarette, but the lighter does not work, so he throws it away and complains that none of them are useful, and now even the lighter is messed up. He goes into the camp and asks if anyone has a lighter, but there is no one there. He comes back out, finds no one, and wonders where everyone went and where the lookout is. Feeling suspicious, he takes out his dagger and wonders what is going on, asking himself if it is a monster. He looks around nervously, then starts laughing and tells himself it is just an E-rank dungeon, and asks why he is even scared. He swings his sword and tells whatever is there to come out. He looks around again but sees nothing. Just as he calms down and convinces himself that there is nothing, Hyun appears in front of him wearing something like a monster mask, and he screams in fear. Later, at the Junjin Guild building, members who had been stationed at the Village of the Dead are brought in while trembling in fear and in terrible condition. Guild Master Kion asks what happened to them. Her secretary explains that all of them were stationed in the Village of the Dead and must have gone through something terrible, and that they cannot communicate with them at all. Kion asks how bad anything could be in an E-rank dungeon. The secretary hands her a paper and says they insisted it be delivered to the guild master. Kion reads the letter, which says that the dungeon now belongs to the Badass Guild, and that if they want it back, they must hand over Sungchan and all of their monster power. It adds that if they refuse, their dungeons will be taken one by one. Kion reacts by asking what kind of gangster-like people they are. At night at a campsite, Hyun's guild seems calm as they enjoy snacks. He takes a sip of alcohol and says it is really warm, and wonders if he should learn ice magic. Sungja says that next time she will at least bring an icebox. Watching them, Sihwon and Dongwoo wonder whether these people feel no tension at all. Dongwoo asks if it is really okay to just sit around like this while time passes, worrying about his brother. Hyun tells him it is fine, says they even sent a polite letter, and reminds him that he has done this before, adding that one cannot act like a gentleman in situations like this. Then Vice Guild Master Jinhyun, wearing a cape, arrives at their camp while dragging Sungchan and throws him down in front of them. Seeing Sungchan, Hyun asks whether Jinhyun is not forgetting something. Jinhyun, his face partly hidden, says the medicine is in his pocket, throws it on the floor, and tells them to check it. Hyun picks up the pills and says he told them to hand over everything, asking if they want to die. One of the members steps forward and tells Hyun not to talk nonsense, asking if he even knows how much that medicine costs and who this person is, saying he is Vice Guild Master Jinhyun of the Great Junjin Guild. Hyun tilts his head slightly and leans toward him, asking if they have met before. Jinhyun mutters to his subordinate not to be scared, saying he is the Vice Guild Master and there is nothing to fear. He then orders his members to seize them, and they all begin to charge. Hyun takes out his sword and remarks that it was a cool entrance. The next day, Kiyon's secretary reports that all 50 members, including Vice Guild Master Jinhyun, have returned in a combat-disabled state. with everyone seriously injured and some barely clinging to life. Ki-yeon demands to know why they are like that and grows increasingly frustrated. Gritting her teeth, she shouts at her manager, asking what he thinks, then kicks the table and wrecks her office, screaming that she gave them everything and asking why everything is happening to them. Her secretary thinks to herself that, as expected, everyone changed after taking that drug, and that they are all losing their minds. After destroying everything, she becomes slightly calmer, glances at her secretary, and tells her to bring the drug and empty the guild vault to buy as much as possible. When the secretary tries to argue, Ki-yeon shoots her a sharp look and orders her to do it immediately, saying that only real war remains. Alone in her office, she thinks about Hyun and wonders what his true goal is. She reflects that his actions make no logical sense. Demanding Sungchan's release is one thing, but threatening to seize all their drugs and openly provoking the guild is another. She questions why he would do that and concludes there must be some hidden purpose. After thinking for a while, she wonders what she is missing and why she cannot grasp his intentions at all. She questions whether going to war like this is truly the right choice and worries that even this reaction might be part of his scheme. Gritting her teeth, she insists they must figure out his goal or risk being swallowed up themselves. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a doctor checks Jinhyun and says his blood pressure is normal and that he has one more healer treatment scheduled for the afternoon. His body is completely wrecked, and he realizes Hyun's true goal, concluding that Hyun simply wanted to pick a fight. Ki-yeon becomes furious at the Badass Guild's provocation and soon gathers all her guild members, declaring an all-out war. However, what could have become a historic war in Korea's dungeon history never actually began. In his office, Hyun looks at the Easter egg and wonders what it is, thinking it must somehow be related to the administrator and deciding he will probably use it someday. Yoo-seong comes in and asks what happened, pointing out that it has been 2 weeks since they beat up the Yongjin Guild, yet there has been no reaction. Hyun replies that they are probably on the verge of collapse by now. Later, Taejul calls Hyun urgently. Hyun asks why he called, and Taejul, sounding worried, says that in the end, Hyun really went through with it. Hyun answers that things just turned out that way. Taejul then asks if he obtained the evidence. Hyun places a pill on the table and confirms, saying he plans to hand it over to the association free of charge, explaining that it is the monster power pill. When Taejul tries to take it, Hyun pulls it back and says that in return, there is something the government has to do. News about the pills soon spreads across television channels, reporting that while the drug boosts a user's strength, it also increases aggression. After it is revealed that the drug circulated even among famous high rankers, the Special Ability User Management Team begins an investigation. Watching the news, Yoo-seong remarks that it is real and questions whether the government official who previously claimed to be too busy with a terrorism incident is really unable to help. Hyun responds that if they cannot even handle this, they are not much of a government, adding that their capable informant beat the junkies and even brought the evidence to them. Yoo-seong says it still feels disappointing and asks if Hyun expected a war. Hyun replies that connections are not for show, saying one phone call can do the job and there is no need to waste strength. Yoo-seong then suggests going outside. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in front of their office window. As Hyun turns to look, the blast engulfs the entire office and reduces it to ashes. Buried under the rubble, Hyun asks what the hell just happened. Yoo-seong checks on him and says he had a bad feeling, while Hyun scolds him for running off alone like a coward. Realizing he is completely naked, Hyun demands to know what caused this. Yoo-seong tells him to cover himself and adds that at least no one else is hurt. Hyun asks if he does not see him, and Yoo-seong replies that Hyun is tough enough to survive. Meanwhile, Jaemin is still trapped under the rubble, calling for help, and is later taken away by ambulance, internally cursing Hyun and the guild. Afterward, Taejul arrives at the ruined office and asks what happened. Seeing Hyun dressed in a bar girl costume, he asks what kind of situation this is. Hyun points at Yoo-seong and says it is his fault because he only asked him to buy some clothes quickly. Taejul asks who caused the destruction, and Hyun says he has no idea and was just standing there when he got caught up in it. Taejul presses him, asking if he has even a guess, like someone he recently made an enemy of, and mutters that this has gone too far, even for Hyun. Hyun tells him to wait because he is still counting. Yoo-seong then tells them to stop fooling around and look outside. A helicopter appears overhead and drops a bundle of notes. Hyun picks one up, reads it, and mockingly comments about it. Meanwhile, Ki-yeon runs through a forest, breathing heavily. Choi Minju approaches her and asks why she looks so busy and why she called her out to the middle of nowhere at a time like this. Hyun changes his outfit and begins to leave. When Taejul asks if he is really going, Hyun replies, questioning why he even bothers asking, calling it a waste of words. He shows the papers and says, of course, he is going. He even has an invitation. Taejul sighs and says it has come to this, and adds that if Hyun needs support, he should contact him, as he will help as much as he can. Hyun comments that this is unusual, noting that before Taejul said he was too busy to help, and asks if he suddenly has free time now. Tijul explains that the ones distributing monster power appear to be the same people as the dungeon terrorists. He reminds Hyan that while tracking the identity of the terrorist handed over previously, they found undeniable evidence. Their numbers are estimated to be at least 50, maybe over 100, but despite their size, they have hidden their tracks carefully. Tijul emphasizes that Hyan's earlier report was crucial. Hyan asks the terrorist's name again, and Tijul says it is Youngshik. He adds that they are getting close to the leadership, and there is no reason not to help. Hyan asks if Youngshik has confessed and inquires again if the boss's name is Choi Minju. Kiyon huffs, thinking about how she ended up like this and why she did what she did. She realizes there is no turning back. Everything she built, she has ruined with her own hands. She reflects that this was not why she started the guild. She only wanted to hunt more monsters to grow the guild, believing it would help humanity, and sought greater power. Crying, she grabs her weapon from her inventory, thinking how everything turned out like this, blaming Choi Minju for it all. Seeing Minju, she warns him that he is doing something he will regret. She laments the situation as her guild members attack and try to stop Minju. He laughs, calling them little bugs who do not know their place. He unleashes his strings, grabs their necks, holds them up, and squeezes them. He also grabs Kiyon, causing her to lose her weapon and slam to the ground. Her guild members worry for her, but Minju continues to squeeze the necks of anyone around, killing them. Minju approaches Kiyon, who is in a terrible state, and throws pills before her, telling her to eat. He mocks her uselessness but claims that her final moments shall have glory, saying at least she will serve as test data in the end, and urges her to die nobly for humanity. Meanwhile, Hyan's guild arrives at the Yungjin guild office and finds the building completely trashed. Sehun notes that it seems they erased their traces and ran away, adding that there were reports of commotion as well. Hyan asks why Sehun is here again, and Sehun explains that, as acting guild master of the Guardian Guild, he is here to protect humanity. Hyan steps forward, commenting that they can protect all they want. He remarks on the destruction, wondering if any traces are left. Sangha notices the guild master's office and points it out to Hyan, who leads them to the room. They enter and find Kiyon in a terrible state. Kiyon explains that the tutorial began on Earth and that she and her friend became awakened. She says she had enough talent to clear stage 4, but honestly never thought of doing anything effective because she had only been an ordinary office worker. She adds that her friend Jihi was different. As a firefighter, Jihi had been happy, thinking she could save more people, until she lost her family to a monster wave. Jihi never made it to her grave because of her regret. Kiyon says she had been angry at her friend for not even being able to save herself and concludes that Jihi died because she was weak. She says that was when she made up her mind to carry on her friend's will and get stronger no matter what, not caring about anything else. Hyan hits her on the head, bringing her back to her senses, and asks why she is suddenly telling stories. Kiyon takes a breath and says she cannot justify what she did in any way. She starts crying and apologizes to Hyan, saying she did not mean it and did not know the medicine would have such side effects, insisting she did not have the slightest idea. Hyan asks who she is and whether he knows her. He asks Yuseong if he knows her, and Yuseong replies by asking if she is not a member of the Yungjin Guild. Hyan comments that it is not like a homeless person would already be living there. Sehun thinks internally that they are idiots and states that she is the Yungjin Guild master. Kiyon starts laughing and says it is something like that, adding that she lost to guys like them, or rather, because there are guys like them. She tells Hyan there is something she wants him to hear about the one behind all this, Choi Minju, and says this is everything she knows. She gives one last warning, saying he is strong, on the same level as Saiyan or Choi Dongwoo, and that even if they came, they would not win. She concludes that he is definitely a tutorial graduate. Hyan mutters that there are tutorial graduates who never reported to the government and wonders what his scheme is in doing such evil things. Suddenly, her heart starts failing, and she says it must be the end. She makes one request, asking Hyan to kill her and Choi Minju, and to avenge her and her members. Hyan takes out his sword. She leaps at him, and he cuts her down in one strike, telling her that in her next life, she should be born kind and strong and calling her a drug addict. With her last words, she says that even to the very end, he is insane. She dies, and her equipment drops. Hyan picks up the call device and asks Tijul to send some people there, saying that this is the place. The next morning, he yawns while sitting on the edge of the terrace and says nothing much happened beyond what he expected, and that in the end, it all comes down to Choi Minju. He asks what they should do now and suggests heading to the office to crack open some beers. Yuseong reminds him that their office blew up. Hyan says they still gained something, since she was a guild master and had some good items. Looking at the stats of her items, he wonders about an ability called Mad Dog, calling it ridiculous. Yuseong and Sangha start mocking each other over the name. Hyan tells them they clearly do not know how to behave in society. Sehun, standing behind them, thinks that they are crazy, no matter how he looks at them, but undeniably strong. He realizes the Guardian Guild does not need faith or justice, only overwhelming strength. He reflects that he has already seen people who longed for power beyond their means fall into ruin twice. He concludes that no matter how he thinks about it, It has to be that man who should lead the Guardian Guild. He approaches Hyun respectfully and asks him to take over the Guardian Guild and accept them into the Badass Guild. Sihwon, while following them, says their guild once ranked second in nationwide favorability rankings and is only 13% behind the first place Dangun Guild. Hyun refuses, saying he is not interested. Sihwon continues following them and says their guild members are skilled enough to be welcomed anywhere and that they only lost focus for a while because of the guild master's absence, but never lost their power as one of the top 10 guilds. Hyun shouts that he is seriously not interested. Sihwon still asks if the Badass Guild would accept their guild. Hyun, frustrated, scolds him, saying he is annoying, that he already said no, and asks if he wants to get hit. Sihwon, scared, apologizes and leaves, saying they are the guardians of humanity. Sunga comments that he definitely does not seem sane and asks if they should restrict access to the office from now on. Yuseong points out that they no longer have an office. Hyun says Mr. Tejul will probably handle office matters anyway and suggests heading back for the day. To their surprise, Sihwon comes running back, shouting for help as many people chase him, seemingly trying to kill him. Hyun wonders what is happening. The news reports that cases of citizens losing control and attacking others are breaking out everywhere, with hundreds of cases reported nationwide in just 2 hours. The government considers the possibility that monsters or awakened beings are involved and prepares an initial response. Soldiers point their guns and warn people not to come any closer, or they will shoot. The soldiers discuss among themselves that these people are civilians and question whether they really have to shoot. The enraged people keep approaching, and the soldiers are troubled. Hyun arrives and begins cutting them down. After killing them, he asks one of the soldiers if he is in charge. The soldier confirms, and Hyun grabs his collar and yells at him to get his head straight, saying that although they look like monsters, their bodies are just normal humans with terrible defense and can be handled with guns. The soldier replies that they are civilians. Hyun, frustrated, tells him he still does not understand the situation, saying that hundreds of thousands of those things are rampaging, and there is no time to hesitate. The soldier says he understands and tells the others to get it together, and Hyun runs off. The mysterious riot that throws the entire country into chaos finally begins to calm down after a full day. 2 days later, somewhere in Seoul at a special ability user management team's safe house, Hyun looks at online comments and sees anonymous users saying bad things about the Badass Guild. Yuseong asks what he is doing, and Hyun, startled, says he is not doing anything. Sunga looks around and comments that it is a nice house, and asks if it will be their base from now on. Hyun says they only borrow it for a while, and that Mr. Tejul will find them another office soon. Hyun then asks if they should thank him. Yuseong says that it does not suit him. Hyun calls Tejul, who answers by asking what it is and saying he is busy. Hyun asks why he sounds like that as soon as he picks up, saying people will think he called out of boredom. Tejul says that is not the case, and Hyun replies that it is not entirely wrong, then thanks him for letting them use the safe house and says he has something else to discuss. Tejul asks him to keep it short because he is busy and says the incident might be related to monster power, which he assumes Hyun already knows. Hyun says he thought so and will keep it short, then asks if Tejul can get him something like poison, preferably something that rots the organs and is hopelessly deadly. Tejul responds that the request is too short. Hyun says not to worry because he is not trying to hurt anyone and asks if Tejul has information about a poison resistance skill book. Tejul says he is surprised Hyun knows it exists and asks if that is why he is looking for poison. Hyun confirms and asks if he has it. Tejul says he will try to find one, but warns that it will cost a lot of money. Hyun asks how much, saying he has a lot of money. Tejul replies that it will cost at least tens of billions. Hyun ends the call, saying that it is not easy, then tells his members they need a lot of money and asks them to come up with ideas. Sunga raises her hand and suggests making guild merchandise. At night, Rain falls outside while Jaemin works on a computer, internally scolding Hyun and thinking that this annoying guild had told him to come up with a merchandise business plan with Yuseong and Sunga in just 1 day and submit it by tomorrow. He types in frustration and mutters that the guild master is like a devil. The doorbell rings, and Hyun asks who it is, saying no one is supposed to come. Yuseong suggests it might be the government man. Sunga goes to check through the voice device and asks who it is. Sihwon hesitantly introduces himself. Hyun asks how they found the place and says they are persistent, telling the others not to open the door because they are probably here to apply for jobs again. Yuseong asks why Hyun will not accept them, saying it would be nice if the guild grew. Hyun replies that those guys are righteous and questions whether they would fit in with them. The doorbell keeps ringing. Hyun, frustrated, tells Yuseong they are very persistent and to go out and smash it. Yuseong takes out his mace and says that is his specialty, asking whether he should smash the legs or the head first. Hyun clarifies that he means the doorbell. Sunga says that this time there are 3 of them. Hyun finally allows them in and offers them beer, telling them to at least have some tea. They all realize it is beer. Hyun then asks how they found the place, saying it is supposed to be a secret spot provided by the government. Sihwon says he hears about it from team leader Tejul. Dongwon says Sihwon told him, and Seongchan says he follows his brother. Hyeon complains that the security level is a mess and tells them that, since they are here, they should say what they want. Sihwon starts talking about his guild, but Hyeon rejects him before he finishes. Seongchan introduces himself as being from Heesun and says he comes to properly greet them because things were hectic last time. Dongwon thanks Hyeon for saving his brother and says he was able to survive because of that, adding that his brother says Hyeon completely takes down the Youngjin guild. Hyeon responds that it just happens while he is at it and asks about their business. Seongchan then suddenly asks if Hyeon could take the Heesun guild into the Badass guild, saying they are confident they will be useful fighters and also have guild management experience. Hyeon, annoyed, asks why everyone is like this and whether the job market is that bad, wondering if they think this place is an employment agency. Seongchan presents beef, saying it is small but a token of thanks. Hyeon immediately joins his hands and welcomes everyone to the Badass guild. Sehwon wonders if that is all he has to do. He then stands up confidently and suggests having Korean beef for dinner that night, saying he will pay for all of it with top-grade meat and asking them to accept his guild as a bonus. Hyeon agrees, raises his thumb, and tells them to go to Jaemin for membership registration and to consult him about the other paperwork as well. Jaemin raises his hand and suggests hiring more office staff. Hyeon replies that he is not sure it is necessary and says he does not know much about it, then tells Jaemin to handle the hiring. He announces that from now on, Jaemin is promoted to team leader and calls for applause. Everyone congratulates Jaemin while he internally continues scolding them. Hyeon then asks what levels they all are. They tell him their levels, and Hyeon responds by asking why their levels are so low and whether they are not supposed to be good leaders. He asks Yuseong's level, and Yuseong says he is level 53, then asks Hyeon's level. Hyeon says he is level 58. Hyeon asks Sunga, who says, very embarrassed, that she is level 46. Hyeon comments that compared to before, that is still a big improvement and says that the guild members must be even weaker, then wonders what to do about it. They internally think that it is Hyeon and his close members who are abnormally strong. Hyeon asks Sehwon if he can bring all his guild members by tomorrow. Sehwon replies that since the incident is almost settled, it should be possible, and asks if it is because of registration. Hyeon says Jaemin will handle that and adds that when they gather, they can run dungeons. They ask if it is already time and say they should at least practice working together. Hyeon smirks and says there is no need to bother with that, and that if they are all pushed to the brink of death, teamwork will fall into place on its own, adding that getting stronger is not a big deal. At that moment, they all feel that something has gone terribly wrong, but it is already too late to turn back. The next day, in front of a dungeon gate, Hyeon welcomes everyone to the Badass Guild and says their guild rules are simple. He states that first, they should not pick pointless fights. Second, whatever they receive, whether gratitude or grudges, they should return just as much. Third, they must become stronger than anyone else. He asks if everyone understands, then says they will begin the orientation. Previously, Hyeon asked Sehwon about the guild members he would bring and asked how many there are in total. Sehwon says they have 10 since their center is gone. Not everyone stayed united, but the 10 who remain are reliable elites and trustworthy comrades. Hyeon then asks Seongchan about his side, and Seongchan says they only have 2 left since their guild collapsed, but he will try to reach out to former comrades. Hyeon starts thinking, and then asks Sehwon about the composition of the people he is bringing and whether they have a healer. Sehwon says they do have 1 healer. Hyeon happily responds that this is very good and says they will see tomorrow. The next day, before the dungeon gate, the members gossip and wonder why an orientation would be held inside a dungeon. Hyeon calls for attention and tells them that from now on, they will be fighting in a dungeon. He says they must be nervous about the sudden raid, but assures them that skilled safety staff will join them, so they should not worry. He then announces they are entering a D-ranked dungeon called the Tomb of the Golem. After surviving a golem attack, one member appears in terrible condition. Hyeon cheers him on and tells him to get up and fight, asking how he expects to protect humanity with so little guts and why he is not getting up already. Sehwon hesitantly tells Hyeon that they are reaching their limits and that they should be allowed to rest a little. Hyeon angrily replies that if they want to get stronger, Sehwon should just watch quietly, and he demands to know what the healer is doing and where the healer is, saying that when a teammate stops, the healer is supposed to make them move again. Sehwon asks him to wait and explains that the healer, Yonha, is at her limit and is bleeding from the nose due to lack of mana, and that she was only level 21 before. Hyeon asks Sehwon if he has ever run out of mana and repeats the question, asking if he has ever completely exhausted his mana, adding that the body usually gives warning signs to prevent that. He explains that when mana completely runs out, vision narrows, sight goes black, muscles convulse, the heart beats irregularly, and breathing becomes difficult. Sehwon asks what he means. Hyeon laughs and says that this is the perfect state and the best condition in which stats rise even without leveling up. Seongchan says he has never heard of such a thing and that it might apply to strength or stamina, but not mana. Hyeon replies that this is because no one ever does it and asks if they know that healers level up especially slowly. He explains that it is because healers do not fight directly, so their stats must be forced to rise, and that the fastest way to get stronger is always to push oneself right to the brink of death. They respond that they only have one life and cannot fight like that every time. Then a huge golem begins attacking a member. Hyun steps forward, punches it, and says he told them not to worry. He grabs the stone and says he already told them they would not die. Yuseong then arrives, bringing more golems, and happily tells Hyun that he brought more, this time too. The exhausted members react in despair and say they should just be killed instead. Hyun cheers them on and tells everyone to get ready for battle, assuring them that they absolutely will not die and should fight as if they are ready to, because he will resurrect every last one of them. Meanwhile, on social media, people mock the news about the Guardian and Badass guilds merging. At night, the Guardian Guild members have dinner together when one member tells Sihwon that this does not feel right, and that Hyun seems insane, with no sense of justice at all, adding that this is not why they moved guilds. Sihwon, while eating, tells him to watch his words and says he is no longer the Vice Guild Master, but just a team leader now. Healer Yonha, crying, says she does not want to continue and fears that if this goes on, something terrible will eventually happen, asking to go back. Another member suggests they could restart the Guardian Guild from the beginning on their own. Sihwon stops them and says that Guild Master Hyun is indeed a madman with a terrible and unpredictable personality, and that he is the worst in that sense, but also the strongest ability user leader he has ever seen. He says they cannot expect noble ideals from Hyun, and there is no space to practice Guardian values under him. However, he insists they can definitely become stronger there, and that he felt it deeply during the last C-rank dungeon raid. He explains that to truly protect humanity, what is needed most is not just a strong heart but strength itself, and that justice without strength carries no weight. He stands, bows, and says he will not force them, but asks them to trust him and follow him just one last time. The members fall silent, and one finally agrees to endure for one more week. A week later, in an E-rank dungeon called Goblin Swamp, two men wander around complaining about how damp the place is, though they admit it is one of the safer E-rank dungeons, with many monsters but little danger. They say it is a good place to farm magic stones because it is wide and parties rarely cross paths. As they head in a direction, they notice several monsters already lying dead and complain that someone overlapped their path without marking it. When they get closer, they see the magic stones are still there and excitedly begin collecting them, calling it a free haul. While gathering, they hear the sounds of fighting getting closer and worry that whoever killed the monsters might return, suggesting they should run. Before they can escape, a large group of monsters notices them, and they panic, screaming that there are too many. Just as the monsters are about to reach them, Guardian Guild members appear and kill the creatures with ease, cheerfully commenting on the frightened screams. They eagerly charge at the remaining monsters. Hyun stands behind them, cheering and saying that is how they should fight, joking that they have grown cocky after just a warm-up. He then announces that they will go all out next in a D-rank dungeon. The two men who had been collecting stones stared in shock, wondering what they just witnessed. A week after the Badass Guild expands, a rumor spreads among ability users that the guild is like a living hell under Kang Hyun. Meanwhile, the Guardian Guild members enjoy dinner when Siwon brings up their conversation from a week ago. He says they have now built a foundation to grow stronger and asks whether they should return to being the Guardian Guild instead of staying with Badass. One member shouts in protest, saying they are still far from strong enough and that this current path is exactly what they wanted, adding that right now they are the Guardian Guild at its very best. Siwon agrees, takes out his card, tells them to enjoy another round of food, and says he has something to take care of before leaving. After stepping out of the restaurant, he looks up at the sky with a sad expression and, in his heart, asks Guild Master Park Seon if he is doing well in heaven. He reflects that even though things ended the way they did and the Guardian Guild collapsed, the spirit Seon left behind still lives on. He thinks about how the guild members are doing well and continuing forward with stronger beliefs than ever. Even so, he cannot shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. Afterward, the guild members gather in front of the Badass Guild building and wonder if the entire building is really their headquarters. Yuseong says he came the day before, but that it feels different in the daytime and still looks cozy. As everyone admires it, Hyun tells them not to ruin the mood and says that from now on, this is their base. He warns them not to break anything, start any fires, or destroy the place in any way. The members rush inside excitedly, saying they are going in first, and Dongwon comments that that is a strange set of precautions. Inside the first floor, they find a guild members only cafe. The second floor has a gym and a training room, and on the third floor, there is a commercial refrigerator filled with drinks. Seeing all this, Hyun remarks that it finally feels like a big guild. Yuseong suggests they should add a cocktail bar later. Hyun suddenly realizes something and asks Yuseong if he is not underage. Yuseong flinches and admits that he is. Hyun asks if he did not drink canned beer before, then recalls that even at company dinners, Yuseong only ever had soft drinks. He thinks that Yuseong looks like someone who would drink anything, so he never noticed, and tells him not to pretend to live such a clean life. Later, Hyun receives a call from Taejul, who asks if he checked out the building. Hyun says he came the night before and decorated it nicely. Taejul asks how he managed that in such a short time and then asks what the badass merchandise is and whether it was Hyun's idea. Hyun says the merchandise was not his idea and that it is already online. Taejul tells him it is currently trending on the internet, especially a certain figure. Hyun flinches, notices Yuseong and Sunga avoiding his gaze, and tells Taejul he will call back later before hanging up. He then asks them what this is about. They both claim they do not know what he is talking about. Hyun says they are wasting their chance to confess and that it shows up immediately if searched. When he looks up the badass merchandise, he sees a figure made in his likeness. After reading the details, he becomes frustrated, draws his sword, and demands an explanation. Yuseong hesitantly explains that Hyun told them to handle the merchandise, and that shirts and keyrings felt boring. Since Hyun is the face and symbol of the guild, he thought it would be fun to make a figure. Hyun begins to strike at him, saying he knew it was him. Yuseong dodges and comments that Hyun is matching his mood perfectly and making his heart flutter. That night, they carry out a mission at team leader Shin Taejul's request. Their task is to pose as buyers of monster power and make contact with the seller. Because the recent incidents seem linked to the drug, the special ability management team is taking a more active role. They stand inside an empty hall, and Hyun, wearing a mask, tells Yuseong to take down the figure merchandise even now. Yuseong asks why he would take it down and says he already sold 500 units in pre-orders and even made 600 of his own version. Hyun grits his teeth in frustration when his Bluetooth informs him that a vehicle is approaching. He senses the magic power and estimates there are about 10 people. As the group enters, Yuseong asks Hyun if he ever told him that his unique ability is a sixth sense. Hyun replies that he mentioned it vaguely but never directly. Yuseong tells him to look at the woman's face and asks if his ability is accurate. Hyun asks who she is. Yuseong says they sparred during the ability training school and that she is the one who broke her hand fighting him. Hyun asks if that person became a monster power dealer. Yuseong says he should have listened to his sixth sense back then and should have smashed her head instead of just her hand. Hyun asks Yuri where the merchandise is, and she replies that they should show the money first. He signals Yuseong, who opens the bag and shows them the cash. Hyun mutters that they will find the base using the tracker hidden in the money bag and thinks that donating that much money, even for an operation, is crazy and that the government is quite bold. Yuri asks if the amount is correct. Hyun says they can count it later and tells her to show theirs. She takes a bag from one of her members and presents it. Among the crystals inside, something is glowing. Suddenly, the glowing object explodes with a loud blast. While smoke still fills the air, Yuri is seen holding the bag of crystals and remarks that ever since teaming up with the Skull Guy, all kinds of crazy things have been happening, and that it is a downside that it raises single-use risks. She turns to leave, saying that the special ability management team must have thought they would not notice something suspicious, and that they probably expected them to fall for the tracker in the money bag. She tells her group they are heading back. From within the smoke, Hyun appears with a burned body and says they were already found out anyway, and that they should at least squeeze a decent cutout of team leader Shin Taejul. Yuri is shocked to see him and recognizes him, asking if he is with the management team too. Hyun replies that she recognized him right away and comments that he must have become pretty famous. Yuri pulls out her staff and warns her members to be careful, saying these are not ordinary people but crazy, perverted psychos who turn themselves into figures. She worries that if this one is Hyun, then the other must be. Yuseong appears behind Hyun, completely unharmed, and casually says they are acquaintances. She becomes visibly frightened as she remembers the time he injured her hand. Hyun asks Yuseong what he is doing, and Yuseong replies that he has good instincts and hid behind the sturdiest cover because he thought something might fly at them. Both of them draw their weapons. Hyun says that it looks like they have to fight now, and Yuseong agrees enthusiastically. Yuri clenches her teeth and orders her members to kill them all. Her group rushes forward, and one attacker swings at Hyun, who kicks him away with ease. At the same time, Yuseong moves toward two men with swords. He dodges their strikes and swings his mace, crushing their heads. Hyun scolds him, telling him to capture them alive and asking why he is killing them. Yuseong replies that one should be fine. Yuri swings her staff and casts a blizzard magic toward them. Hyun's sword begins freezing, and he feels the cold, noting that they are holding up better than he expected. She uses the freezing magic again, and this time Hyun is completely encased in ice. He wonders if it actually worked. Yuri thinks to herself that the staff contains a magic stone she had been saving as a trump card, but knowing plenty about Hyun's skill, she decides not to hoard it fully and risk getting ambushed. She tells her members to take care of it, but Yuseong suddenly appears behind her and asks if they would die from something like that. Within seconds, he knocks them all down and moves toward Hyun, saying he will help him. He strikes the crystal with his mace, cracking and breaking it. Hyun emerges from the ice and praises the move, jokingly asking if Yuseong wants to be their guild's fridge. Yuri, scared, calls him a monster and orders her members to take the new drug. One member questions the side effects, asking if she is trying to get them all killed. Yuri throws the pills toward everyone, telling them to take them. As they ingest the pills, they begin transforming. Hyun watches, thinking this is crazy. Yuseong tells him not to step in yet. Hyun asks why, and Yuseong explains that the enemy will get stronger once, which makes it more fun. He warns not to interfere while the transformation is happening and moves toward them. Hyun rushes forward, telling him to shut up, and begins attacking them while they are still transforming. As Hyun begins to strike, a man holding his sword with his bare hand remarks that he did not expect it to be this tough. He punches Hyun and throws him far, smashing him into a wall and destroying it. Yuri asks how that tastes. Concerned for Hyun, Yuseong notices everyone leaping toward him and says he is loving this. One of them punches at him, but he dodges by tilting back. He retreats and appears behind one of them, sticking himself behind the man's back and holding him tight. While holding him, Yuseong takes out his dagger and throws it toward another incoming attacker, who grabs it just before it reaches his eye. Yuseong then strikes the man's head with his mace, killing him. Another attacker leaps at him, but Yuseong dodges by sliding aside. At that moment, Sunga shoots an arrow that strikes the man's body. Yuseong praises her shot. Seeing this, Yuri wonders if more allies have come and notices that only 2 of her men remain, and tells one of them to deal with Sunga, leaping toward her. Meanwhile, Hyun activates Wayne's secret and the power of the giant technique, feeling the pain, and warns them not to come closer. Yuri, scared, tells him not to come. Hyun leaps at her with his big hammer and hits them all. Later, the entire place collapses. Seeing the destruction, Taejul asks what caused the whole factory to collapse. Hyun explains that they resisted harder than expected. Taejul then asks if Hyun left any survivors, and Hyun says he buried them over there. Taejul notices Yuri buried in the mud with only her head above ground and asks what that is. Hyun says she looks like the boss of today's group. Taejul commends their work and tells them to contact him regarding the reward for today's case and to get some rest. Hyun tells him to make sure it is a hefty reward. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety building, Taejul binds Yuri in front of him and, seeing her identity details, notes that she chooses to remain silent. He asks if she knows the name Choi Minju, the head of her organization, but she stays silent. He asks why they are committing dungeon terrorism and distributing drugs, questioning if it is for money, but she does not answer. Rising, he tells her that refusing to answer wastes both their time. She smirks, saying that even if he hears it, he would not understand, and that only one person can save the world. Taejul clarifies that she means Choi Minju and asks if they are some kind of religious cult. She insists that government dogs like him would not get it. He sighs, puts a paper roll in her mouth, and tells her that answering properly would make things easier. He grabs a screw tighter and begins to pull off her nail, telling her he will take just one for now. She screams in pain. He warns that there are 9 more to go and prefers that she answer before that. Her screams worsen, and Taejul, frustrated, asks her what her objective is. Meanwhile, one of Choi Minju's subordinates informs him that their forces are defeated, and that, after a thorough investigation, it is presumed they all died despite taking the new drug. The subordinate adds that team leader Seon Yuri is captured and has gone off the grid. Minju wonders if losing Small Fry would be fine, but Seon Yuri is actually useful, and he questions how she could lose. He asks whether the management team brought Seon or Dongwoo. The subordinate replies that Hyun and the Badass Guild are involved. Minju reacts with shock and reflects that Kang Hyun stopped the outbreak they worked so hard to trigger, and even captured Youngshik. He places his glass on the table, says this is getting annoying, then smashes the glass with his hand. He orders that Kang Hyun be dealt with first and tells them to reallocate their base immediately. Since Yuri knows the location, he believes discovery is only a matter of time and says he hopes for better news next time before leaving. As he walks up the stairs, he thinks about Kang Hyun, acknowledging that Hyun himself is strong and his group is no small force. He wonders what should be done about him, then comes up with an idea and smirks, saying he can use him. Meanwhile, in the Badass Guild building, Hyun drinks alcohol and suddenly vomits blood. Yuseong, busy on his phone, remarks that it looks like serious internal bleeding. Sunga hands Hyun tissues, and Yuseong asks what he has been doing earlier, mentioning poison in beer and crazy stunts, and telling him not to say he lost money in stocks. Hyun explains that he is testing the poison he previously requested from team leader Taejul to build resistance. Yuseong asks if he is a poison master and how it is working. Hyun replies that it is working perfectly and that he even gained a poison resistance skill the day before. Looking at his hand, he comments that the poison is very strong, since he usually recovers before most poisons take effect, but this one still makes him tingle. Yuseong says it came from a D-rank boss and is normally instant death. Sunga adds that she heard it is expensive because it is hard to extract, and that the management team must have deep pockets. Hyun teasingly says they messed with the guild this time, so he used that as an excuse to squeeze a lot of money from them. When his poison resistance skill ranks up, he cheers and tells Sunga to give him another drink on the rocks. Meanwhile, Jaemin types while internally scolding them, wondering why they are laughing around when they have their own executive lounge. Hyun comments that drinks feel different with Jaemin's typing in the background. Jaemin thinks that even after hiring new staff, the workload has nearly doubled, so he plans to stick around for a year and then leave. Hyun receives a call and asks who it is. The caller introduces himself as Seon Yonho from the Ability User Association. Hyun asks if he is one of Dongwoo's people, and Seon Yonho confirms, saying they met once before, though he is unsure if Hyun remembers. Hyun recalls receiving his business card and asks the reason for the call. Seon Yonho says he wants to briefly discuss association business and asks if Hyun is available that day. Hyun says he is busy and tells him to go through the guild office if it is work-related. Seon Yonho offers to buy him beef, and Hyun immediately agrees, asking for the location. After they meet and exchange greetings, Seon Yonho suggests going inside, saying the place is down an alley and they need to walk a bit. While following him, Hyun asks about his position, saying he seems to hold a high rank but was not seen during the raid, and asks if he does not participate in combat. Seon Yonho admits it is embarrassing, but says he is only level 3 and dislikes killing, adding that not everything is about fighting and that he handles desk work. He leads Hyun into a beef restaurant and says it is a good place to talk. Hyun's mouth waters at the sight of the meat. Seon Yonho asks if he drinks, and Hyun replies that he does. After drinking, Hyun comments that the grill pairs well with the meat and asks what association business is important enough for an in-person meeting. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain, spits blood, and collapses on the spot. 2 men come in and begin to handle Hyun's body. Seon Yonho then calls Minju and reports that Hyun has been dealt with, adding with a devilish laugh that he will make sure it is finished cleanly for Mr. Choi Minju. Seon Yonho leaves, telling the men to handle the corpse themselves and saying they can play with it a little before disposing of it. As he steps outside, he remarks that the organization's corpse disposal squad, commonly called the Butchers, is not worth much as fighters but are absolute professionals when it comes to killing and cleanup. He adds that they treat corpses like toys, so they are not people anyone would want nearby. Someone approaches him from behind, and he turns, telling the person not to touch him. He sees Hyun standing there, covered in blood, who comments that the beef was good and the seasoning was unique. It is noted that Hyun's poison resistance ability enhances his resistance and reduces the effects of any type of poison on his body, and that he has killed the members of the Butchers. Hyun then throws a knife and begins beating Seon Yonho, saying he has a lot to ask and wondering if he should start by hitting him first. After beating him severely, Hyun ties Seon Yonho to a chair. Seon Yonho asks how Hyun figured it out, saying Hyun had pretended to collapse from the poison and could only do that because he had already been bracing his body. He says there is no way Hyun improvised that quickly and admits he had assumed Hyun was not that intelligent. Hyun, eating his dinner, wonders what the man has just said and questions when he noticed and how much he knows. Hyun points out that Seon Yonho claimed to be level 3 and says that with a lie that obvious, it would be harder not to notice. He adds that just from his aura, Seon Yonho is easily over level 50. Seon Yonho asks if Hyun can really sense something like that, and Hyun replies that he can believe it or not. Seon Yonho apologizes for approaching him like that, saying that, for the sake of the organization, they had no choice. Hyun tells him to wait and says he will ask about the organization later, but for now, they should eat first. Seon Yonho asks if Hyun wants to join them. Hyun tells him to wait and asks if he has a concussion, adding that he does not negotiate with terrorists. Seon Yonho says that in Hyun's eyes, they may be terrorists, but he should still be able to understand. He shouts that at this rate, humanity will be wiped out within 5 years, and says they are only trying to stop that, claiming only they can save humanity. Hyun hits his face with the tongs and says he is seriously ruining his appetite at the dinner table. He moves closer and says that since he is so desperate to talk, he will hear him out. Seon Yonho asks if Hyun is willing to talk, but Hyun takes out scissors and says there is no conversation. He starts cutting his fingers and says Seon Yonho will spill everything he knows, asking whether he should cut the pinky first or the thumb. Seon Yonho then swallows something and says the negotiation has failed. Hyun wonders what is happening as Seon Yonho's body begins to deteriorate. Seon Yonho screams briefly and then dies. Hyun wonders what just happened and notes that he is suddenly dead. He throws the scissors away and leaves. Hyun reflects on Seon Yonho's words that humanity will be wiped out within 5 years. He thinks that within 3 years, a country's very existence will become unstable, and that the man did not sound like he was speaking about a simple countdown. He concludes that humanity is facing changes separate from the Haken dimension issue. He notes that dungeon difficulty is indeed rising steeply, and that even C-rank gates are becoming hard to handle. He thinks that if higher rank gates appear, worrying will not change anything, so he decides to report it to team leader Tejal. He calls Tejal and notices his phone has been on silent and that there are many missed calls from him. He wonders why it was on silent and why Tejal called so much. He calls back, and Tejal asks why he has been unreachable. Hyun says people can miss calls sometimes, and that it is not like Tejal is a clingy girlfriend. Tejal angrily tells him not to say something that horrifying and asks him to come to the martial law command right away. Hyun asks if martial law was not lifted. Taejul tells him to keep up with the news and again asks if he can come. Hyun asks what is going on, and Taejul says it is not something they can discuss over the phone. Hyun says he does not even know where it is and needs to change clothes first. Taejul says he will send the coordinates and meet him once he arrives, then ends the call. Hyun shouts for him to at least explain. Taejul reflects that he has said many times he cannot fight an army. It is stated that 2 days earlier, after persistent tracking, the government and military located the terrorists' hideout. To wipe them out, the government deployed elite special forces, but they were all annihilated by one man, Choi Minju. Taejul takes Hyun to a secret location, and they step out of an elevator. Hyun asks if it is some kind of secret base. Taejul says the location is classified, and that if it leaks, Hyun interrupts, saying he already knows and asking if he looks like someone who would leak it. Taejul thinks to himself that Hyun absolutely does, but instead reminds him that this is a very important meeting, and he must not cause trouble. Hyun says he understands, though he is amazed and says he never thought he would meet the president in his life. Inside, army officials are gathered with Seong-hun, the president of the Republic of Korea. The president, seeing Hyun alone, asks why only one person came and says he ordered the entire ability management team to assemble. Taejul explains that they are all busy, making it hard to gather them immediately. An official complains that they do not even have a proper emergency summons system, and says they will lose in a crisis with such discipline. The president tells them to stop and says they already followed the military's recommendation and suffered a complete failure. He adds that team leader Shin Taejul said ability users must take the lead and that the times have changed, so they must change as well. An army general insists they must integrate ability users into the military immediately, dismissing guilds as nothing more than private military groups. Taejul, frustrated, thinks that they already ruined things once and still have not learned. He thinks this is why he said ability users should have been deployed right away, and that all the military did was buy Choi Minju time to escape. He believes none of them truly care about the crisis and are too busy trying to regain the power they lost after the ability users appeared. He also thinks that even after so many died, they still act shamelessly. Hyun, annoyed, says he cannot listen to this anymore. A general demands to know what he just said. Hyun shouts that ability users are not dogs who sit and roll over on command and questions the idea of integrating them into the military. He says that from what he has heard, the military threw a tantrum and ruined the operation, and asks if they are not even sorry for the people who died. He questions how they can call themselves generals and says that if it were him, he would be too ashamed to stay in uniform. He tells the president that he must be working hard babysitting such incompetent officials and asks him to throw them out before calling him next time. He then leaves. Taejul wonders why he feels refreshed and thinks this is what it feels like when the mad dog is on their side. Hyun asks Taejul to show him the way out because he does not know the exit. Taejul says he will see him off and return. The generals angrily protest, saying they cannot let this slide and that it concerns the dignity of the nation, so it must be made an issue. The president remains silent, then suddenly laughs and says it will be difficult to continue the meeting today. He says they will reconvene later and adjourns the meeting. The next day at the Badass Guild headquarters, in the 5th floor executive lounge, Yuseong lies on a couch using his phone when Hyun approaches and says they should fight. Yuseong asks what has gotten into him, noting that Hyun usually avoids him. Hyun says he needs training and explains that Choi Minju is strong, likely a tutorial graduate. He says that if he is going to fight him, getting stronger is the priority. Although his level is steadily rising, he says that just increasing stats is too slow now. He says he needs combat techniques and suggests they fight using pure technique only, with all skills turned off. Yuseong refuses, saying that without his skills, Hyun is nothing special and cannot beat him anyway. He says there is no fun in fighting a match he is obviously going to win. Hyun, frustrated, wonders what Yuseong takes him for and asks if he is scared, saying he will expose his weakness. Yuseong stands up and says even little kids do not fall for that kind of provocation and suggests bribing him instead, since there is nothing in it for him to fight a boring match. Yuseong proposes a bet. He says that if Hyun wins, he will grant him anything within his ability. But if Yuseong wins, the Hyun Figure Series Part 2 must be launched, and he must be given full production rights. Hyun scolds him but eventually agrees and says they will settle it once and for all. In an F-rank dungeon, the Warthog's Basin appears, and the monsters there are strictly nocturnal. Because of that, the dungeon operates in a special way during the day. It is rented out as a training space for large guilds, group exercises, or as a testing ground for destructive skills, which makes it very popular. Although users normally have to contact the owning guild and pay a fee, the Badass Guild secures free access through negotiation. There, the number 1 and number 2 of the Badass Guild begin their sparring match. Hyun and Yuseong run at each other with their weapons. Hyun starts slashing, but Yuseong leans back and dodges. Yuseong flips upside down, kicks toward Hyun's face, then lands and takes his stance. He comments that Hyun's movements are too big. He charges again and swings his mace. Hyun blocks the blow with his arm while guarding his face, and his arm bone breaks. Yuseong remarks that Hyan is fighting out of habit. Yuseong steps back into position and reminds him that they agreed there would be no regeneration. Even with a broken arm, Hyan rushes forward and keeps swinging his sword. Yuseong continues to dodge and tells him that his real problem is that his attacks are predictable compared to those of his opponent. As he evades strike after strike, he explains that Hyan needs to read one step ahead and learn how to redirect force. When Hyan attacks again, Yuseong blocks with his mace and says, like this. With his free hand, Yuseong opens his inventory and says that landing blows in openings is even more important. He pulls out a dagger and strikes Hyan's sword, cutting it in half. Hyan grits his teeth in frustration. Yuseong pins the broken sword under his foot and declares that he has won. Hyan insists it is not over and lunges at him again, but Yuseong slips aside and asks how he plans to win without a weapon. Saying the fight is getting boring, Yuseong counters and ends it by kicking Hyan in a sensitive spot, sending him rolling on the ground in pain. Yuseong declares the match over and tells Hyan to hurry up and regenerate. Since he won, he says he will design the figure however he wants, just as they agreed. He leaves the dungeon and says he will plan the new release once they return. Soon after, he launches the second part of his figure series online, and social media explodes with reactions. Hyan sees it and, frustrated, thinks he did not expect Yuseong to invest his own money and release it so quickly. Hyan gets out of his car and heads toward a dungeon gate, saying he truly did not want to resort to this. He arrives at a C-rank dungeon called the Night Training Grounds. The dungeon drew attention as soon as it appeared because the monsters inside possessed excellent swordsmanship. Standing before the gate, he says he has heard there is no better place for sword training, but wonders why the monster he has to learn from is a goblin. He opens the gate, thinking about how strange it is that he is in a position to learn swordsmanship from a goblin. Inside, a proud goblin knight named Kargro rises, weapon in hand. Later, Hyan recalls that, out of all the days in that goblin's life, the worst moment without question is the moment it meets him. When hearing the word goblin, Hyan thinks of an image that might suggest low intelligence. But in truth, goblins are wild by nature and possess enough intelligence to build their own civilization. Goblin Knight Kurgro is, without a doubt, a master of the sword. As Kurgro strikes at Hyan, Hyan struggles to block, thinking that, as expected, even his movements are different from those of other goblins. He falls behind and loses his balance, reasoning that in strength and stamina, he still has the upper hand, and if he overwhelms Kurgro, winning should be easy, but that is not what he needs right now. He decides to lower his physical abilities as much as possible and focus purely on swordsmanship itself. Hyan barely dodges Kurgro's slashes, but Kurgro manages to land a hit and injure him. Kurgro says it was a good match and begins striking again, saying he will send Hyan off without pain. Hyan rises, feeling like he is starting to get the hang of it, and says they should go one more round. Meanwhile, in another dungeon where living armors appear, Yuseong and Sunga are ready to face them. Yuseong jumps toward them and strikes one with his mace, but it only dents the armor. Yuseong observes that it is completely hollow inside and remarks that, for some reason, it reminds him of Hyan. Sunga fires magic arrows at them, muttering that if she loads them with mana, the power would be enough, but the mana consumption is too high. Regular arrows don't work on non-living things like this, so she concludes there is only one method. She puts back her bow and rushes into close combat, leaning on her armor and hitting it. With a slash, she manages to separate the armor and says she got it. At that moment, another armored attacker attacks her from behind. Yuseong blocks its strike, smashes it with his mace, and tells her she can't do it recklessly. Hyan might be one thing, but she is always long range, and changing recklessly is dangerous. She agrees. After clearing the armors, Yuseong asks her where Hyan has gone this time and what kind of training takes that long. She says she isn't certain, but she heard it was around the Dungdium. Yuseong realizes that is where the Goblin Knight training grounds are. Meanwhile, Goblin Knight Kurgro is on the verge of going insane. He scolds Hyan in his mind, frustrated that this crazy human will not fall, even after Kurgro cuts down his legs and hacks at his arms with all his strength. The only thing barely holding Kurgro's shattered mind together is the chivalry firmly rooted in his heart, but even that is beginning to break. At that moment, a system notification says that Hyan's ability in intermediary swordsmanship has increased in rank, and he gains advanced swordsmanship, allowing him to clearly read an opponent's sword path and respond with precision. Hyan happily says he did it, thanks to Kurgro. He introduces himself and asks the goblin its name. The goblin, frustrated, introduces itself as Kurgro, expresses gratitude, and leaves, saying to meet again tomorrow. Kurgro does not understand human language, but he is simply happy that the ordeal is over. If he understood that they are meeting again tomorrow, he would have fainted on the spot. The next day, in their lounge, Hyan approaches Yuseong and says they should fight, noting that this time will be different. Yuseong mockingly says it looks like another model will be added. Hyan flexes his body before him. At the Ministry of Interior and Safety building, Taejil sits in his office and types a report stating that Choi Minju is the leader of the Dungeon Terror Organization and the main culprit behind the dungeon openings that have continued since early that year. He writes that Minju later distributes a drug called Monster Power, causing massive chaos nationwide. The report explains that the drug drastically boosts the power of ability users but brings severe side effects, such as heightened violent tendencies, and eventually spreads into the general market, causing countless citizens to lose their reason. He records that known members of the terror organization include Youngshik and Seon Yurai, and that they display behavior similar to delusional religious fanatics who claim they are saving humanity. He questions Choi Minju's objective after causing dungeon breaks and distributing illegal drugs. At the C-rank Dungeon Knight training grounds, Hyun speaks to Goblin Knight Kurgro and asks him to listen for a moment, questioning what the exact problem is. He wonders why, even though the skill levels of his sword and Yuseong's mace do not seem very different, he keeps losing. Kurgro scolds him, saying that the more he looks at him, the uglier he finds him as a human. Hyun asks whether the difference is due to reflexes or senses and wonders how such abilities are developed, even questioning if it is an intelligence issue, since people called him a prodigy when he was young. Kurgro responds that even an orc berserker would look gentler than him and that looking at him non-stop is a mental attack on its own. Hyun stands, grabs his sword, and says it is still better since there is someone who listens to him, adding that he will rely on Kurgro again that day. Kurgro, annoyed, grabs his sword and remarks that the crazy human is starting again. They start sparring. A short while later, they are both lying down and breathing heavily, and Hyun comments that Yuseong is one thing, but this goblin is something else, too. He thinks that even though he turned his skills off, he still cannot win even once, and wonders if, as much as he grows, Kurgro is leveling up too. Hyun then leaves, thanking him and saying he will see him again tomorrow. Kurgro asks if he is finally leaving. Hyun replies that he is sad to part ways, but has to go beat Yuseong, so he is leaving now. Kurgro, frustrated, tells him they should never meet again and calls him a crazy human. At home, Hyun sees his pictures circulating on social media and throws his phone in frustration. He scolds Yuseong, wondering how much money he is pouring into making figures just to lose it, and why he is taking it so seriously. Sitting down, he tells himself to calm down and think about what the real problem is, questioning whether he has no talent in that area and reluctantly wondering if he is only being carried by skills, just as Yuseong said. He lies on his bed, dismisses the thoughts as nonsense, and decides to sleep. Goblins are instinctively hostile toward humans, a trait ingrained in their nature. To them, Kurgro's recent behavior of growing close to a human is deeply uncomfortable, so they make a decision. They resolve to expel Goblin Knight Kurgro, believing he has lost his pride. However, they overlook one thing. When faced with the threat of death, a knight transcends his limits. At night, Hyun arrives and finds the place unusually quiet, wondering why no one is around. He notices Kurgro standing there with strange mana rising from his body and realizes that this is the mana he is sensing. He greets him, calling him teacher. Kurgro turns toward him, grinding his teeth in anger. Hyun observes that even from far away, he could feel it, but up close it is much clearer, and he notes that the goblin's presence has completely changed. Kurgro leaps forward and begins striking. Hyun barely manages to block with his longsword and notices the weapon's durability dropping rapidly. He thinks it is insane that the durability had barely decreased before, no matter what he did, yet it drops by over 100 in a single hit. He realizes that at this rate, the sword will break after only a few more blocks, so he decides it is better to lighten his movements and dodge instead. As Kurgro strikes again, Hyun retreats and creates distance, but Kurgro closes in and lands a hit, declaring that this is the difference between their power. Hyun's face is slightly injured, and he reflects that if he had not fought this opponent every day, he would never have been able to dodge at all. Even now, he can barely read the sword path, and he knows Kurgro is a true master. He worries that soon Kurgro will read his moves completely and counter unpredictably, and he wonders what to do. Kurgro declares that the weak who rely on speed alone die, says Hyun can no longer disgrace him, and announces that this is the real end. As he moves to strike, Hyun stops him and suddenly uses his giant strength and Wayne's secret technique, beginning to beat Kurgro. He complains that Kurgro's forced deep voice has been annoying him and says he had been going easy, but now Kurgro thinks he is a pushover. A moment later, Kurgro sits with his arm raised. Hyun says it feels refreshing after a while and realizes he can sense the technique Kurgro was using thanks to his mana sense. Checking his stats, he concludes it was not a skill because the flow feels different from a clearly activated skill. He takes out his dagger and begins infusing mana into it, successfully managing to do so and declaring that he has figured it out. Kurgro, astonished, reflects that he crossed the line of death to obtain that power and calls Hyun a monster-like human. Hyun thanks him, calls him teacher again, and says he thinks he can win now because he has fallen behind Yuseong. Yuseong spreads news of their sparring match on social media, and people gather at the Earthhawk Basin dungeon to watch. Some of them discuss who will win, with some confidently saying Yuseong and others insisting Hyun is no joke as the guild leader. Yuseong mentions that a new figure draft has come out and asks if Hyun wants to see it, saying he raised the intensity this time. Hyun responds that the nonsense ends today, and that this time, Yuseong's figure will be the one released. They begin sparring. Yuseong starts attacking, but Hyun blocks with his sword and realizes he can clearly feel the difference. He notes that it is no longer just about channeling more mana into the sword, as he can now spread mana freely throughout his entire body. With a counterstrike, he causes Yuseong to lose his balance. Yuseong steadies himself and says something feels different. Hyun explains that all his senses are sharpened, from muscle movements to shifts in his center of gravity, allowing him to read both his opponent's movements and his own with precision, and he reflects that this is what it feels like. Yuseong attacks again, calling it insane and telling Hyun to take this as well, but Hyun dodges. Yuseong continues striking, yet Hyun keeps evading. Hyun then blocks a strike with his sword and disarms Yuseong, knocking the mace away. Yuseong falls to the ground and asks if Hyun used a skill. Hyun denies it, but Yuseong insists the last move had to be a skill. Hyun questions what is wrong with him, saying that someone of Yuseong's level should be able to tell it was not a skill. Yuseong asks where Hyun learned something like that and calls him a monster. Later, Hyun posts a photo of Yuseong's bare body on social media and notices that the response is different compared to posts about himself. Meanwhile, in his lounge, Hyun laughs and says that a drink after victory really hits differently. Yuseong remarks that it has been a whole week, and he is still on about it. Hyun responds that the glory of victory lasts forever, and Yuseong would not understand since he is a loser. Yuseong points out that Hyun lost 3 times, and Hyun insists that the one who wins in the end is the real winner. Sunga, while eating, asks if Hyun has not been going to dungeons lately, noting that his break seems a bit long. Hyun says he is starting to feel restless too, and that team leader Taejul asked him to stay on standby for now, saying that things have become a bit troublesome. Yuseong asks why, noting that martial law was lifted. Hyun admits he is not sure and does not fully understand. Then his phone rings, and Hyun mutters that Taejul is such a pain. He picks up, and Taejul asks if he is available tomorrow at 10, explaining that there is a special ability user management team meeting. Taejul says he will explain the details tomorrow, but assumes Hyun knows roughly what it is about, adding that he will send the location by text. Hyun notes that he has time, and that someone told him to stay on standby. The next day, at the Korean Dungeon Management Agency, Hyun remarks that meetings are now held there instead of the Ministry of Interior and Safety and comments that Taejul has moved up in the world. He enters the meeting hall and greets Taejul. Taejul says he told him to come 5 minutes early, and Hyun replies that there is still 1 minute left. He takes his seat and observes that there are quite a few familiar faces, including Dangun Guild leader Saeon, Dongwoo from the Alliance, and the Immortal Guild's Myeongdo Guild leader, Park Hoyeon. Hyun remarks that Hoyeon has become a bit calmer and notes that, judging by their mana, their levels seem similar to or lower than Sihwon's. He thinks that if this is the management team, they should have gathered strong people, but this appears to be about the average level. A girl sitting beside him asks if he is a pervert and why he is rudely scanning people with mana, questioning if he is a stalker. Hyun thinks that she must have sensed him scanning with mana and mocks her getup. Asking what cosplay it is and whether a middle schooler could even pass a tutorial, she shouts that she is an adult. Hyun mutters that so far he has never seen anyone but himself read mana, noting that Yuseong can do something similar, but that uses his unique sixth sense. He wonders how she can have so much mana. He continues yelling at her, asking if she cannot hear him and if she wants to fight him, adding that he knew it since she started selling figures, calling her a narcissistic pervert. Hyun leans toward her, asking what she would do if she got up. She is scared and wonders what this guy is, thinking his presence is more like a monster than a person. Everyone expresses annoyance at Hyun's behavior, saying he is the same as ever. Taejul sighs, saying he expected this to happen again, and tells Hyun and Miss Yoon to stop. She says that if the team leader says so, she cannot help it, and that next time they meet, she will really teach him a lesson. Taejul exhales and says that is enough, noting that this was not an easy meeting. They both agree, and Taejul says he will get straight to the point. He explains that next month the World Dungeon Summit will be held in Korea, where key figures from each country will gather, and they want to involve them in security. Myeongdo asks whether the military and police would not be enough. Taejul explains that, as those who know are aware, there is still a risk of terrorism. Hoyeon asks why martial law was lifted, and if it is because of the summit. Taejul confirms, explaining that the country's image as a safe nation is important, and since dungeons appeared, ability users have handled them better than most in the world. Hoyeon asks again about the reason for lifting martial law, and Taejul says it is because the image of safety is shaking, and they cannot cancel the hard-won summit, so they want Hyun and others to provide security against terror groups. Saeon rises and says she cannot spend time on something that may or may not happen, but will actively cooperate in clearing dungeons in the capital area to prevent dungeon terrorism. She leaves, saying she has something to do. Hyun mutters that she has always been like that and seems especially prickly today. Two guild masters discuss that it is a bit awkward and that clearing dungeons might be more practical since participation is not mandatory, so they will also be going. Tejil seems disappointed, and Hyun, still sitting, says that ability users are selfish. Tejil agrees, noting that if only they would cooperate at least as much as Hyun. He then wonders whether Hyun is really that cooperative. After the meeting concludes, they all come out. Hyun yawns and follows Dongwoo, who remarks that he really feels bad about the Seonyonho situation, noting that the guy was a spy for Choi Minju. Dongwoo says that as an apology, he will at least buy Hyun a meal. Hyun says that it is really not necessary, but when beef is mentioned, he quickly agrees and offers to drive. Suddenly, Hyun senses hostile mana and tells Dongwoo that it is an enemy, possibly using stealth, since he cannot see them. Meanwhile, Yoon stands behind him, frustrated, and clenches her teeth, thinking that Hyun sensed everything with mana and still pretended not to see. Hyun looks at her and apologizes, saying he was taking care of something and did not notice her. She is frustrated, and Hyun asks what she wants this time, whether she came to pick a fight. She yells that she has no business with him and came because of business with Chairman Choi, Dongwoo. As they continue arguing, Dongwoo, annoyed, tells them that it is enough and says that Hyun is an admirable man and that Yoon is also an excellent mage. He then asks Yoon if by business she means a recruitment offer. She confirms but says she will have to decline for now, preferring to remain on her own. Dongwoo says it cannot be helped and that if she ever changes her mind, she is welcome anytime. She thanks him and leaves. Hyun, hearing their conversation, thinks that it seems Dongwoo made a recruitment offer and notes that the way Yoon senses mana is not ordinary. Dongwoo then says they should get going. At a restaurant, while eating, Hyun asks if Dongwoo is going to participate in the security detail. Dongwoo says he should, explaining that the terrorists, especially Choi Minju, owe him a debt for planting a spy in their alliance to attack Hyun. Hyun says that aside, he wants to know what Yoon is actually capable of. Dongwoo says that if he tried to recruit her personally, she does not seem like an ordinary ability user. He explains that her recovery magic is exceptional, which surprises Hyun since healers are rare. Dongwoo adds that there is more to pay attention to: her combat compatibility. She is capable enough to clear out D-rank dungeons alone. In attack, defense, healing, and buffs, she excels in every field and could be considered a one-person guild, a true all-rounder. Meanwhile, in a shabby place under a red moon, Choi Minju stands on a cliff and gathers his people. He declares that their world is like a candle in front of the wind. Even if everyone fought together, it would not be enough. He says that idiots drunk on peace cannot even notice the end that is right in front of them, remaining blind and optimistic. He asks what they will do, whether they will just watch the world be destroyed like others. Everyone raises their hands and responds that they will not. Minju says that is right, they have chosen to save the world with him. He spreads his arms, saying that even if they are branded as terrorists now, in the end, they will be remembered as the heroes who saved the world. 3 weeks later, at the World Dungeon Summit, the day begins that will change the world. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, Aiden Miller, the Warriors Guild leader, lands in Korea and remarks that he heard it was a small country but finds it more developed than expected. Ella Evans, the Vice Guild leader, walks alongside him and asks what era he is living in, noting that Korea became a developed country long ago. Aiden asks why the summit is held in a place like this, considering it was under martial law until recently. Ella says that since the dungeon era began, martial law has been normal for any country. Aiden mockingly asks if she is Korea's spokesperson for defending it so much, and she says she is just stating the facts. Aiden wonders how strong the ability users are.